Hello, dear friends, and welcome to tonight's bedtime story. We are so grateful to have you here with us. As you settle in and get cozy, we invite you to let the gentle narration guide you to a world of magical and peaceful places. We hope you've had a wonderful day, and now, as the evening draws near, allow these comforting tales to wrap you in warmth and serenity. Let's begin this journey together. Story 1. Once upon a starlit night, beneath a canopy of twinkling constellations, a young adventurer named Ayla felt an irresistible pull towards the edge of the whispering woods. The forest loomed before her like a sentinel of ancient secrets, its towering trees twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching outwards as if in silent invitation. The air was alive with the forest's murmurs, and the gentle whispers of the wind seemed to weave a tale just for her ears. Despite countless warnings about the forest's enchantments, Ayla's insatiable curiosity surged within her, a force as wild and untamed as the woods themselves. Her heart beat in sync with the rustling leaves, a harmonious symphony of the unknown that resonated with her soul. Resolutely, she stepped across the threshold from the familiar into the mystifying embrace of the forest. The night air, crisp and cool, caressed her skin, carrying with it the earthy scent of pine mingled with the subtle sweetness of honeysuckle, a fragrance both comforting and elusive. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Ayla was captivated by the shimmering foliage around her. Each leaf seemed to glow with an ethereal light, as if imbued with the very essence of the stars above. Tiny luminescent specks flitted through the air, like playful sprites guiding her path. The rich scent of loam and moss enveloped her senses, grounding her in this verdant realm. Each step she took was accompanied by a soft crunch, a whispered secret shared with the forest floor beneath her feet. The forest was alive with a cacophony of sounds, a vibrant orchestra conducted by unseen creatures. Ayla paused, her ears attuned to the melody of the night. A distant nightingale trilled its haunting song, while the rustle of squirrels darting through the underbrush added a rhythmic counterpoint. Here in this vast, untamed world, every sound was a story waiting to be told, every shadow a mystery demanding to be unraveled. Her journey soon brought her to a bubbling stream, its waters dancing and swirling in mesmerizing patterns. By the stream's edge sat a peculiar creature, its skin a tapestry of moss and bark, its eyes gleaming like polished gemstones. This was the forest keeper, the ancient guardian of the woods. Its presence was both commanding and serene, a force that demanded respect without uttering a single word. "Welcome, young wanderer," the creature rasped, its voice echoing the rustle of leaves. "Few dare to venture so deep into my realm. What is it that drives you to seek the unknown?" Ayla swallowed her apprehension, her voice a mere whisper carried on the breeze. "Curiosity compels me, wise one. I wish to uncover the secrets and splendors beyond the veil of the ordinary." The forest keeper chuckled, a sound like the creaking of ancient branches, as if the forest itself shared in its amusement. "Very well, let us indulge that curiosity. But be warned, these woods hold enchantments both wondrous and perilous for those who walk unawares." With those words of caution, the guardian beckoned Ayla to follow the stream's winding course. Along their journey, Ayla's eyes widened in wonder at the sights that unfolded before her. Towering toadstools rose like miniature castles, their caps adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance under her gaze. A kaleidoscope of petals burst forth from the ground, their vibrant hues changing with each heartbeat, painting the air with the intoxicating scent of blooming flowers and damp earth. In a secluded grotto, delicate winged fairies flitted about, leaving trails of shimmering stardust in their wake. Their laughter was a melody that tugged at Ayla's heart, a reminder of the innocence she feared slipping away with the passage of time. As they traveled deeper, Ayla sensed a shift in the forest's mood. The light dimmed, and the air grew thick with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. Memories of her grandmother's tales, stories of those who ventured into the forest and never returned, lost to their desires or fears, flooded her mind. Her journey was becoming more than a quest for discovery. It was a pilgrimage to understand herself. Eventually, they reached a clearing where moonlight poured like liquid silver over a tranquil pond, its surface a flawless mirror reflecting the sky above. Ayla paused, captivated by her reflection, seeing not the eager girl who had entered the forest, but a young woman with eyes that held the depth of newfound understanding and resilience. "Do you see yourself clearly now?" the forest keeper asked, its voice gentle yet probing. "This forest is a mirror, showing not just what is, but what could be." Ayla nodded, the weight of her internal journey settling into her bones. Her curiosity was not merely about the external world, it was about finding her place within it. Her fears, dreams, and inner struggles were as much a part of this quest as the magic she sought. As they continued, a new scene unfolded, a grove where ancient trees arched their branches to form a natural cathedral. The air was thick with the scent of lilacs and jasmine, and Ayla felt the earth's pulse beneath her feet, a steady heartbeat that matched her own. Here, the forest's whispers grew louder, speaking in a language of rustling leaves and distant echoes. In this sacred space, Ayla encountered a scene of profound beauty and melancholy. A lone deer, its coat the color of twilight, stood amidst the flowers, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. It regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding the weight of her journey. Ayla felt a connection with the creature, a shared purpose and silent communication. It was a reminder of the gentle strength and grace within her, qualities she often overlooked in her relentless quest for discovery. As Ayla absorbed the tranquility of the grove, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it a whisper of urgency. The forest keeper turned its gaze to the horizon, where a distant rumble echoed through the trees. "A storm approaches," it murmured, its voice tinged with concern. "You must find shelter, young one." Ayla's heart quickened, the urgency in the air sparking a newfound determination within her. She followed the forest keeper as it led her to a hidden cavern, its entrance veiled by cascading vines. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the walls adorned with ancient carvings depicting the symbiosis between nature and those who dared to understand its mysteries. As the storm raged outside, Ayla found herself captivated by the stories etched into the stone, tales of harmony and conflict, of explorers who ventured into the unknown and emerged transformed. She realized that she was but a thread in the tapestry of this world, her journey a continuation of those who came before her. When the storm finally subsided, Ayla emerged from the cavern, the forest reborn in the aftermath of rain. The air was crisp and clear, every leaf and petal glistening with droplets of water. The forest keeper stood beside her, its presence a comforting constant amidst the ever-changing world. "This is the heart of my domain," intoned the forest keeper, "where the great cycle of nature finds its perfect balance. Few mortal eyes have witnessed its majesty firsthand." Ayla could only gaze in hushed reverence at the sacred spectacle surrounding her. In that transcendent moment, she felt an intimate connection with all living things, the ageless wisdom and harmonious rhythms that flowed through every leaf and root. She closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over her, a gentle tide of understanding and unity. As the vision faded, the young wanderer turned to her mossy guide with tears of wonderment in her eyes. "Thank you, Ancient One, for sharing this hidden beauty with me. I will never forget the enchantments of these whispering woods." The forest keeper regarded her with a softness that belied its ancient nature. "Then you have learned well the lesson they impart," replied the creature. "The greatest marvels in this life often lie just beyond the boundaries of our comfort, waiting to be discovered by those unafraid to seek them out." Emboldened by her journey's revelations about the world's profound magic and mysteries, Ayla smiled and turned her steps towards home, already dreaming of the uncharted paths she might travel next. Her heart was lighter, her spirit newly awakened to the wonders that lay beyond her familiar world. And as Ayla stepped back into the moonlit night, she carried with her not only the memories of the forest's enchantments, but an unyielding sense of purpose and adventure that would accompany her on every journey henceforth. Story 2. In the heart of the enchanting Whisperwood Forest, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and the rustling of leaves created a symphony of whispers, there lay a quaint little village known as Lumina Hollow. This village was a realm of such charm and warmth that even the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the gentle laughter of its inhabitants. Nestled between towering oak trees whose branches cradled nests of singing birds, and gentle babbling brooks that mirrored the sky, Lumina Hollow was home to a community of kind-hearted creatures who existed in perfect harmony with the magic of the forest. In this serene village, a peculiar occurrence had set the villagers astir with curiosity and a touch of wonder. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dew-draped petals and the world glistened with a fresh morning glow, the villagers would find small, shimmering orbs of light scattered throughout the forest paths and the gardens of Lumina Hollow. These orbs, glowing with the soft radiance of a sunset sky, were unlike anything they had seen before, casting a gentle luminescence that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. The villagers found the orbs delightful yet mysterious, for they appeared without explanation or pattern. The wise old owl, Sage Feather, who lived in the ancient oak at the center of the village, was often sought for advice on the mysteries of the forest. With feathers as white as the first snow and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of ages, Sage Feather had witnessed many wonders, yet even he was puzzled by these glowing orbs. One bright morning, as the soft golden light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, a young fox named Finn decided it was time to unravel the mystery of the glowing orbs. Finn, known for his keen senses and curious nature, was always eager to learn and explore. His fiery fur glistened in the sunlight, and his bright, intelligent eyes sparkled with determination. He was a beloved member of the village, admired for his bravery and inquisitiveness. Finn set out on his quest, padding softly along the mossy paths of the forest, the earth cool and welcoming beneath his paws. As he wandered, he met his dear friend Luna, a gentle doe with a coat as silvery as moonlight. Luna had a knack for noticing the smallest details, her eyes sharp and perceptive, and she was always ready to lend a helping hoof. "Good morning, Luna." Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his voice a melody of excitement and anticipation. "I'm off to discover the secret behind the shimmering orbs. Would you care to join me?" Luna's eyes sparkled with interest, a gentle curiosity tingling in her heart, and she nodded gracefully. "Of course, Finn. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, after all." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the soft, ethereal glow of the orbs that seemed to dance just ahead of them. As they walked, the forest hummed a gentle melody, a harmonious tune that encouraged their journey and wrapped them in a cocoon of serenity. The path led them to a secluded glade where the sunlight danced through the branches, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In the center of the glade stood a ring of ancient stones, each one covered in intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The orbs clustered around the stones, their light growing brighter as Finn and Luna approached, casting a warm glow that enveloped the clearing in an aura of magic. As they examined the stones, Luna noticed a tiny creature peeking out from behind a fern. It was a sprite, no taller than a pine cone, with wings that shimmered like dewdrops in the morning sun. The sprite's eyes were wide with wonder and a hint of mischief, its presence adding an element of enchantment to the scene. "Hello there," Luna said softly, her voice gentle as a whispering brook, her heart open with kindness. "Do you know anything about these magical orbs?" The sprite fluttered its wings in response, its voice as light as a breeze, filled with the laughter of 1,000 tinkling bells. "I do indeed. These orbs are the dreams of the forest, gathered by the dream weavers. They appear when the forest's heart is filled with joy and harmony." Finn tilted his head, intrigued and eager to learn more. "Dream weavers? Who are they?" The sprite giggled, a sound like wind chimes in the wind, its eyes twinkling with the joy of sharing a secret. "The dream weavers are a group of magical creatures who tend to the dreams of the forest, ensuring they are peaceful and filled with wonder. Only those with pure hearts can see their work." Luna and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the sprite's words. The mystery of the orbs was solved, and it was more beautiful than they had imagined. The forest was sharing its dreams, a gift to those who cherished its magic, a testament to the harmony between nature and its inhabitants. "Thank you," Finn said, bowing his head in gratitude, his heart swelling with appreciation for the forest's gifts. "We will make sure the village knows of this gift, and we will cherish it always." As Finn and Luna turned to leave, the sprite fluttered closer, its tiny form surrounded by an aura of shimmering light. "Remember," it whispered, "the dreams of the forest are fragile and precious. Cherish them, and they will flourish." On their way back, Finn and Luna began to notice subtle signs of the forest's life they had previously overlooked. The rustling leaves whispered tales of ancient times, and the streams sang songs of ages past. Each step they took was accompanied by a symphony, a tribute to the vibrant life that surrounded them. It was as if the forest itself was alive with stories waiting to be told. Stories that now Finn and Luna were more attuned to hearing. As they reached the village, the air was filled with the aroma of fresh pine and wildflowers, a scent that ignited a sense of adventure in Finn and filled Luna with a serene calmness. They gathered the villagers under the shade of the ancient oak, where Sage Feather often shared his tales. Finn spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of newfound wisdom. "Friends, the orbs we see each dawn are the dreams of the forest, collected by the magical dream weavers. They are a testament to the joy and harmony within our home." As he spoke, the villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with awe. Luna then shared the sprite's message, her gentle voice weaving a tapestry of understanding and responsibility. "We must cherish these dreams, for they are fragile and precious. Let us always strive to maintain the harmony that allows these magical moments to flourish." The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with a deeper appreciation for the forest and its wonders. The knowledge of the dreamweavers and the forest's dreams deepened their connection to the land, fostering a renewed sense of responsibility and stewardship. And as the sun set each evening, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the forest would hum its gentle melody, a lullaby of dreams and light, guiding all the creatures of the forest into a peaceful slumber. The story of Finn and Luna's adventure spread beyond Lumina Hollow, reaching neighboring villages, inspiring a wider appreciation for the delicate balance of nature and the magic that dwelled within it. And so, nestled in the heart of Whisperwood, Lumina Hollow continued to thrive, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of life, and where the dreams of the forest danced in harmony with the hearts of its people. As time passed, Finn and Luna became more than just beloved figures in their village. They were seen as guardians of the forest's secrets. Their bond deepened, their friendship transforming into a partnership forged through shared discovery and wonder. They made it a ritual to visit the glade regularly, ensuring that the harmony of the forest was maintained and that the Dreamweaver's work was respected. One evening, as they sat by the ancient stones, Luna confided in Finn her newfound understanding of the forest's dreams. "It's as if we are part of something much larger, Finn," she mused, her voice a gentle echo in the dusk. "The forest's dreams are like threads in an endless tapestry, and we are the weavers alongside the dream weavers." Finn nodded, the weight of her words settling into his heart. "Yes, and it is our duty to protect those threads, to make sure they do not unravel." His voice was firm, yet tinged with the awe of one who understood the gravity of their role. Their dedication inspired others, and soon, villagers of all ages began to join them in their evening visits to the glade. They brought with them songs, stories, and laughter, adding their own dreams to the forests. The glade became a place of gathering, a living testament to the bond between the villagers and the forest. As the years passed, the orbs continued to appear, each one a symbol of the village's enduring harmony. Children grew up hearing tales of the Dreamweavers, and it became a rite of passage to spend a night in the glade, listening to the forest's whispers and dreaming the dreams of the land. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Finn and Luna embarked on a journey to the neighboring village of Bramblewick, a place known for its sprawling berry fields and the sweet scent of fresh-baked goods wafting through the air. They had been invited to share their tale at the annual gathering of the villages, a time when communities from across the forest came together to share stories, wisdom, and dreams. As they traveled, the path twisted through vibrant fields of wildflowers and across gentle hills that rolled like waves beneath the vast azure sky. The air was alive with the chatter of creatures preparing for winter, and the forest buzzed with the promise of new connections and shared dreams. Arriving at Bramblewick, Finn and Luna were warmly welcomed by the villagers, who had heard whispers of Lumina Hollow's magical orbs and the dream weavers. They gathered in the heart of the village, where a great oak stood, its branches outstretched as if embracing the world. Finn shared their story, his words painting vivid images of the orbs, the sprite, and the dream weavers. Luna spoke of the responsibility they all shared in cherishing the dreams of the forest, her gentle voice resonating with hope and unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Bramblewick, Finn and Luna knew they had sparked something special. The villagers of Bramblewick, inspired by the tale, vowed to nurture the harmony within their own home, ensuring the magic of the forest continued to thrive. When they returned to Lumina Hollow, the air seemed crisper, the colors more vibrant, as if the forest itself was celebrating the newfound unity among its inhabitants. Finn and Luna had not only uncovered the mystery of the orbs, but had woven a tapestry of connection that would strengthen the bonds between the villages and the forest for generations to come. And so, Lumina Hollow flourished, a beacon of unity and magic in the heart of Whisperwood Forest. It was a place where dreams were cherished, and where the gentle glow of the orbs illuminated not just the paths of the forest, but the hearts of all who dwelled within it. Story 3. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the treetops danced with the wind and the air was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by hills that rolled gently like the waves of a calm sea, and its cobblestone paths wound through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens overflowing with marigolds and lavender. The air was often alive with the chirping of crickets at dusk and the distant hoot of owls, creating a symphony that lulled the villagers to sleep each night. Willowbrook was a place where magic whispered softly through the leaves, and occasionally showed itself in small, delightful ways. The villagers lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that inhabited the woodlands, sharing tales and trading goods at the weekly market that bustled with laughter and the aroma of freshly baked bread. The market was a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds, where storytellers spun their yarns and children played games of tag under the watchful eyes of their elders. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves drifted down like confetti from the trees, the villagers woke to find something unusual. Overnight, the village's central fountain, known for its sparkling, clear water that bubbled up from a hidden spring, had turned into a pool of swirling colors. It was as if someone had captured the hues of the dawn sky and poured them into the fountain's basin. The colors seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own, reflecting a spectrum that mesmerized and captivated anyone who laid eyes upon it. The phenomenon intrigued everyone, but none more so than young Mara, a curious and observant girl with eyes the color of the summer sky. Mara lived on the edge of the village with her grandmother, a wise woman who was known for her knowledge of herbs and the secret languages of the forest creatures. Mara's days were often spent collecting herbs with her grandmother, listening to tales of old magic, or sketching the forest's ever-changing landscapes in her worn leather journal. Mara loved nothing more than a good mystery, and she felt sure that the colorful fountain was a mystery waiting to be solved. She wrapped a cozy shawl around her shoulders and set off towards the village square, where a small crowd had already gathered. The shawl, a gift from her grandmother, was woven with symbols of protection and warmth, a reminder that Mara was never alone on her adventures. As she approached, she noticed the air shimmered slightly around the fountain, carrying a faint, melodic hum. The villagers were whispering in hushed tones, their breaths visible in the crisp morning air. The fountain had become a focal point, drawing everyone in with its enchanting display. "Perhaps it's a prank by the mischievous pixies," suggested old Thomas, the village blacksmith, his voice as gruff as ever, but with a twinkle in his eye. Thomas was known for his strength and his stories, often regaling the younger villagers with tales of his encounters with the forest's trickster spirits. "Or maybe it's a sign of good fortune," chimed in Clara, the baker's wife, who was known for her optimism as well as her delightful pastries. Clara's laughter was infectious, and her belief in the goodness of the world often lifted the spirits of those around her. Mara listened carefully, her mind racing with possibilities. But she knew she needed more clues to solve this colorful conundrum. She decided to seek the counsel of the wise owl, Orin, who lived in the ancient oak at the edge of the forest. Orin had seen many things in his long life and was known for his sagacity. His wisdom was sought by many, from young lovers seeking advice to elders pondering life's great mysteries. With a determined nod, Mara made her way through the village, the leaves crunching beneath her boots. As she reached the sprawling oak, she called up into its branches, "Orin, wise friend, I seek your guidance." There was a rustling of feathers, and soon Orin appeared, his amber eyes gleaming with gentle wisdom. "Ah, young Mara," he hooted softly, settling on a low branch. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Mara explained the mystery of the fountain, describing how the water had transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Orin listened intently, nodding his head in rhythm with her words. His presence was as calming as the gentle sway of the oak's ancient boughs in the wind. Indeed, a curious thing, Orin mused, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. But fear not, for not all mysteries are meant to worry. Often they are gentle nudges for us to see the world anew. Mara smiled at Orin's reassuring words. "Do you have any idea what might have caused it?" she asked. Orin pondered for a moment, then replied, "There is an old tale, seldom told, of the rainbow fish who swims in the hidden streams beneath the earth. It is said that on rare occasions it surfaces to share its vibrant colors with the world above. Perhaps this is one of those times." Mara's eyes widened with wonder. "The rainbow fish? I've never heard of such a creature." "Few have," Orin replied, a hint of mystery in his voice. "But if you wish to know more, you might seek out the water nymphs, as they are the guardians of the streams and know all that flows within them." Thanking Orin, Mara set off once again, her heart brimming with excitement. She followed the path that led deeper into the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns on the forest floor. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, a reminder of the vibrant life that thrived in its embrace. The water nymphs were known to dwell near the tranquil pond that lay nestled amidst a grove of willow trees. As Mara approached, she could hear the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the soft murmur of the nymph's song, as if the water itself was humming a lullaby. "Hello, dear nymphs," Mara called softly, not wanting to disturb the serene atmosphere. "I seek your wisdom." From the water's edge, 3 nymphs emerged, their hair cascading like waterfalls, eyes sparkling like moonlit ripples. They greeted Mara with kind smiles and listened as she recounted the tale of the colorful fountain. "A visit from the rainbow fish is indeed a rare and wondrous event," said Lyra, the eldest of the nymphs, her voice as smooth as the stream's flow. "It means the earth is in balance and the waters are pure." "But why here and why now?" Mara asked, her curiosity piqued. "The rainbow fish travels far and wide," replied another nymph, Iris, her eyes twinkling like stars. "But it only surfaces where it senses harmony and goodwill. Your village, dear Mara, must have shown such qualities." Mara felt a swell of pride for Willowbrook. "Is there a way to greet the rainbow fish, to thank it for its gift?" The nymphs exchanged knowing glances and smiled. "A simple gesture of kindness will suffice," said Lyra. "Find something that reflects the beauty of your village and offer it to the water." With a heart full of purpose, Mara thanked the nymphs and hurried back to Willowbrook. She thought of all the things that made her village special: the laughter of children, the warmth of shared meals, the vibrant gardens that bloomed in every season. An idea blossomed in her mind, and she set to work with quiet determination. Gathering flowers from her grandmother's garden, each one a burst of color and fragrance, she wove them into a garland, a symbol of the village's spirit. The process of crafting the garland was meditative, allowing Mara to reflect on the love and community that had always surrounded her. As evening descended, casting a golden glow over the village, Mara returned to the fountain. A few villagers had gathered, curious and hopeful. With a gentle smile, Mara placed the garland on the water's surface, watching as it floated gracefully. The villagers held their breath, the air thick with anticipation. Then, slowly, the colors in the fountain began to swirl, brighter and more vivid than ever before. The melodic hum grew, weaving around them like a gentle embrace. And then, shimmering beneath the surface, they caught a glimpse of something magnificent, a flash of iridescent scales, a tail that sparkled with every hue of the rainbow. It was brief, like a dream, but unmistakably the rainbow fish. A collective sigh of wonder swept through the crowd, a shared moment of magic that bound them together. As the colors gradually faded, the fountain returned to its clear, bubbling self, leaving behind a memory that would linger in their hearts. From that day on, the villagers spoke of the rainbow fish with reverence and gratitude. The mystery had been solved, not through force or urgency, but through the gentle art of understanding and respect for the world around them. And Mara, with her keen eyes and open heart, learned that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by unraveling them, but by embracing them with kindness and wonder. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mara returned home, her heart full of the day's wonders. She knew that Willowbrook would forever be a place of harmony and magic, where even the smallest gestures could ripple out like waves, touching the lives of all who called it home. As she lay in bed, the soft crackle of the hearth's fire filling the room with warmth, Mara's thoughts drifted to her grandmother. She remembered how her grandmother would often talk of the symbiotic relationship between the village and the forest, a bond forged through respect and care. It was this bond that had perhaps summoned the rainbow fish, a testament to Willowbrook's harmonious spirit. In the days that followed, Mara found herself more attuned to the subtle magic of her surroundings. She spent hours in the forest, learning the names of every tree and listening to the stories whispered by the wind. Her grandmother, seeing Mara's growing connection with the woods, began teaching her more about the ancient lore of the forest and the creatures that dwelled within. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows over the village, Mara sat with her grandmother by the fire. The elderly woman spoke of a time when she was a girl and the forest had revealed another mystery, a circle of mushrooms that appeared overnight, believed to be the work of fairies. It was a reminder of how the forest had always been a source of wonder and a keeper of secrets. Mara listened, enraptured, and realized that her journey to understand the fountain's magic had only deepened her love for Willowbrook and its stories. She felt a profound sense of belonging, knowing she was part of a community that cherished its history and looked to the future with hope. As the seasons changed and the first snowflakes began to fall, Willowbrook continued to thrive under the watchful eyes of its villagers and the whispering trees. The story of the rainbow fish became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that could be found in the everyday. And so, the village of Willowbrook remained a place where magic danced in the air, where mysteries were embraced with open hearts, and where the gentle hum of the forest always sang a lullaby of peace and unity. One spring morning, as the village awoke to the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle buzz of bees, Mara noticed a subtle change in the air. There was a new energy, a vibrant undercurrent that seemed to pulse through the village, whispering of new beginnings. She felt drawn to the forest once more, compelled by an intuition she couldn't quite place. Setting off along a well-trodden path, Mara wandered deeper into the woods, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in a warm, golden glow. The forest felt alive with possibility, and Mara's heart echoed its rhythm. As she walked, she thought of all the moments that had led her here, the mysteries, the stories, the shared laughter and wisdom of Willowbrook. Her journey led her to a clearing she had never seen before. It was a serene, sun-dappled glade, where the grass was soft and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly in the light. Mara approached the altar with a sense of awe, feeling as though she was stepping into a story that had been waiting for her. She ran her fingers over the carvings, recognizing the symbols of unity and harmony, the same ones her grandmother had taught her. As she stood there, a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the faintest echo of a melody. It was a song she knew well, the same one the nymphs had sung by the pond. It was as if the forest was welcoming her, acknowledging her as a guardian of its mysteries and magic. In that moment, Mara understood that her connection with Willowbrook and the Whispering Wood had deepened beyond her imaginings. She realized she was part of a legacy, a keeper of stories and secrets, a bridge between the village and the enchanting world that surrounded it. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, Mara made her way back to Willowbrook, her spirit alight with the forest's gentle magic. She knew that the village would continue to thrive, its stories growing richer with each passing season, held together by the bonds of love and wonder that had always been its strength. And as she walked, Mara whispered a promise to the forest, a vow to cherish and protect its secrets, to honor the magic that had always been a part of her world. For she knew that in Willowbrook, the dance of life and magic would go on, weaving dreams and stories into the very fabric of their lives. Story 4. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies, there lay a quaint little village named Wisteria Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with wild lavender and the comforting scent of fresh-baked bread that wafted from the bakery on the corner of every street. At the edge of the village, nestled between the towering oaks, stood a small cottage where a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother, known to all as Granny Willow. Granny Willow was renowned for her vast knowledge of the forest and its magical inhabitants. Her home was a haven for the curious and the kind-hearted, where the fireplace crackled with warmth and shelves brimmed with books on herbal remedies and tales of old. Lila adored her grandmother and spent her days exploring the woods, her satchel filled with notebooks and pencils for sketching the wonders she discovered. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the leaves in shades of gold and amber, Lila noticed something peculiar. A series of tiny luminous orbs floated along the path leading from the village to the forest. They danced in the air like fireflies, but their glow was unlike anything Layla had ever seen. Intrigued, she followed the orbs deeper into the woods, her heart fluttering with excitement and curiosity. The trail led her to a small clearing where the ancient willow tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. This tree was said to be the oldest in the forest, and it was a favorite spot for Lila and her friends. But today, the clearing was different. The ground was covered with an unusual pattern of fallen leaves, forming intricate swirls and spirals that seemed to tell a story of their own. As Lila knelt to examine the leaf patterns, she heard a soft rustling from above. Looking up, she was surprised to see a group of tiny creatures peering down at her from the branches. They were the whimsy sprites, known for their playful nature and shimmering wings that reflected the colors of the forest. Lila had heard stories of these sprites, but had never seen them up close. "Hello, little ones," Lila greeted softly, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you the ones who made these beautiful patterns?" The sprites giggled, their laughter like a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. One of them, who wore a crown of acorn caps, fluttered down to sit on Lila's shoulder. "We did," the sprite chimed, "but we didn't mean to cause any confusion. We're trying to solve a mystery of our own." "A mystery?" Lila's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What kind of mystery?" The sprite explained that the forest had been experiencing strange occurrences, the sound of soft bells at dusk, shadows dancing without a source, and the sudden blooming of flowers in the moonlight. The whimsy sprites were concerned that something was amiss, and they hoped to uncover the reason behind these enchanting yet puzzling events. Lila, feeling a sense of kinship with the sprites, offered her help. "Perhaps if we work together, we can find the answers we're looking for," she suggested with a warm smile. Together, Leela and the sprites began their investigation. They wandered through the forest, observing the gentle creatures that lived there. Rabbits with velvety ears, deer with eyes like pools of wisdom, and birds that sang melodies sweet enough to lull the stars to sleep. The sprites flitted from branch to branch, their wings casting iridescent shadows on the forest floor. As they explored, Lila noticed a pattern in the occurrences. The sounds of bells seemed to echo from the direction of the whispering stream, where the water flowed with a melody of its own. The shadows, she realized, were most active near the ancient willow tree, where the sun filtered through the leaves in a dance of light and darkness, and the flowers that bloomed at night were always nearest to the moonlit glades. The key to the mystery, Lila surmised, lay in the interplay of natural and magical elements within the forest. She remembered Granny Willow's teachings, that nature and magic were intertwined, each influencing the other in delicate harmony. With a thoughtful expression, Lila turned to the sprites. "I think I know what might be happening," she said. "The forest is trying to communicate with us. It's like a song that needs to be heard and understood." The sprite on her shoulder nodded eagerly. "But how can we listen to the forest's song?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling the stories her grandmother had shared. "We need to find someone who can help us decipher the forest's language, someone who can bridge the world of magic and nature." The sprites exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. There was only one creature in the forest with such wisdom, the wise old owl named Orion, who lived in the tallest pine at the heart of the woods. Orion was known for his keen insight and his ability to see beyond the ordinary. Determined, Lila and the sprites made their way to Orion's tree. As they approached, the moon began to rise, casting a silver glow across the forest. High above, Orion sat perched on a branch, his eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "Welcome, young Lila and friends," Orion hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my abode on this fine evening?" Lila explained the mysterious events and her theory that the forest was trying to convey a message. Orion listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. When she finished, he spread his wings, which shimmered like the night sky, and spoke with a thoughtful tone. "The forest indeed speaks in its own way," Orion said. "The sounds you hear, the shadows you see, and the flowers that bloom are all expressions of its heart. It is not a mystery to be solved, but a story to be told." "But how can we understand its story?" Lila asked, eager to learn. "By listening with more than your ears," Orion replied. "Feel the rhythm of the earth beneath your feet, the whisper of the wind in the trees, and the glow of the moonlight on your skin. The forest will share its secrets with those who seek with an open heart." Lila closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill her lungs. She allowed herself to become attuned to the sounds around her, the gentle babble of the stream, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a nightingale. Slowly, she began to sense a melody, a harmony of nature and magic, woven together like the threads of a tapestry. As she opened her eyes, she saw the sprites gathered around her, their wings shimmering with newfound understanding. They too had felt the forest's song, and it filled them with joy and wonder. "The forest is happy," Lila said softly, a smile spreading across her face. "It's celebrating the change of seasons, the turning of time, the bells, the shadows, the blooms. They're all part of its dance." Orion nodded, satisfied with Lila's insight. "Indeed, young one, the forest rejoices in its own way, and you have learned to listen. That is a gift few possess." With the mystery unveiled, Lila and the sprites thanked Orion for his guidance and began their journey back to the village. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its song a gentle lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. As they neared the edge of the forest, the sprites paused, hovering in a sparkling cluster. "Thank you, Lila," the acorn-crowned sprite said. "You've helped us see our home in a new light." Lila waved as they fluttered back into the forest, their laughter blending with the sounds of the night. She continued along the familiar path, her heart light with the bonds she had formed and the secrets she had uncovered. Upon reaching the village, Lila noticed the aroma of fresh pastries wafting from the bakery, mingling with the crisp autumn air. It was a comforting reminder of home, anchoring her to the warmth of Wisteria Hollow. When Lila finally returned home, Granny Willow was waiting by the fire, her eyes twinkling with pride. Lila recounted her adventure, her voice full of the wonder she had experienced. Granny Willow nodded approvingly, her heart swelling with admiration for her granddaughter's courage and wisdom. "Remember, Lila," Granny Willow said softly, "the world is full of mysteries, each with its own story. And sometimes the greatest understanding comes not from seeking answers, but from listening and feeling." That evening, as the fire crackled and cast flickering shadows on the walls, Granny Willow shared a tale of her own. It was a story of the time when she, too, was a curious child, exploring the depths of the forest with her own sense of wonder. She spoke of a hidden grotto, where the light refracted through the crystal-clear waters, casting rainbows on the cave walls. It was a place of serene beauty, where the forest's magic felt most alive. As Granny Willow's voice wove a tapestry of words, Lila realized that her grandmother's tales were not just stories. They were pieces of history, of tradition, passed down through generations. They were a reminder that the magic of the forest was timeless, its stories ever evolving with each new discovery. Later that evening, Lila sat by the window, sketching the day's adventure in her notebook. Her drawings captured the whimsical patterns of the leaves, the luminous orbs, and the wise countenance of Orion. Each stroke of her pencil was a celebration of the day's journey, a testament to the magic she had embraced. As Lila snuggled into her bed, the soft glow of the moonlight spilling through the window, she felt a deep sense of peace. The forest song lingered in her heart, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the world. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of whispering woods and dancing shadows, where mysteries awaited to be discovered, and stories were waiting to be told. While the days grew shorter and the forest donned its winter cloak, Lila's bond with the woods remained strong. She spent her afternoons wandering through the frost-tipped meadows, the world around her transformed into a glistening wonderland. Each visit to the whispering woods revealed new secrets, deeper connections between nature and magic that continued to inspire her. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Lila decided to visit the whispering stream, where she had heard the mysterious bell sounds. As she approached, the gentle murmur of the water grew louder, and the air was filled with an ethereal melody that seemed to beckon her closer. Kneeling at the stream's edge, she noticed the way the sunlight danced on the water's surface, creating a dazzling array of colors. It was then she saw them. Tiny water nymphs, their translucent bodies shimmering in the light. They were playing tiny silver bells, their music harmonizing with the babble of the stream. "Greetings, Lila," one of the nymphs sang, her voice as soft as the water's flow. "We've heard of your kindness and your quest to understand the forest's magic." Lila felt a warmth spread through her, the nymph's words a gentle caress to her soul. "Your music is beautiful," she replied, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Does it have a purpose?" The nymph nodded, her eyes twinkling like the stream's reflection. "Our song is a celebration of life's flow, a reminder that all things are connected. Just as the stream nourishes the forest, so too do our melodies nourish the spirit of the woods." As Lila listened, she felt an overwhelming sense of unity with the forest, as if she were a single thread woven into its vast tapestry. The nymph's music resonated within her, a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things. Inspired by their wisdom, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories yet untold. She spent the evening recounting her encounter with the water nymphs to Granny Willow, whose eyes shone with pride. "You have a gift, Lila," Granny Willow said, her voice tender with admiration. "Not just for seeing the magic in the world, but for sharing it with others. Remember, the stories you discover are meant to be shared, so they can inspire and awaken wonder in those around you." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in her grandmother's words. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to share the magic of the forest with the people of Wisteria Hollow. In the days that followed, Lila began organizing small gatherings in the village square, where she shared her adventures and the lessons she had learned. Her stories captivated the villagers, sparking a newfound appreciation for the woods that surrounded them. As she spoke of the whimsy sprites, Orion the wise owl, and the harmonious nymphs, Lila noticed the way her words wove a spell of their own, enchanting her listeners and drawing them into the magic she had experienced. Through her tales, Lila realized that the stories of the forest were not just about uncovering mysteries, but about connecting people, weaving a web of understanding and wonder that bound them together. And so, the magic of the Whispering Woods spread beyond its borders, its stories carried on the wind, whispered in the leaves, and etched into the hearts of those who dared to dream and listen. As the seasons turned, Lila continued her explorations, her bond with the forest growing ever deeper. And with each new discovery, she knew that the heart of the Whispering Woods would forever be her home, a place where stories and dreams intertwined, echoing across time like the gentle lullabies sung by the trees. In the heart of winter, as snow blanketed the village, Layla found herself drawn to a place she had never dared explore, the ancient grove known as the Circle of Stones. This sacred place was rumored to be the meeting ground for the forest's oldest magic, a place where time itself seemed to stand still. The path to the circle was hidden beneath layers of snow, but Layla felt an inexplicable pull guiding her steps. As she walked, the world around her quieted, the only sound the soft crunch of snow beneath her boots. The air was crisp, each breath a puff of mist that vanished into the ether. Upon reaching the grove, Layla paused, her breath catching at the sight before her. The circle of stones stood tall and silent, each stone etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly, as if whispering secrets known only to the earth. In the center, the snow lay untouched, a smooth, pristine blanket that sparkled in the pale winter sun. Feeling a sense of reverence, Layla stepped into the circle, her heart thrumming in her chest. As she moved, the air around her seemed to shimmer, the cold retreating to be replaced by a gentle warmth. It was then she noticed she was not alone. Hovering above the snow was a figure of ethereal beauty, its form shifting with the play of light and shadow. It was the spirit of the grove, the guardian of this sacred place, its presence both awe-inspiring and comforting. "Welcome, seeker of stories," the spirit intoned, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "You have come far and learned much. What is it you seek here?" Layla's voice was a whisper, her words carrying the weight of her journey. "I seek to understand the heart of the forest, to hear the stories that have yet to be told." The spirit regarded her with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. The heart of the forest is woven with the threads of all who dwell within it, the seen and unseen, the past and the present. It is a tapestry ever-changing, a story without end. As the spirit spoke, the runes on the stones began to glow brighter, casting a soft luminescence over the grove. Layla felt a connection to everything around her, the stones, the trees, the very earth beneath her feet. It was as if she were part of a vast living web, each thread a story waiting to be shared. "Remember, young one," the spirit continued, "the magic of the forest is not just in its tales, but in the connections they forge. It is through your stories that the forest lives on, its heart beating in harmony with those who listen and dream." Layla nodded, a sense of clarity washing over her. She realized that her journey was not just about uncovering the mysteries of the forest, but about sharing them, breathing life into the stories that would inspire generations to come. With a gentle nod of farewell, the spirit of the grove faded into the light, leaving Layla standing in the circle of stones, her heart aglow with newfound purpose. As she made her way back to Wisteria Hollow, the snow swirling around her, Layla felt a profound sense of peace. The forest's stories were now a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. And she knew that with each tale she told, the heart of the Whispering Woods would continue to beat, echoing the timeless magic of a world where stories and dreams intertwined. Story 5. The Tale of the Whispering Brook, extended. In the heart of a small village nestled at the edge of the ancient Whispering Woods, a young boy named Finn lived. Known for his curiosity and kindness, Finn possessed an insatiable love for exploring the mysterious forest that bordered his home. The village elders often spoke in hushed tones about the enchanted nature of Whispering Woods, where it was said that trees could speak and streams carried tales from the past, like the murmurs of old friends. The village itself was a quaint collection of thatched roof cottages, their walls adorned with ivy and surrounded by fields of wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The air was perpetually infused with the sweet aroma of lavender and honeysuckle, emanating from the lovingly tended gardens. Villagers, a close-knit community, often gathered in the village square, sharing stories and laughter under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak that stood at its center. Its gnarled branches reached skyward, bearing silent witness to the passage of time. On a crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced their way to the forest floor, Finn set off on another adventure. He was accompanied by his loyal companion, Luna, a wise old fox with fur as silvery as moonlight, and a pair of eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons. Luna had been Finn's friend since he was a toddler, guiding him safely through the woods with her keen instincts and gentle spirit. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth. The crunch of leaves underfoot was rhythmic, a natural accompaniment to the symphony of birdsong above. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the path ahead. It was a day unlike any other, for Finn felt an unusual pull towards a part of the woods he had never explored. "Do you hear that, Luna?" Finn asked, pausing to listen more intently. The breeze carried a soft, melodic murmur, almost like a lullaby. It beckoned to them, weaving through the trees and wrapping around Finn's senses like a warm blanket. Luna flicked her ears and nodded, understanding the call as if it were an old friend. The pair followed the sound, which grew clearer with each step. Before long, they arrived at a secluded glen, where a brook babbled gently over smooth stones, its melody a gentle whisper among the rustling leaves. The water shimmered in the sunlight, its surface reflecting the surrounding trees in a dance of light and shadow. Finn knelt beside the brook, captivated by its beauty. "This is the Whispering Brook," Luna said, her voice soft and reverent. "It holds the secrets of the forest." Finn leaned closer, listening intently. To his amazement, the brook's murmurs turned into discernible words, telling stories of the woods and its inhabitants. Tales of wise old owls, mischievous squirrels, and the occasional wandering spirit filled the air, each more fascinating than the last. As the brook shared its stories, Finn noticed a peculiar object glinting beneath the water's surface. Reaching in, he pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. It was light and delicate, with patterns of leaves and vines etched along its length. "What is this?" Finn asked, showing the flute to Luna. "It is a gift," Luna replied, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "The forest offers it to those who listen with an open heart." With a sense of wonder, Finn brought the flute to his lips and played a tentative note. The sound was pure and sweet, echoing through the trees like a gentle breeze. As he played, the forest seemed to come alive, each note resonating with the world around him. Days turned to weeks, and Finn visited the Whispering Brook whenever he could. The flute became a part of him, its music a bridge between his heart and the forest's soul. With each melody, he learned more about the woods and its hidden wonders, gaining wisdom and insight he never thought possible. One day, while playing by the brook, Finn noticed a change in the air. The usual harmony of the forest was disrupted, replaced by a tense, uneasy silence. Luna, ever vigilant, stood at Finn's side, her ears alert and eyes scanning the surroundings. From the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked in mist and mystery. It was the spirit of the woods, a guardian as old as the forest itself. Its presence was both commanding and serene, with eyes that shimmered like stars. "Fear not, young one," the spirit said, its voice a soothing melody. "I come with a request." Finn, though taken aback, felt no fear. He nodded, urging the spirit to continue. "The balance of the forest is threatened," the spirit explained. "A darkness stirs, seeking to unravel the harmony that binds us all." Finn listened intently, understanding the gravity of the situation. The forest, a place he loved dearly, was in peril. "What can I do?" Finn asked, his voice resolute. "The flute you hold is the key," the spirit replied. "Its music can awaken the ancient guardians of the forest, those who will restore balance and light." Determined to help, Finn set off on a journey through the Whispering Woods, guided by Luna and the spirit's wisdom. They traversed dense thickets, crossed glistening streams, and climbed steep hills, the flute's melody leading the way. Along their path, they encountered creatures of the forest who joined their quest: an owl with eyes like amber, a stag with antlers crowned in moss, and a rabbit whose fur was as soft as the clouds. Each offered their unique skills and knowledge, forming a bond of friendship that grew stronger with every step. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, a place untouched by time where ancient trees stood like silent sentinels. The air was rich with the scent of moss and the distant song of unseen birds. It was here that Finn's flute took on a life of its own, its notes weaving through the forest like a bright guiding star. As they traveled, Finn's music resonated with the land, calling forth the ancient guardians. These mighty beings, once slumbering in the heart of the forest, awakened to Finn's song. They rose from the earth, their forms majestic and powerful, embodying the essence of the woods. With the guardians at his side, Finn faced the encroaching darkness. It was a formidable foe, shrouded in shadows and whispers of malice. But Finn, undeterred, played his flute with all his heart. The music soared through the forest, a symphony of hope and unity. The guardians responded in kind, channeling their strength into Finn's melody. Together, they wove a tapestry of light and life, dispelling the darkness and restoring harmony to the whispering woods. As the last notes faded into the evening air, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The balance was restored, the threat vanquished. Finn, Luna, and their newfound friends stood together, a testament to the power of friendship and courage. The spirit of the woods appeared once more, its presence a gentle embrace. "You have done well, young one," it said, its voice filled with gratitude. "The forest is safe, thanks to your bravery and the bond you share with your friends." Finn smiled, his heart full of warmth and contentment. The journey had changed him, deepening his connection with the forest and teaching him the true value of friendship and unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Finn and his companions made their way back to the village. The whispering woods, now at peace, sang a gentle lullaby, a promise of new adventures and endless wonder. Returning to the village, Finn found himself welcomed by the villagers, who had watched the transformation of the woods from a distance. Their eyes shone with a mixture of awe and gratitude, recognizing the young boy who had become their hero. The village square, once filled with stories of caution about the woods, now buzzed with tales of Finn's bravery and the magical creatures who aided him. Amidst the joyous celebration, Finn noticed an elderly woman standing at the edge of the crowd, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. She was the village storyteller, a keeper of ancient lore and secrets. With a gentle nod, she beckoned Finn to approach. "You have done something remarkable," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Yet, there is more to learn. The Whispering Woods have seen many cycles, and each brings new challenges." Intrigued, Finn listened as the storyteller revealed a hidden history of the woods, tales of past heroes, and the eternal dance between light and shadow. With each story, Finn's understanding deepened, his resolve to protect the forest growing ever stronger. And so, with Luna at his side and the flute cradled in his hands, Finn returned home, forever a part of the magical world that lay just beyond the trees. The Whispering Brook, with its endless tales and timeless wisdom, remained a cherished friend, ever ready to share its secrets with those who dared to listen. In the quiet of his room, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Finn closed his eyes, the melody of the flute lingering in his heart. He drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the forest and the friends he had made, knowing that they would always be with him, a guiding light through the tapestry of life. As Finn slept, the forest began to reveal itself in his dreams, a vivid tapestry of colors and sounds, each element whispering secrets of the past and visions of the future. He saw the spirit of the woods, now a part of him, guiding him through new paths and unexplored mysteries, promising that the adventures were far from over. The dreams carried him further, unveiling the intricate web of life within the Whispering Woods. He saw the trees, their roots intertwined like the fingers of old friends, whispering ancient secrets to one another. Birds with feathers as vibrant as jewels flitted through the branches, their songs weaving a delicate harmony with the wind. In his dream, Finn encountered a new ally, a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows, whose eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. The figure spoke in riddles, offering guidance and wisdom, hinting at challenges yet to come, and the strength Finn would need to muster. And so, with the forest's lullaby echoing softly in the night, Finn slept soundly, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the magic of the Whispering Woods, knowing that the bond he shared with the forest and its creatures would guide him in the adventures yet to come. As the night deepened, the dream shifted, unfolding a new vision of a different part of the Whispering Woods, where the trees were adorned with bioluminescent moss that glowed softly like the embers of a dying fire. Finn found himself walking along a path that seemed to lead to a forgotten part of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the rustle of leaves whispered an ancient song of time. There, in the heart of this hidden glen, stood a circle of stones, each etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light. Finn felt a pull towards the stones, an invitation to uncover the mysteries they held. As he approached, the flute in his hand began to hum with anticipation. resonating with the energy of the place. Suddenly, the mysterious figure from his earlier dream appeared, stepping out from the shadows. It was an enigmatic presence, cloaked in a mantle of twilight, its face obscured but for the eyes that shone with an ancient wisdom. The figure gestured to the stones, its voice a soft echo in the stillness. "This is a place of great power," the figure said, its words weaving through Finn's mind like a gentle stream. "Here, the threads of time and nature converge, and those who seek wisdom may find the answers they need." Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of purpose. He understood that his journey was far from over, and that the forest held many more secrets waiting to be unveiled. The stones, with their silent song, seemed to promise knowledge and insight, a deeper connection to the world he loved. As the dream faded and dawn's light began to seep through his window, Finn awoke with a renewed sense of determination. The forest, with its endless mysteries and wonders, called to him once more, and he knew he would answer. Thus, with Luna by his side and the flute in his hand, Finn prepared for the adventures yet to come, eager to explore the depths of the whispering woods and protect the delicate balance of the world that had become his home. 6. In the heart of the quaint village of Willow Glade, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, stood a little cottage with a thatched roof and a garden ablaze with wildflowers. The cottage belonged to a gentle-hearted girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit leaf. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout the village for her stories and kindness. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Lila discovered an old wooden chest hidden beneath a loose floorboard in her grandmother's attic. Her fingers tingled with curiosity as she pried it open, revealing a peculiar object inside, a small, intricately carved mirror, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. As Lila peered into the mirror, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips and up her arms. The mirror began to glow softly, and Lila could suddenly hear the faintest of whispers, like a gentle breeze through the trees. The mirror, it seemed, held the power to reveal the hidden thoughts and feelings of those around her, a gift that could see into the heart's deepest desires. Astonished by her discovery, Lila decided to confide in her grandmother, who listened with her ever-patient smile. "Ah, my dear," Grandma said, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, "this mirror is a rare and precious thing. It can show you the truth that lies beneath the surface. But remember, the greatest wisdom lies in understanding and compassion." With her grandmother's advice echoing in her heart, Lila set out on a journey through the village. Her first stop was the bustling marketplace, where the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the chatter of villagers. As she wandered among the stalls, she noticed a young boy sitting alone, his eyes downcast and his posture slumped. Lila approached him and, holding the mirror before her, saw not just his sad expression, but the swirling colors of worry and loneliness that enveloped him. She knelt beside him, gently asking, "What troubles you, my friend?" The boy, whose name was Tom, looked up with surprise. "It's my father," he admitted softly. "He's been working so hard since Mama passed, and I feel like I've lost him too." Lila's heart ached for him, and she remembered her grandmother's words. "Sometimes," she said with a soft smile, "we must share our burdens to lighten them. Perhaps your father needs to hear how you feel." Encouraged by Lila's kindness, Tom nodded, a spark of hope kindling in his eyes. With a newfound determination, he promised to speak with his father, and Lila continued on her way, her heart warmed by their exchange. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the village in hues of orange and pink, Lila found herself near the edge of the whispering woods. There she met an old woodcutter named Finn, his face weathered but his eyes bright with stories untold. Finn was known for his laughter, but today his smile seemed forced. Lila offered the mirror to Finn, and as he gazed into its depths, she saw the flicker of fatigue and worry beneath his jovial facade. "Ah, lass," Finn chuckled, though his voice was lined with weariness. "These old bones aren't what they used to be, and this forest grows denser every day." With gentle understanding, Lila suggested, "Perhaps it's time to teach others your craft, to share the wisdom of your years." Finn's eyes softened at her words, his heart lightening with the prospect of passing on his knowledge to eager learners. He thanked Lila, his laughter genuine once more, and she continued her journey, feeling the warmth of the setting sun on her face. As twilight descended, Leela returned home, her thoughts lingering on the kindness and understanding she had witnessed throughout the day. Her grandmother welcomed her with a steaming cup of chamomile tea, and they sat together by the crackling fire, the mirror resting on the mantel. "You've done well, my dear," Grandma said, her voice a soothing balm. "Remember, insight and understanding are gifts best shared, for they sow the seeds of kindness and connection." Lila smiled, the day's experiences weaving into the fabric of her heart. She understood now that the mirror's true magic lay not in revealing hidden thoughts, but in fostering empathy and compassion. It was a lesson she would carry with her always, a gentle reminder that the world was brighter when seen through the lens of understanding. As the fire flickered softly, casting warm shadows across the walls, Lila and her grandmother sat in peaceful companionship. Outside, the stars began their nightly vigil, twinkling like tiny beacons of hope in the velvet sky. And so, in the cozy embrace of her little cottage, Leela drifted into a restful sleep, the whispers of the mirror a comforting lullaby, promising that tomorrow would bring new adventures, new friends, and the timeless joy of kindness shared. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic whispered through every leaf and stream, there lived a young fox named Russet. Her fur was the color of autumn sunsets, and her eyes shone with a curiosity that knew no bounds. Russet's home was a cozy den beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak tree, nestled in the heart of the Everwood forest. It was a place of wonder, where glowing mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and the very air seemed to hum with enchantment. One crisp morning, Russet ventured out to gather berries for her breakfast, but as she approached her favorite patch, she noticed something strange. The bushes were bare, not a single berry in sight. Russet's nose twitched with confusion. Just the day before, the branches had been laden with plump, juicy berries. Puzzled, Russet decided to investigate. She sniffed around the bushes, her sharp eyes scanning for clues. That's when she noticed a trail of tiny footprints leading deeper into the forest. Curiosity piqued. Russet followed the trail, her paws light on the soft earth. The footprints led her to a hollow log, where she heard the faintest of giggles. Peering inside, Russet found herself face to face with a group of mischievous pixies, their cheeks stuffed with berries. "Well, hello there," one of the pixies squeaked, spraying crumbs. "Fancy meeting a fox in these parts." Russet couldn't help but laugh at the pixies' antics. "It seems you've helped yourselves to quite a feast," she said warmly. The pixies shared a sheepish look. "We couldn't resist," another admitted. "Those berries were simply too delicious." Russet understood their predicament. The forest's bounty was meant to be shared, after all. "How about we make a deal?" she suggested. "If you help me gather more berries, I'll show you the best patches and we can all enjoy them together." The pixies' eyes lit up with delight. "A splendid idea!" they chorused, zipping out of the log in a flurry of tiny wings. With the pixies' aid, Russet soon had baskets overflowing with berries of every kind. And true to her word, she shared the bounty with her new friends, teaching them the ways of the forest in exchange for their help. From that day on, Russet and the pixies became the closest companions. Whenever strange occurrences puzzled the creatures of the Everwood, they worked together to solve the mysteries, their laughter and camaraderie echoing through the ancient trees. And as night fell, Russet would curl up in her den, her belly full of berries and her heart full of contentment, knowing that in the Everwood, every mystery held the promise of new friendships and adventures. Story 8. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as a midsummer's day and eyes that shimmered with the promise of adventure. She often spent her days exploring the lush meadows and listening to the songs of the babbling brook that danced through the village. But one particular morning, a peculiar sight captured her imagination, a shimmering path of golden leaves snaking into the dense heart of the enchanted forest. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted forest with a mix of awe and reverence. It was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary, where time trickled like honey, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming magnolias. No one in the village dared to venture too far into its depths, for it was a place draped in mystery and magic. But Lila, with her boundless curiosity, felt an irresistible pull to discover what lay beyond the familiar borders. With a gentle nod from the sun dipping its toes into the horizon, Lila set off, her feet crunching softly on the golden leaves. The path wound through towering trees, whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As she stepped deeper into the forest, the world around her transformed. The air grew cooler, carrying the fragrance of wild thyme and lavender, and the light took on a soft, dreamlike quality, as though filtered through a prism of dew. Lila's heart beat with a rhythmic excitement as she encountered the first of many wonders, a glade where luminous butterflies wove intricate patterns in the air, their wings glistening like shards of stained glass. They fluttered around her, their gentle presence a welcome invitation into their kaleidoscopic world. One particularly brave butterfly landed on her shoulder, its touch as light as a whisper, and Lila laughed, feeling a connection to the vibrant life surrounding her. Journeying further, she stumbled upon a babbling brook, its waters twinkling like liquid stars. There, nestled on the mossy bank, was a family of whimsical creatures, fluffernums as they were called, with fur as soft as clouds and eyes bright as marigolds. They were busy stacking smooth pebbles into curious towers, their paws working with quiet dedication. Noticing Lila, they greeted her with a chorus of cheerful chirps, and she couldn't help but join in their playful activity, stacking pebbles with deft hands and a heart full of joy. As she traveled deeper, a gentle challenge awaited her, a bridge of vines that swayed over a glistening ravine. The bridge seemed alive, its tendrils whispering encouragement as Lila approached. Though it wobbled under her weight, her resolve never faltered. With each step, she felt the strength within her grow, a quiet confidence blooming like the petals of a hidden flower. Reaching the other side, she turned to see the vines twining together in a harmonious dance, as if applauding her bravery. In the heart of the forest, Lila discovered a serene clearing bathed in the golden glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that reached upwards like welcoming arms. Nestled within its roots was a small, shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky's myriad colors. Lila knelt beside it, peering into its depths, and was greeted by the sight of her own reflection, serene and content. It was here, in this tranquil haven, that Lila understood the subtle lesson the forest had whispered to her all along. Courage, she realized, was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. The forest had revealed her strengths, curiosity, kindness, and the quiet courage to take each step forward, even when the path was uncertain. As dusk began to weave its velvet cloak over the world, Lila retraced her steps, the forest now a familiar friend. The butterflies danced around her once more, the fluffernums waved their tiny paws in farewell, and the golden leaves crunched softly beneath her feet. Emerging from the forest, she found the village bathed in the soft glow of evening, the chimneys puffing lazy tendrils of smoke into the star-studded sky. Her journey had come full circle, and as she settled into her cozy bed that night, Lila knew that the magic of the enchanted forest would forever live in her heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lay beyond the horizon, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. And so, with a heart full of wonder and dreams as bright as the stars above, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, ready for the adventures that tomorrow would bring. Story 11. In the heart of an age-old forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a realm untouched by time. This was a place where the songs of the earth hummed in harmony with the rustle of the canopy, where sunlight dappled the forest floor with patterns as intricate as the stories woven into the fabric of the woods. Here, the creatures of the forest lived lives steeped in the quiet magic of nature, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. Among these creatures was a gentle deer named Leora, whose coat shimmered like morning dew under the first light of dawn. Leora had always been enchanted by the world around her, her keen eyes soaking in the vibrant greens of spring and the fiery hues of autumn. She roamed the forest with a grace that seemed to ripple through the very air, her every step a testament to the balance that held this magical world together. In this forest, a time of great change was approaching. The transition from summer to autumn was a sacred event, marked by the dance of the aurora blossom, a rare and wondrous flower that bloomed only when the balance between the seasons was perfectly aligned. It was said that the aurora blossom held the power to restore harmony to any disruption in nature, and its blooming was a sign of peace and equilibrium. As the leaves began to turn, whispers spread through the forest that the aurora blossom might not bloom this year. The weather had been unpredictable, with storms that tore through the canopy and winds that howled like lost spirits. The creatures of the forest felt the imbalance keenly, their routines disrupted by the erratic changes. It was during one such storm, as the rain cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, that Leora sought shelter beneath the ancient boughs of the great oak. There, nestled in the roots of the wise old tree, Leora met the owl sage, a venerable bird known for his vast knowledge and insight. His eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the stories of countless seasons. "The balance of our forest is at risk, young Leora," the owl sage hooted softly, his voice a gentle caress against the backdrop of the storm. "The aurora blossom must bloom, but the path is obscured by confusion and unrest." Leora's heart, as tender as the petals of the most delicate flower, ached at the thought of her home in turmoil. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice barely louder than the patter of rain. "You must seek the wisdom of the elemental spirits," the owl sage replied, his feathers ruffling gently as a breeze stirred the damp air. "They reside at the heart of the forest, where the four elements converge. It is they who hold the key to restoring harmony." With newfound purpose, Leora set out on her journey, guided by the whispered directions of the owl sage. The path was not easy, the forest was vast, and the way was often obscured by the thick underbrush. Yet Leora pressed on, her heart a beacon of determination amidst the shadows. Along the way she met a variety of creatures, each offering their own piece of advice and encouragement. A family of squirrels, busy storing acorns for the winter, shared stories of seasons past and the resilience of nature. Their tales wrapped around Leora like a comforting blanket, reminding her that even in times of uncertainty, life continued to flourish. The journey led Leora to the base of a cascading waterfall, where the air was filled with a mist that sparkled in the sunlight. Here, the elemental spirits awaited her arrival. The spirit of water, a shimmering figure that danced with the currents, was the first to speak. "The land and the sky have lost their rhythm," she murmured, her voice like the gentle lap of waves against the shore. "Find the song of the earth, and the aurora blossom will bloom." The spirit of fire, a flickering presence that radiated warmth and light, added, "It is the warmth of understanding and the light of friendship that will guide you." The spirit of earth, solid and enduring, spoke next. "Listen to the stories of the stones and the whispers of the roots. They will lead you to the heart of the forest." Finally, the spirit of air, a playful breeze that rustled the leaves, said, "Trust in the currents of the wind, for they carry the wisdom of ages." With their guidance echoing in her heart, Leora continued her quest, her senses attuned to the subtle cues of the forest. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the babble of brooks, and the distant calls of birds, each sound weaving into a symphony of nature's song. It was a melody of life, a testament to the beauty of balance and harmony. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Leora came upon a clearing where the earth hummed with a vibrant energy. Here in this sacred space she found the aurora blossom, its buds tightly closed, waiting for the right moment to unfurl. Leora knew what she had to do. She took a deep breath, letting the wisdom of the elemental spirits guide her. With gentle steps she approached the flower, her heart open to the song of the earth. She sang softly, a melody that spoke of unity and peace, a tune taught to her by the wind and the water, the fire and the earth. As her song rose and fell, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting, watching. And then, as if drawn by an unseen force, the aurora blossom began to bloom. Its petals opened slowly, revealing a radiant core that pulsed with the colors of the dawn. A soft glow spread through the clearing, touching every leaf and branch, every creature that had gathered to witness the miracle. The forest sighed with relief, the balance restored, the harmony renewed. As the glow of the aurora blossom faded into the gentle hues of twilight, Leora stood in the clearing, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The forest had found its song once more, and with it a deep sense of peace settled over the land. With the wisdom of the elemental spirits and the strength of friendship, Leora had helped restore the natural order. As she made her way back to the great oak, the creatures of the forest gathered around her, their hearts swelling with gratitude and admiration. The owl sage awaited her return, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Leora," he said, his voice warm with approval. "The forest will remember your kindness and courage for generations to come." And so, under the light of the rising moon, the forest sang a lullaby of peace and unity, a song that would echo through the ages, carried on the winds to the farthest corners of the earth. In the heart of the forest, where magic and reality intertwined, life continued to thrive, its roots anchored deep in the soil of wisdom and wonder. The balance was restored, and all was well in the ancient forest, a sanctuary of harmony and hope. Story 12. In a realm where the sun's golden rays danced playfully through a canopy of emerald leaves, there existed an ancient forest known as Whispering Wood. The forest was a mosaic of towering trees, whose branches seemed to touch the sky, while their roots embraced the earth with a tenderness akin to a mother's hug. Beneath this verdant crown, a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of pine and the delicate perfume of wildflowers, weaving a tapestry of tranquility. Whispering Wood was not just a forest. It was a sanctuary, a living testament to the harmony between nature and magic. Within its depths lived an array of creatures, each playing their part in the symphony of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Glynn, whose shell bore the markings of countless seasons. Glynn was the guardian of the forest's secrets, his slow, deliberate movements a reminder of the timeless wisdom passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest floor was blanketed with leaves in hues of amber and scarlet, Glynn set out on his daily stroll. The air was crisp with the promise of change, and the whisper of the wind carried stories of the forest's hidden wonders. As Glynn ambled along, he came upon a young deer named Bramble, her coat dappled with the fading light of autumn. She was nibbling on some tender shoots, her ears twitching in curiosity. "Good morning, young Bramble," Glynn greeted in his low, gravelly voice. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Bramble looked up with bright, inquisitive eyes. "Good morning, Glynn. I was just exploring and came across these delicious shoots," she replied. "But I've noticed the stream nearby has grown quieter. Do you know why?" Glynn nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling with the light of ancient knowledge. "Ah, yes, the stream's song changes with the seasons, just as our lives do. As autumn deepens, the rains lessen, and the stream's voice softens to a whisper before winter's embrace." Bramble tilted her head, contemplating Glynn's words. "Is there a way to help the stream sing its song more loudly, even as the seasons change?" Glynn smiled, a gentle warmth spreading across his face. "The forest thrives on balance and respect, dear Bramble. Just as we must adapt to the seasons, so too must the stream. However, we can always lend a hand to ensure harmony. Come, let us visit the heart of the forest, where the great oak stands, and seek its counsel." Together, they made their way through the forest, the ground soft beneath their feet, cushioned by layers of fallen leaves. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels preparing for winter, and the distant call of birds migrating south. As they walked, Glynn shared tales of the forest's past, stories of creatures who had come before and learned the ways of the wood. Eventually, they arrived at the great oak, a colossal tree whose branches stretched wide, providing shelter and wisdom to all who sought it. Its trunk was robust, with bark that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Glynn and Bramble settled at its roots, feeling the earth's gentle hum beneath them. "Great oak," Glynn called out, his voice reverberating through the clearing. "We seek your wisdom in maintaining the harmony of our beloved forest." The great oak stirred, its leaves rustling like 1,000 tiny whispers. "Welcome, Glynn and Bramble," it replied in a voice deep and resonant as the earth itself. "What troubles your hearts?" Bramble, encouraged by the oak's presence, spoke up. "The stream's voice is fading, and I wish to know how we might help it sing through the seasons." The great oak pondered for a moment, its leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight. "The stream, like all of us, is part of a greater cycle," it began. "Its song is a reflection of the forest's balance. To help it, you must first understand its needs. Visit the source of the stream and listen to what it tells you." With gratitude in their hearts, Glynn and Bramble set off once more, guided by the great oak's wisdom. They followed the stream's winding path, listening to the gentle trickle of water over stones until they reached its source, a crystal-clear spring nestled among moss-covered rocks. As they approached, a soft voice rose from the spring, like the sound of water over pebbles. "Welcome, friends. I have awaited your arrival." Glynn and Bramble listened closely as the spring spoke of its journey through the forest and the changes each season brought. "I am sustained by the rains and the kindness of those who dwell in the forest," the spring explained. but as the rains dwindle, I rely on the roots of the trees and the care of all creatures to maintain my flow. Bramble, inspired by the spring's words, turned to Glynn. What can we do to help? Glynn, with the wisdom of countless seasons, replied, We can plant more trees along the stream's path. Their roots will hold the soil and retain the moisture. We can also gently clear any blockages that may impede its flow. And so, Glynn and Bramble, with the help of their forest friends, set about their task. Squirrels fetched acorns and seeds, planting them with care. Birds sang encouragement from the treetops, and even the wind joined in, carrying leaves and twigs away from the stream's path. As the days passed, the stream's song grew stronger, its melody weaving through the forest like a gentle lullaby. The creatures of Whispering Wood rejoiced, their hearts filled with the harmony they had helped to nurture. In time, winter descended upon the forest, draping it in a blanket of snow. Yet beneath this serene white cover, the stream continued to sing, its voice a testament to the unity and wisdom of the forest's inhabitants. And so, Whispering Wood thrived, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, where creatures lived in harmony with the land and each other. The wisdom of the great oak and the gentle guidance of Glynn ensured that the forest remained a sanctuary, a haven of peace and balance for all who called it home. As the seasons turned and new generations of creatures were born, the stories of Glynn, Bramble, and the great oak were passed down, a reminder of the power of friendship, respect, and the enduring magic of nature. And beneath the starry sky, the forest sang its eternal song, a lullaby of life, love, and the gentle embrace of Mother Earth. Story 13. In the heart of a lush forest where the trees kissed the sky and the babbling brook sang a lullaby to the earth, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had hair like strands of sunlight and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. She resided in a quaint cottage at the edge of the woods, where the scent of wildflowers often drifted through the open windows, mingling with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Despite the idyllic setting, Leora felt an unease she could not quite explain. She loved the forest, with its rustling leaves and the gentle whisper of the wind, but she was unsettled by the changes that seemed to be springing up around her. The forest itself was undergoing a transformation. Flowers that had always been a particular shade of blue were now blossoming in hues of violet and indigo, and the brook's song was interspersed with notes she had never heard before. Leora's heart was tender, and though she was kind and thoughtful, the idea of change sent ripples of apprehension through her soul. She feared the unknown paths that change might lead her down, paths she could not see clearly from her small corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Leora decided to visit her dear friend Alden, the wise old owl who lived in a grand oak tree at the center of the forest. Alden had feathers as soft as the down of a thistle and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. As Leora approached the great oak, the leaves rustled a warm welcome, and Alden peered down with a gentle smile. "Ah, Leora," he cooed, "what brings you to my neck of the woods on this fine day?" Leora sighed, the sound a soft breeze through the trees. "Alden, I'm troubled by the changes I see around me. Everything is shifting, and I feel lost amidst it all." Alden nodded, understanding etched in his golden gaze. "Change is the breath of life, dear Leora. It can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which we paint our growth." Leora pondered these words, but still she felt uncertain. Alden sensed her hesitation and proposed a journey, one that would help her see the beauty in transformation. He offered her a small, shimmering feather, infused with a touch of magic. "Take this feather," Alden instructed, "and venture deeper into the forest. It will guide you to places where the heart of change is visible, and perhaps there you will find your peace." With the feather safely tucked into her pocket, Leora set off on her journey. The forest opened up before her, each step carrying her further into its embrace. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet promise of pine. As Leora walked, she found herself in a grove where the trees were adorned with golden apples, each one reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling dance of light. She reached up to pluck an apple and discovered it was warm to the touch, its surface smooth and inviting. Taking a bite, She was surprised by the taste, a perfect balance of sweet and tart, unlike anything she had ever experienced. With each bite, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the apple's golden glow was radiating into her very soul. It whispered to her of courage and the beauty of embracing the unknown. She realized that just as the apple had changed from blossom to fruit, she too could transform, growing into something wondrous. Continuing her journey, Leora encountered a delicate stream, its waters shimmering with 1,000 colors like liquid rainbows. Curious, she dipped her hand into the cool water, feeling it wash over her skin. As she did, the stream's song filled her heart with a melody of hope and possibility, a reminder that change was not just an ending, but also a beginning. The path led her to a meadow where wildflowers swayed in a gentle breeze. Here she met a group of butterflies, their wings like stained glass windows, each one unique in its pattern and hue. They flitted about her, inviting her to dance among the flowers. Leora laughed, her worries momentarily forgotten as she twirled and spun, her heart light with newfound joy. In the midst of this vibrant dance, Leora realized that she was not alone in her journey. The forest itself was alive with transformation, each creature and plant a testament to the beauty of change. She understood that she, too, was a part of this wondrous tapestry. As twilight began to weave its way through the trees, turning the world to shades of lavender and gold, Leora made her way back to Alden's Oak. The wise owl awaited her with a knowing smile. "Tell me, dear Leora," he asked, "what have you learned on your journey?" Leora's eyes shone with a newfound clarity. "I've learned that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It is as natural as the seasons, as essential as the air we breathe, and in accepting it, I find my own strength and beauty." Alden nodded, his heart warmed by Leora's revelation. "You see, Leora, the magic of the forest is the magic within us all. It is the power to grow, to transform, and to find joy in the journey." With these words, Leora felt a profound peace settle over her. She knew that though the world around her would continue to change, she was ready to face it with courage and grace. The forest, with all its wonders and mysteries, would always be her home, a place where she could find herself anew. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora returned to her cottage, her heart full of hope and her spirit renewed. She settled by the fireplace, the warmth of the crackling flames a comforting embrace. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamed of golden apples and rainbow streams, of butterflies and the gentle wisdom of an old owl, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between whispering woods and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle and curious girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as open as the sky, and eyes that twinkled with the promise of countless adventures. Her days were filled with exploring the soft, rolling hills and listening to the stories woven by the rustling leaves. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of ripe apples and the world was painted in hues of gold and amber, Clara wandered into the woods more deeply than she ever had before. The path was sprinkled with fallen leaves that crunched delightfully underfoot, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced around her. As she meandered, humming a tune as old as the trees themselves, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar stone nestled at the base of a grand, ancient oak. The stone was smooth and round, about the size of a small loaf of bread, and it shimmered with a strange, inviting glow. Curious as always, Clara reached down and picked up the stone, feeling a gentle warmth seep through her fingers. To her amazement, the stone began to hum softly, resonating with a melody that seemed to speak directly to her heart. Startled yet intrigued, Clara held it closer, and a soft voice, kind and wise, echoed from within the stone. "Dearest Clara, you have found the Heartstone. It holds the wisdom of the forest and its creatures. With it, you can hear the thoughts and feelings of all living things." Clara's eyes widened with wonder, and her heart fluttered like a bird set free. She cradled the Heartstone and felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the world around her. The trees whispered their secrets, the brook babbled its ancient tales, and even the wind seemed to sing in harmony with her newfound gift. Eager to share her discovery, Clara returned to the village, where she found her dear friend, Oliver. Oliver was a clever boy with a smile as bright as the morning sun and a mind as quick as a squirrel. Together, they marveled at the Heartstone and decided to use its magic to help their village. The village was bustling with preparations for the annual harvest festival, but all was not well. The townsfolk had been troubled by a series of small mishaps, crops wilting unexpectedly, animals growing restless, and even the weather behaving erratically. The villagers were growing worried, and the usual joy of the festival was overshadowed by unease. Clara and Oliver, with the guidance of the Heartstone, set out to uncover the cause of these disturbances. They listened to the whispers of the earth and the sighs of the wind, and soon discovered that the forest creatures were anxious about a disturbance deeper in the woods, a place where the balance of nature had been disrupted. With the Heartstone in hand, the two friends ventured into the heart of the forest. The path was overgrown and tangled, but Clara and Oliver moved forward with determination, guided by the gentle whispers of the Heartstone. As they journeyed deeper, the air grew thick with a sense of urgency, and the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Eventually, they came upon a hidden glade, where they found a majestic old tree, its roots entwined with a forgotten relic, a broken compass that once guided travelers through these lands. The compass, however, had lost its magic, causing the balance of the forest to falter. Understanding the importance of the relic, Clara and Oliver sat beneath the ancient tree, holding the Heartstone between them. They closed their eyes and listened intently to the wisdom of the forest. The Heartstone hummed with gentle power, and the broken compass began to glow softly, as if responding to its touch. In that moment of serene focus, Clara and Oliver understood what needed to be done. With careful hands and open hearts, they repaired the compass, using their knowledge and the guidance of the Heartstone. As they did, the forest around them sighed with relief, and a gentle breeze carried their laughter through the trees. The compass, now whole and shining with renewed magic, restored the balance to the forest. The animals settled, the crops revived, and the weather returned to its gentle rhythms. The village, once anxious, was filled with joy and gratitude as the harvest festival approached. Clara and Oliver returned to the village as heroes, though they humbly insisted that it was the magic of the Heartstone and the wisdom of the forest that had truly saved the day. The festival was a grand celebration, filled with laughter, music, and the delicious scents of freshly baked pies and roasted chestnuts. As the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Clara and Oliver sat side by side, their hearts content and their spirits at peace. They knew that the Heartstone would remain a secret shared between them in the forest, a reminder of the gentle power of understanding and friendship. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Clara whispered a promise to the Heartstone. "We will always listen, and we will always care." And with that, the Heartstone's glow faded into a soft, comforting warmth, a quiet assurance that the harmony of the world was safe in their hands. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, Clara and Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep. The gentle lullaby of the forest, lulling them into dreams of adventure and kindness, knowing that they had made the world a little brighter through the magic of listening and the power of friendship. And thus, in the cozy glow of the village, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the beauty of the harvest, the tale of Clara, Oliver, and the Heartstone came to a gentle, fulfilling close. Story 15. The Lantern's Light. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled by whispering pines and gentle hills, there lived a young girl named Mabel. The village was nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the sun filtered through leaves like golden lace, and the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and earth. The villagers often spoke of the forest in hushed tones, as it was believed to be a place of magic, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was but a thin veil. Mabel, with her curious heart and adventurous spirit, loved listening to the tales of the forest. Her grandmother, the village's wise woman, often shared stories of the hidden world within the woods, where creatures of legend roamed and wonders unfolded for those who dared to seek them. Under the glow of the fireplace in their cozy cottage, her grandmother's voice would weave a tapestry of stories that danced with the flicker of the flames. One evening, as the stars twinkled in the velvety sky and the village settled into a gentle slumber, Mabel's grandmother handed her a worn, leather-bound book. Its cover was embossed with intricate patterns, shimmering faintly in the dim light. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is the Book of Lanterns. It holds the secret to finding the Lantern of Leora, a magical object said to illuminate the truth of one's heart." Caught between awe and disbelief, Mabel traced her fingers over the book's cover. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is said," her grandmother replied, "that the Lantern of Leora reveals the hidden paths of the forest and guides the seeker to their true self. But beware, for the journey is not without challenges." The thought of an adventure, of discovering the forest's hidden world, set Mabel's heart aflutter. She resolved to find the lantern and uncover its mysteries. Her grandmother, sensing her determination, placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Remember, my dear," she said, "the forest will test you, but it will also teach you. Trust in your heart and the friends you make along the way." With the first light of dawn, Mabel set out on her journey. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the village, as the cobblestones glistened with dew. She carried the Book of Lanterns in her satchel, its weight both comforting and daunting. As she approached the edge of the forest, she took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, pine-scented air, and stepped into the embrace of the trees. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the distant babble of a brook. The path twisted and turned, leading Mabel deeper into the heart of the woods. She marveled at the towering trees, their branches intertwined like the arms of old friends, creating a canopy that dappled the ground with patches of sunlight. As she walked, she felt a sense of wonder and anticipation, as if the forest itself was a living, breathing entity, guiding her steps. She soon found herself at a crossroads, where three paths diverged. Confused, she consulted the Book of Lanterns, hoping for guidance. To her surprise, as she opened the book, the pages glowed with a soft, golden light, revealing a map that shimmered like liquid gold. The map showed a path to a place called the Glade of Echoes, where the first clue to the Lantern of Leora awaited. Mabel chose the path that led to the right, her heart buoyed by the book's magic and the promise of discovery. The path wound through the forest, leading Mabel to a serene glade bathed in sunlight. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees drifted lazily on the breeze. In the center of the glade stood a tall, ancient oak tree, its branches reaching up to the sky like welcoming arms. As she approached the tree, Mabel noticed a small, delicate figure perched on one of the lower branches, a tiny creature with iridescent wings that shimmered in the sunlight. Its eyes were bright and curious, and it regarded Mabel with an expression of interest. "Hello," Mabel greeted softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "I'm looking for the Lantern of Leora. Can you help me?" The creature tilted its head, considering her request. "The Lantern of Leora, you say?" It replied in a voice as melodic as a tinkling bell. "I am Faye, guardian of the Glade of Echoes. To find the lantern, you must first solve the riddle of the forest." Mabel nodded, eager to prove herself. "What is the riddle?" With a twinkle in its eye, Faye recited, "In a place where echoes play, find the heart that guides the way. Listen close and you will hear the truth revealed both far and near." Mabel pondered the riddle, her mind racing with possibilities. The glade was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a songbird. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sounds around her, letting the forest's rhythm guide her thoughts. As she listened, a soft, melodic echo reached her ears, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. She opened her eyes and followed the sound, her steps light and purposeful. The echo led her to a small, crystal-clear pool at the edge of the glade. The water shimmered like liquid silver, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees. Kneeling beside the pool, Mabel gazed into its depths. To her amazement, the water began to swirl, forming an image of a glowing heart at its center. The heart pulsed with a gentle light, casting rippling patterns across the surface of the pool. "The heart," she murmured, realization dawning. "It's the heart that guides the way." Faye alighted beside her, a look of approval on its face. "You have found the heart of the glade," it said. "The next step of your journey lies in the Valley of Whispers. Follow the path to the east, and you will find what you seek. Thanking Fae for its guidance, Mabel rose to her feet and continued on her journey. The path led her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the air was filled with a sense of mystery and wonder. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in a soft, dappled pattern, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. As she walked, Mabel felt a growing sense of anticipation, as if the forest itself was guiding her towards something important. She soon reached the Valley of Whispers, a place where the wind sang through the trees in a symphony of sound. In the valley, the path forked into two, each trail disappearing into the distance. Mabel paused, unsure of which path to take. She opened the Book of Lanterns once more, hoping for guidance. This time, the pages revealed a new map, marked with a symbol of an owl perched atop a crescent moon. Mabel looked around, searching for the symbol. Her eyes fell upon a large, ancient stone carved with the image of an owl and a crescent moon. The stone stood sentinel at the entrance to the right-hand path, its surface worn smooth by time. Taking this as a sign, Mabel chose the path marked by the stone. The trail wound through the valley, the air filled with the soft murmur of the wind and the rustle of leaves. The path led her to a clearing, where the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the trees stood like silent guardians. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, tall and regal, with feathers as dark as midnight and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. It was an owl, larger than any Mabel had ever seen, its presence both majestic and serene. "Greetings, Seeker," the owl spoke, its voice deep and resonant. "I am Naira, keeper of the Valley of Whispers. You seek the lantern of Leora, do you not?" Mabel nodded, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of the magnificent creature. "Yes, I do," she replied. "Can you help me find it?" Naira regarded her with a knowing gaze. "To find the lantern, you must first face the truth within yourself," it said. "In the valley, the wind carries whispers that reveal the heart's deepest desires and fears. Listen to the whispers, and you will understand what lies within." Mabel nodded, her resolve strengthening. She closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the wind wash over her. The valley was filled with a gentle, soothing sound, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. As she listened, Mabel heard a soft voice echoing in the depths of her mind. It spoke of her fears and uncertainties, of the doubt that sometimes clouded her heart, but it also spoke of her dreams and hopes, of the courage and kindness that shone like a beacon within her. The whispers grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated with the truth of her heart. Mabel felt a sense of clarity and understanding, as if the veil that had shrouded her inner self was slowly lifting. When the whispers finally faded, Mabel opened her eyes, her heart lighter and her mind clear. Naira watched her with a look of approval, its eyes gleaming with warmth. "You have faced the truth within," Naira said. "The next step of your journey lies in the Grove of Reflections. Follow the path to the north, and you will find what you seek." Mabel thanked Naira for its guidance, her heart filled with gratitude and determination. She continued on her journey, following the path that led her through the valley and into the dense heart of the forest. The path wound through the trees, the air filled with the scent of earth and leaves. The forest seemed to embrace her, guiding her steps with a gentle, unseen hand. She soon reached the Grove of Reflections, a place where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. In the grove, the air was still and quiet, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves. Mabel felt a sense of peace and tranquility, as if the grove was a sanctuary, a place of reflection and introspection. As she explored the grove, Mabel came across a small, clear pool, its surface as smooth as glass. The water reflected the sky and the trees, creating a perfect mirror of the world around her. Kneeling beside the pool, Mabel gazed into its depths. Her reflection stared back at her, its eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. As she watched, the reflection began to change, shifting and transforming into a series of images that played out like scenes from a story. The first scene showed a young girl, alone and uncertain, standing at the edge of the forest. The girl hesitated, her heart filled with doubt and fear. But as she took her first step into the woods, her expression changed, her eyes filled with determination and courage. The second scene showed the girl in the Glade of Echoes, listening to the whispers of the forest, discovering the truth of her heart. She faced her fears and doubts, emerging stronger and more self-assured. The final scene showed the girl standing before the lantern of Leora, its light illuminating the path before her. The lantern's glow revealed the hidden wonders of the forest, guiding her towards her true self. As the images faded, Mabel understood the lesson of the grove. The journey to find the lantern of Leora was not just a quest to discover a magical object, but a journey of self-discovery and transformation. With newfound clarity and purpose, Mabel rose to her feet and continued on her journey. The path led her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Mabel felt a sense of anticipation and excitement, as if the forest itself was guiding her towards something important. She soon reached a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal a small, stone altar. Atop the altar stood the lantern of Leora, its light glowing with a soft, golden radiance. The lantern's light cast a warm, comforting glow over the clearing, illuminating the path before her. Mabel approached the altar, her heart filled with wonder and awe. As she reached out to touch the lantern, its light enveloped her in a gentle embrace, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the trees whispering their secrets and the air filled with the sound of nature's symphony. Mabel felt a sense of connection and harmony, as if she was a part of the forest, and the forest was a part of her. With the lantern of Leora in her hands, Mabel turned to retrace her steps, her heart filled with gratitude and understanding. The journey had taught her the importance of self-discovery, the power of friendship, and the strength that lay within her own heart. As she made her way back through the forest, Mabel felt a sense of fulfillment and contentment. She had discovered the hidden wonders of the woods, and in doing so, had discovered the hidden wonders within herself. When she finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the village. Her grandmother was waiting for her at the edge of the woods, her eyes filled with pride and love. "You found it," her grandmother said, her voice filled with warmth and admiration. Mabel nodded, her heart full of joy and gratitude. "Yes," she replied, "and I found so much more along the way." Together they returned to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled warmly in the hearth and the scent of pine filled the air. Mabel shared the story of her journey, the lessons she had learned, and the friends she had made along the way. As they sat by the fire, Mabel's grandmother wrapped her arm around her, a gentle, comforting presence. "The forest is a place of magic and wonder," she said softly, "and it has shown you the magic and wonder within yourself." Mabel smiled, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. She knew that the journey had changed her, that she had discovered a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the sky, Mabel knew that she would always carry the light of the lantern of Leora within her heart, guiding her on her journey through life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the stars, Mabel drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the light of the lantern, a beacon of hope and wisdom that would guide her always. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight sifted through the canopy like liquid gold, a symphony of gentle rustles and melodic chirps filled the air. The forest was a tapestry of greens, browns, and the occasional burst of vibrant flowers that painted the woodland floor. This was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets from ages long past. In this enchanting forest lived a wise old tortoise named Fernleaf. His shell, a mosaic of earthy hues, carried the stories of countless seasons. Fernleaf was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, passed down through generations and etched into every crevice of his ancient shell. He moved with deliberate grace, each step a testament to the patience and perseverance of a life well lived. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and rust, Fernleaf sensed a disturbance in the harmony of the forest. The air was tinged with an unfamiliar chill, and the usual chatter of the woodland creatures was replaced by a hushed murmur of concern. The balance that had been maintained for centuries seemed to waver, as if the forest itself held its breath. Fernleaf called upon his dear friend, Luna, the songbird, whose feathers shimmered like iridescent sapphires. Luna was known for her melodic voice that could soothe even the most restless of hearts. She flitted down from her perch with a soft flutter of wings, landing beside Fernleaf with a gentle nod. "Dear Luna," Fernleaf began, his voice as deep and steady as the roots of the ancient trees, "I feel a shift in the forest's rhythm. It is as if the very essence of our home is unsettled." Luna chirped softly, her bright eyes filled with understanding. "I too have felt it, Fernleaf. The winds speak of a change, and the trees whisper of a challenge yet to come." Together they decided to seek the counsel of the elder oak, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest. Its trunk was a towering pillar of strength, and its branches stretched heavenward, cradling the sky. The elder oak had witnessed the passage of countless seasons and was the guardian of the forest's deepest secrets. As they approached, the elder oak's leaves rustled in greeting, a gentle applause that resonated through the clearing. Fernleaf and Luna stood beneath its boughs, feeling the weight of its ancient wisdom settle over them like a comforting cloak. "Elder Oak," Fernleaf spoke reverently, "we seek your guidance. The forest's balance is disturbed, and we fear what this might mean for the coming seasons." The elder oak's voice was a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. "Indeed, the cycle of the seasons is threatened. An imbalance has crept into our midst, brought about by the shifting winds and the dwindling presence of the frost spirits." The frost spirits were ethereal beings who danced through the forest, weaving the chill of winter into the land with their delicate touch. Their absence could lead to a disruption in the natural order, causing the delicate balance between the seasons to falter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fernleaf and Luna resolved to journey to the heart of the forest, where the frost spirits were known to dwell. Their path wound through moss-carpeted glades and under the arching boughs of ancient trees, each step accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they traveled, the forest unfolded around them like a living tapestry. The crisp scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream provided a soothing soundtrack to their journey. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and illuminating their path. At last, they arrived at a secluded glen where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. The frost spirits, delicate as snowflakes, flitted about like tiny stars, their presence a dance of frost and light. Yet their movements were sluggish, their once vibrant glow dimmed. Fernleaf and Luna approached with humility and respect, understanding the fragility of the spirits' existence. "O gentle spirits," Luna sang, her voice a soothing melody, "we seek to understand the cause of your weariness. The forest's balance relies upon your dance." One of the frost spirits, a being of pure crystalline light, floated forward, its voice a soft whisper like the first snow of winter. "The warmth of the earth has grown, and our strength dwindles with each passing season. Without the chill to replenish us, we cannot weave the frost as we once did." Fernleaf nodded, his eyes reflecting the concern in his heart. "Is there a way to restore your strength? To bring back the balance we all cherish?" The frost spirit pondered, its form flickering like a distant star. "There is a place, a hidden grove where the essence of the seasons is stored. If you can reach it and rekindle the flame of frost, we will be restored." With newfound purpose, Fernleaf and Luna set out once more, their path taking them deeper into the forest's embrace. The journey was arduous, but their spirits remained steadfast, buoyed by the knowledge that the forest's future depended on their success. As they neared the hidden grove, the air grew colder, and a serene stillness enveloped them. The grove was a sanctuary of ice and light, where the season's essence lay dormant, waiting to be awakened. Fernleaf and Luna worked together, drawing upon their wisdom and friendship. Luna sang a song of winter, her voice a crystalline echo that resonated through the grove. Fernleaf, with his deep understanding of the forest, guided the energy of the earth into the heart of the grove. Slowly, the grove responded, its ice-crusted branches beginning to shimmer with renewed life. The frost spirits, drawn by the awakening energy, gathered around, their forms brightening as the essence of winter flowed back into them. With the balance restored, the frost spirits resumed their dance, weaving a delicate frost across the forest, their glow a beacon of hope and harmony. Fernleaf and Luna watched, their hearts filled with a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. As they made their way back to the heart of the forest, the woodland creatures emerged to greet them, their voices a chorus of gratitude and joy. The air was alive with the promise of a balanced cycle, where each season would play its part in the eternal dance of life. Fernleaf and Luna returned to their home with the knowledge that they had not only restored the balance of the forest, but had also strengthened the bonds of friendship and wisdom that held their world together. In the gentle glow of the setting sun, the forest settled into a serene slumber, cradled by the comforting embrace of nature's harmony. Story 17. In a small enchanted village nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a curious little cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to glow under the moonlight. The cottage belonged to a gentle-hearted herbalist named Leora. Her days were spent gathering herbs and crafting potions that smelled of lavender and honey, while her nights were filled with the soft hum of the forest, a melody only her heart could truly understand. Leora's life in the village was peaceful, surrounded by neighbors who cherished her gentle nature and magical remedies. Yet as the leaves turned golden and the crisp scent of autumn filled the air, the village began to experience strange occurrences. At first, it was merely the mischievous antics of misplaced items, brooms found in apple orchards, teacups nestled in the branches of willow trees. But soon, the oddities grew more baffling. A gentle mist enveloped the village at night, and with it came the enchanting sound of tinkling bells, echoing softly through the fog. The villagers were both intrigued and puzzled, whispering tales of mischievous spirits and elusive enchantments. Leora, with her keen sense of observation and a heart open to wonders, felt a gentle tug of curiosity. She decided it was time to unravel this mystery, not out of fear, but with the hope of understanding and perhaps even befriending whatever magic lay at the heart of these happenings. One crisp morning, as the sun cast a golden light through the forest canopy, Leora set out on her quest. She donned her cloak, woven with threads of twilight, and filled her satchel with a selection of herbs, for she knew the forest was alive with creatures who appreciated the language of plants. As she walked along the leaf-strewn paths, the forest seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling leaves. Leora paused at the edge of a small shimmering pond, its surface dotted with lily pads like emerald coins. It was here she often found solace, the pond being a gathering place for creatures both magical and mundane. While gazing into the water, she noticed a peculiar sight. A trail of tiny, delicate footprints lined the muddy bank, leading into the dense thicket. The prints were unlike any she had seen before, too small for a deer and too delicate for a fox. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her steps soft upon the forest floor. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their trunks draped in a tapestry of moss. Leora's heart beat with a gentle excitement, a feeling that was amplified when she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a large, gnarled oak with branches that reached towards the sky like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door, barely big enough for a rabbit. It was carved with intricate patterns, symbols of stars and moons that seemed to twinkle even in daylight. Leora knelt down, her fingers tracing the carvings with reverence. She could feel the magic humming beneath her touch, ancient and wise. Just then, a soft voice, as gentle as a breeze through the willows, greeted her. "Welcome, kind herbalist," it said. Leora looked up to see a small creature perched on a branch above. It was a fae, with delicate wings that shimmered like dew-kissed spiderwebs in the morning sun. Its eyes were bright and curious, reflecting the wisdom of ages past. "I am Thistle," the fae introduced itself with a flutter of its wings, "guardian of the forest's mysteries and keeper of secrets untold." Leora felt a warmth spread through her heart. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Thistle. I have been drawn here by the strange happenings in our village. Could you help me understand them?" Thistle nodded, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Ah, the mist and the bells. They are the work of the woodland whims, playful spirits who dwell in the heart of the forest. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy and invite others to see the world through eyes of wonder. Leora listened intently, her heart lightened by Thistle's words. Is there a way to communicate with them, to assure them that their presence is welcome, but perhaps a bit too surprising for some? Thistle fluttered down from the branch, landing gracefully upon Leora's shoulder. Indeed, there is a way. The whims are drawn to music and laughter, to the simple joys of life. If we create a gathering, a celebration of sorts, they will surely join us. Together, Leora and Thistle returned to the village, where they spread the word of their plan. The villagers, relieved and intrigued, agreed to hold a festival under the starlit sky. They decorated the village square with ribbons and lanterns, and the air was filled with the scent of spiced cider and warm bread. As dusk fell, the village came alive with music and laughter. Leora watched with joy as the woodland whims, tiny creatures of light and laughter, emerged from the mist to join the festivities. Their presence was a gentle glow, a dance of flickering lights that wove among the villagers, filling the night with magic and wonder. The whims, delighted by the warm welcome, promised to be more mindful of their antics, ensuring their playfulness would bring smiles rather than confusion. In return, the villagers offered their friendship and a place in their hearts for the forest's magic. As the festivities continued, Leora felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. She had not only solved the mystery of the strange occurrences, but had also woven a bond between the village and the enchanted forest, a bond of understanding and joy. As the night drew to a close, Leora sat by the crackling fire, her heart full of gratitude. She knew that the world was a place of endless mysteries and wonders, and with kindness and wisdom, even the most curious of occurrences could lead to friendship and harmony. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the village nestled in the whispering woods continued to thrive, its nights filled with the gentle hum of magic and the soft glow of newfound friends. Story 18. In the heart of the serene village of Willowbend, nestled between the lush, whispering woods and a gently flowing river, there stood a quaint little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a roof that sloped like the wings of a resting bird. This cottage was home to a young girl named Lila, whose laughter was as bright as the morning sun, and whose heart was as kind as the village's warmest day. Lila had always been fascinated by the stories her grandmother told her, tales of hidden worlds and magical creatures that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. But there was one story that captured her imagination more than any other, the legend of the moonlit meadow. It was said that on the first full moon of spring, a meadow would appear, hidden in the depths of the forest, where time seemed to stand still, and where wishes made with a pure heart and a clear mind would come true. From the moment she first heard the tale, Lila dreamed of finding this enchanted meadow. Each spring she would venture deeper into the woods, her heart full of hope, and her eyes wide with wonder. Her basket would be filled with sandwiches and her grandmother's strawberry tarts, wrapped carefully in a checkered cloth for a picnic should she find the meadow. As the first full moon of this spring approached, a gentle excitement filled Lila. That evening, the moon rose like a silver lantern in the sky, casting a soft glow over the village. Its light flickered through the trees, creating a path of silvery luminescence that seemed to beckon her forward. Lila set out with her trusty companion, a wise old cat named Whiskers, whose fur was as dark as midnight and whose eyes held the mysteries of the universe. Together, they followed the moonlit path, the forest around them alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The woods were a symphony of night sounds, the gentle hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of nocturnal creatures, and the whisper of the breeze weaving through the branches. Lila felt the coolness of the night air kiss her cheeks, while the moonlight bathed the forest in a silvery embrace. As they walked deeper into the forest, the path began to twist and turn, leading them to places Lila had never seen before. There were trees that seemed to reach up and touch the stars, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed softly, and streams that sang as they danced over smooth stones. After what felt like hours, but could have been mere moments, Lila and Whiskers emerged into a clearing. There, bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, was the moonlit meadow. The grass was a soft carpet underfoot, dotted with flowers that shone like tiny stars. In the center of the meadow stood a tree, ancient and wise, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the entire world. Lila's heart soared with joy and awe. She knew she had found something truly special. She set down her basket and looked around, soaking in the beauty and tranquility of the meadow. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the flowers, and a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, playing a melody only the heart could hear. Feeling a mix of excitement and serenity, Lila sat beneath the great tree with Whiskers curled up beside her. She closed her eyes, her heart whispering a wish for something she had longed for, but never dared to speak aloud. It was a wish not for herself, but for her grandmother, whose laughter had dimmed with the passing of her beloved grandfather. As she opened her eyes, the meadow seemed to shimmer, the flowers swaying gently as if in response to her wish. Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that her wish had been heard. Just then, she noticed a soft rustling in the grass. To her surprise, a small creature emerged, a rabbit with fur as white as the moonlight and eyes that sparkled with a gentle wisdom. It hopped closer, its movements graceful and unhurried, as if it had all the time in the world. "Welcome, dear one," the rabbit said, its voice a soft, lilting melody that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the meadow. Lila blinked in amazement, her heart skipping with delight. "Hello," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "Are you from the meadow?" The rabbit nodded, its ears twitching slightly. "I am the guardian of this place, where hearts are healed and wishes find their way. You have come with a pure heart, young one, and your wish is known." Lila felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of being understood in a way words could never express. "Will my grandmother's heart find happiness again?" she asked, hope and love weaving through her words. The rabbit's eyes twinkled as it replied, "Love never truly leaves us. It transforms and finds new ways to shine. Your wish has set that love in motion." Just then, the meadow seemed to come alive, the flowers swaying in a gentle dance, their glow intensifying. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the softest of whispers, a promise of hope and renewal. As the moon began its descent, casting a gentle farewell over the meadow, Lila knew it was time to leave. She thanked the rabbit, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. With Whiskers by her side, she made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. When she returned to her cottage, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her grandmother was waiting by the window, a soft smile on her face. Lila hugged her tightly, feeling the warmth and love that had always been there. In the days that followed, Lila noticed a change in her grandmother. Her laughter returned, gentle and warm, like the first rays of the morning sun. It was as if the wish had woven its magic, mending hearts and bringing joy anew. And so, life in Willowbend continued, filled with the gentle rhythms of nature and the enduring bonds of love and friendship. Lila knew that the moonlit meadow was more than just a place. It was a reminder of the magic that exists in the world, hidden in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and eyes filled with wonder. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a sleepy village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops, she had an insatiable curiosity that often led her on wondrous adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the woods, her keen eyes caught sight of something peculiar. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Brushing away the debris, she carefully retrieved the mysterious object, marveling at its intricate designs and the faint glow that seemed to emanate from within. As Willow traced her fingertips over the box's surface, a soft clicking sound echoed through the trees, and the lid creaked open, revealing a glimmering crystal within. The instant her hand touched the crystal, a warmth spread through her body, and the world around her began to shift and shimmer. Suddenly, the familiar forest transformed into a realm of breathtaking beauty, where towering trees stretched toward a canopy of radiant colors, and the very air seemed to hum with magic. Willow gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with awe as she realized she had stumbled upon a hidden world, a place where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred. As she explored this extraordinary realm, Willow encountered a host of whimsical creatures. Tiny pixies flitting among the wildflowers, wise old trees that whispered ancient secrets, and playful sprites that danced on sunbeams. Each encounter filled her heart with joy and a deeper appreciation for the magic that surrounded her. But not all was idyllic in this wondrous world. Willow soon learned that a dark force threatened to consume the land, a malevolent entity that sought to extinguish the very essence of magic itself. The once vibrant realm was slowly fading, its colors dulling and its inhabitants growing weary and despondent. Determined to save this enchanted place, Willow embarked on a quest, guided by a wise old oak tree named Gnarlbark. With the glowing crystal as her talisman, she ventured forth, facing challenges and obstacles that tested her courage and resilience. Along the way, Willow forged unexpected friendships, with a mischievous fawn named Thistle, whose playful antics often lifted her spirits, and a loyal pixie named Glimmerleaf, whose unwavering loyalty and keen intellect proved invaluable. Together, they unraveled ancient mysteries, deciphering cryptic clues that led them deeper into the heart of the enchanted realm. They braved treacherous landscapes, from misty swamplands teeming with eerie will-o'-the-wisps to crystalline caverns where glittering gemstones pulsed with ancient power. Through it all, Willow's determination never wavered, and her bond with her newfound friends grew stronger with each challenge they overcame. She learned valuable lessons about courage, perseverance, and the true meaning of friendship, that it transcends boundaries and defies expectations. At last, their quest led them to a hidden valley, where a towering obsidian monolith stood as a beacon of darkness, casting its malign influence over the land. Here, they confronted the source of the evil, a twisted, malevolent spirit that had once been a powerful sorcerer, consumed by his own greed and lust for power. In a climactic battle, Willow and her companions drew upon the magic of the crystal, harnessing its radiant energy to combat the darkness. With valor and friendship as their guiding lights, they ultimately triumphed, banishing the malevolent force and restoring the enchanted realm to its former glory. As the land flourished anew, Willow realized that her journey had transformed her in ways she could have never imagined. She had discovered an inner strength and resilience that would forever shape her path. And though she would one day return to her village, a part of her heart would forever remain in this magical world, bound to the friends who had become her second family. On the eve of her departure, Willow gathered with her companions beneath the ancient oak tree, sharing one last evening of laughter and storytelling. As the moon rose high above the canopy, Gnarlbark bestowed upon her a parting gift, a seed from the heart of the enchanted forest, a tangible reminder of the magic that lived within her. With a heavy heart, yet a spirit filled with wonder, Willow bid farewell to her friends, stepping back through the portal and into the familiar woods of her childhood. But as she clutched the seed in her palm, she knew that a part of the magic would always remain, a spark ignited within her soul that would guide her through life's journeys. And so, Willow returned to her village, her eyes shining with the wisdom of one who had glimpsed the extraordinary. She planted the seed, and as the years passed, it grew into a magnificent tree, a living testament to the transformative power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within us all, waiting to be awakened. Story 20. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between lush, whispering woods and the serene, shimmering banks of Lake Lunas, there lived a young girl named Mara. Mara was known throughout the village for her wild imagination and her knack for discovering hidden wonders in the most unexpected places. Her home was a small, cozy cottage on the edge of the forest, where she lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who had raised her since she was a baby. Mara's days were filled with the curious exploration of the forest's secrets. She loved the way the sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. The woods were her playground, and she often spent hours weaving stories about the magical creatures she imagined living within its depths. Her grandmother would listen to these tales with a twinkle in her eye, never dismissing them as mere fantasy. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, Mara ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. As she wandered further, her keen eyes caught sight of something unusual, a glimmering silver thread hanging from the branch of an ancient oak tree. It sparkled in the gentle sunlight, as if woven from moonbeams. Curiosity piqued. Mara reached out and touched the thread. To her astonishment, it seemed to hum with a soft, melodic energy. As her fingers brushed against it, the world around her shifted. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to take a deep breath. Suddenly, she found herself standing at the threshold of a hidden world, a place that had been concealed from human eyes for centuries. The hidden realm was unlike anything Mara had ever seen. The trees were taller, their leaves a brilliant emerald green, and the flowers glowed with vibrant colors, as if painted by the hand of a master artist. Strange and wonderful creatures flitted about, a squirrel with wings, a fox with shimmering fur that changed color with each step. The air was alive with the sound of gentle laughter and the sweet melody of an unseen harp. Mara stood there, wide-eyed and breathless, when a soft voice called out from behind her. She turned to see a small, gentle creature, a creature unlike any she had imagined in her stories. It was a tiny sprite with translucent wings that sparkled like diamonds. Its eyes were as deep as the night sky, filled with kindness and warmth. "Welcome, young one," the sprite said, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Leora, guardian of this realm. You have found the silver thread, the bridge between your world and ours." Mara's heart raced with excitement and wonder. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I just followed the thread." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to light up the entire forest. "The thread chooses those who are pure of heart and full of wonder. You are welcome here, Mara." As Mara explored this enchanting world, she discovered that it was a place of immense beauty and delicate balance. The creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing a vital role in maintaining the equilibrium of their magical home. However, not all was well. Leora confided in Mara that their world was in danger. The ancient heartstone, which sustained the magic of the realm, had begun to grow dim. Without its light, the hidden world would fade away, lost to time. Mara felt a deep sense of responsibility and a desire to help. She offered to embark on a journey to restore the heartstone's light. Leora, seeing the determination in Mara's eyes, agreed to guide her. Together, they set out on a quest that would take Mara to the farthest reaches of the realm. Their journey led them through enchanted groves and across crystal-clear streams. They encountered creatures that shared their wisdom, an owl with feathers like midnight, who spoke of the importance of courage and kindness, a gentle deer whose antlers were adorned with glowing flowers, teaching the value of patience and resilience. As they traveled, Mara discovered a strength within herself that she never knew she possessed. Her heart was open, and she listened intently to the lessons of the forest. She realized that the journey was changing her, deepening her understanding of the world and her place within it. One evening, as they camped beside a tranquil lake that mirrored the stars above, Leora shared the final piece of wisdom Mara needed. To restore the heartstone, you must look within. The light it needs is the light you carry in your heart, the light of love, hope, and friendship. The words resonated within Mara, filling her with warmth and resolve. The next day, they arrived at the Heartstone's resting place, a magnificent clearing, bathed in ethereal light. The stone lay at the center, its glow weak and flickering. Mara approached it with reverence, her heart full of the love and friendship she had found on her journey. She placed her hands upon the stone, and as she did, she felt a surge of warmth and energy flow through her. The Heartstone began to glow brighter, its light growing stronger with each passing moment. The realm responded in kind. The trees shimmered with renewed vitality, and the creatures rejoiced as the balance was restored. Mara had succeeded, not through force or magic, but through the strength of her heart and the bonds of friendship she had formed. With their mission accomplished, Leora led Mara back to the silver thread. It was time for her to return to her own world, but Mara knew she would carry the lessons of the hidden realm with her always. As she crossed the threshold, she turned to see Leora and the creatures of the forest waving farewell. Back in the familiar embrace of Eldergrove, Mara returned to her grandmother, who listened with wonder as Mara recounted her incredible adventure. The stories Mara had once imagined were now memories of a journey that had changed her forever. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams filled with the magic of friendship and the eternal light of the Heartstone, knowing that the hidden world was safe and that she was a part of its story, a story that would live on in her heart, a shimmering thread connecting her to the wonders of a world unseen. Story 21. Title: The Hidden Garden of Whispers. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and ancient woods, there stood an old, ivy-clad cottage. It was a place where the scent of lavender and rosemary intertwined with the crisp, cool air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and mystery. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Amara, whose heart was as gentle as the spring breeze that often whispered through the trees. Amara had always been captivated by the stories her grandmother told her, tales of hidden worlds and magical beings that lived just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her grandmother's voice was like a comforting lullaby, weaving images of enchanted gardens and secret paths into Amara's dreams. Though many dismissed these tales as mere fancies, Amara believed them with every fiber of her being. One crisp autumn morning, while the village was still wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Amara awoke with a sense of urgency. The dream she had the night before lingered in her mind, vivid and insistent. In it, she had seen a garden, a secret garden, hidden deep within the old oak forest that bordered the village. The garden was filled with flowers that shimmered like jewels, and in its center stood a fountain that sang the sweetest melody she had ever heard. Determined to find this hidden garden, Amara set out on her journey, her heart filled with anticipation and a touch of trepidation. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, the color of midnight, and carried with her a small satchel containing a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a book of her grandmother's stories. As she stepped outside, the morning sun cast a golden glow over the dew-kissed grass, and the air was alive with the songs of birds welcoming the new day. Amara's journey led her through the village, where she waved to familiar faces busy with their morning routines. Past the cobblestone streets and the cheerful chatter of the marketplace, she entered the old oak forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral made of leaves and light. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. As Amara ventured deeper into the forest, she felt a change in the air, a subtle shift that hinted at something wondrous just beyond her sight. The path she followed was narrow and winding, flanked by ferns and wildflowers that seemed to nod in encouragement. Her heart quickened with each step, driven by the memory of her dream and the promise of discovery. It wasn't long before she came upon a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal a sight that took her breath away. There, hidden from the world, was the garden of her dreams. It was more beautiful than she could have imagined, a tapestry of colors and scents that enveloped her senses. Flowers of every hue danced in the gentle breeze, their petals sparkling like gems under the sun's tender gaze. In the center of the garden stood the fountain, just as she had seen it in her dream. Its waters flowed with a melody that was both ancient and new, a song that resonated deep within her soul. Amara approached the fountain, captivated by its music, and as she listened, she felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. As she stood there, a soft rustling behind her caught her attention. Turning, she saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity and kindness. He was no more than her age, and yet there was something timeless about him, as if he belonged to the garden as much as the flowers in the fountain did. "Hello," he said, his voice as gentle as the breeze. "I knew you would find your way here." Amara smiled, her heart filled with wonder and joy. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the serene silence of the garden. The boy laughed softly, a sound like the tinkling of bells. "I am a guardian of this place," he replied. "My name is Yarrow. I have watched over this garden for many years, waiting for someone who could see it as you do." Amara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a connection that transcended words. "It's beautiful," she said, gazing around at the vibrant blooms and the shimmering waters of the fountain. How is it that this place exists, hidden from the world? Yarrow looked at her with a twinkle in his eye. It exists for those who believe, for those who hold wonder and kindness in their hearts. This garden is a sanctuary, a place where the spirit can find solace and joy. Amara nodded, understanding in her heart what Yarrow meant. Here, in this hidden world, she felt a sense of completeness, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. As the day unfolded, Amara and Yarrow wandered through the garden, sharing stories and laughter. They discovered hidden nooks filled with fragrant herbs and sat by the fountain, letting its music wash over them like a gentle rain. Yarrow showed her how to listen to the whispers of the flowers, each one telling a tale of its own, a reminder of the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the world. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Amara realized that it was time to return to the village. Though her heart ached at the thought of leaving, she knew she would carry the memory of the garden with her always. "Will I ever see you again?" she asked, turning to Yarrow with a hopeful smile. Yarrow nodded, his eyes shining with warmth. "This garden will always be here, waiting for you. And I will be here, as long as you believe in the magic of this place." Amara felt a sense of comfort in his words, knowing that she had found a friend who would remain in her heart forever. With a final, lingering look at the garden, she turned and made her way back through the forest, the melody of the fountain echoing in her mind. As she emerged from the woods and walked towards her village, Amara felt a transformation within her. She was no longer just a girl filled with dreams and stories. She was a keeper of a secret, a guardian of magic and wonder. Her journey had changed her, filling her with a newfound strength and a deep appreciation for the world around her. From that day forward, Amara carried the garden's magic with her, sharing it with those who were open to its beauty. She would often return to the hidden garden, her heart always guided by the music of the fountain and the whispers of the flowers. And though the world outside continued its daily rhythm, Amara knew that in the heart of the forest, a place of wonder and friendship awaited her, always within reach of those who dared to dream. And so, in the cozy glow of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly in the hearth and her grandmother's stories echoing in her thoughts, Amara drifted into sleep. In her dreams, the garden welcomed her once more, its petals shimmering under a starlit sky, a testament to the enduring magic of belief and the power of a gentle heart. The end. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling meadows and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved to explore and find hidden treasures in the most unlikely of places. One crisp autumn afternoon, Lily was rummaging through her family's attic, a dusty realm filled with forgotten keepsakes and untold stories. As she sifted through the clutter, a tarnished old lamp caught her eye. Curiosity piqued. She gently lifted it from its resting place, and as she did, a strange warmth seemed to emanate from its surface. Lily gasped in delight as the lamp began to glow, and a gentle wisp of smoke swirled out from its spout. From within the smoke emerged a tiny figure, a delightfully wizened old man with a long silvery beard and twinkling eyes. "Welcome, my dear," he said, his voice like warm honey. "I am Zephyr, the keeper of lost tales." Lily could scarcely believe her eyes. "A real storyteller?" she exclaimed, her heart fluttering with excitement. Zephyr chuckled softly. "Indeed, child, and I sense a kindred spirit in you, one who yearns for adventure and the magic that lies within the simplest of tales." With a wave of his hand, Zephyr conjured a shimmering portal, and Lily found herself drawn into a wondrous realm where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred. Here she embarked on a journey unlike any other, guided by Zephyr and a host of enchanting companions. First, there was Puffkin, a plump little rabbit with a penchant for snacking on the most delectable tales. His jovial laughter and insatiable appetite for stories added warmth and levity to their quest. Then there was Willow, a wise old oak tree whose branches swayed with the whispers of ancient lore. Her gentle presence and sage advice helped Lily navigate the challenges that lay ahead. And finally, there was Nimble, a mischievous cloud sprite whose playful antics often left Lily and her friends in fits of giggles, even in the most precarious of situations. Together, this unlikely band of adventurers journeyed through realms where stories took on physical form, where words danced across the sky, and where the power of imagination knew no bounds. Along the way, they encountered obstacles that tested their resolve and creativity. In the realm of lost legends, they had to piece together fragmented tales, each shard holding a vital clue to unlocking the path forward. Lily learned the value of patience and keen observation, as well as the importance of listening to the wisdom of her companions. In the labyrinth of tangled plots, they navigated a maze of intertwining narratives, where a single misstep could lead them astray. Here, Lily discovered the strength of perseverance and the power of working together as a team. And in the Citadel of Forgotten Dreams, they faced their greatest challenge, a looming darkness that threatened to extinguish the very essence of storytelling. It was here that Lily realized the true might of her imagination and how the simplest of tales could ignite a spark of hope in even the darkest of times. Through it all, Lily learned invaluable lessons about courage, friendship, and the transformative power of stories. She discovered that the greatest adventures often begin with the smallest of steps, and that the most extraordinary magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of wonder and connection. As their journey drew to a close, Zephyr smiled warmly at Lily. "You have proven yourself a true keeper of tales, my dear. The magic you have unlocked will forever burn brightly within you, lighting the way for others to follow." With a heavy heart, Lily bid farewell to her newfound friends, but she carried with her the precious memories and lessons they had shared. And as she returned to the attic, clutching the now glowing lamp close to her heart, she knew that her adventures had only just begun. From that day on, Lily became a beacon of storytelling in her village, sharing the wondrous tales she had experienced and inspiring others to embrace the magic that lies within the simplest of objects and the most ordinary of moments. For in a world where ordinary things hold extraordinary secrets, it is the power of imagination and the bonds of friendship that truly unlock the greatest wonders of all. Story 23. In the far reaches of the Orion Nebula, where stars twinkled like distant diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse of space, there lay a small, unassuming planet called Luminara. It was a place where the sky was perpetually alight with a gentle, shimmering glow, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of luminescent blossoms. On this planet lived a kind-hearted creature named Finn, a luminarian with soft, translucent skin that glowed with the colors of the dawn. Finn's eyes, large and filled with curiosity, reflected the myriad hues of his world. He spent his days tending to the radiant flora that thrived in the endless twilight of Luminara. Far away across the galaxy on the barren, rocky planet of Zirgon lived another being named Tarka. Tarka was a Zirgonian, her scales a deep, iridescent blue that shimmered in the harsh light of the twin suns. She was strong and resilient, accustomed to the rugged landscapes and fierce sandstorms of her home. Yet beneath her tough exterior lay a gentle heart, longing for something more than the solitude of her world. Their paths would never have crossed if not for the great cosmic convergence, a rare celestial event that aligned the planets in a dance of gravitational synchronicity. During this time, the boundaries between worlds grew thin, allowing for travel and exploration like never before. It was on the eve of this celestial wonder that Finn and Tarka found themselves aboard the same intergalactic cruiser, the Starbound Wanderer. Finn had embarked on a journey to learn more about the diverse flora of the universe, while Tarka sought to discover new horizons and perhaps a place where she might belong. Their first encounter was far from harmonious. In the bustling common area of the cruiser, Finn, mesmerized by the unfamiliar sights and sounds, accidentally bumped into Tarka, causing her to drop a precious artifact she had been carrying. The artifact, a small, intricately carved stone from Zirgon, shattered upon impact with the ground. Tarka's eyes flashed with anger, her scales bristling as she exclaimed, "Watch where you're going!" Finn, flustered and apologetic, stammered, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just lost in the beauty of it all." Still upset, Tarka turned away, leaving Finn with a heavy heart. He decided he must find a way to make amends. The journey continued, and fate intervened once more when the cruiser encountered a cosmic storm, forcing it to make an emergency landing on an uncharted moon. As the passengers disembarked to wait for repairs, Finn saw an opportunity to mend the rift between him and Tarka. He approached her cautiously, holding out a small pouch filled with seeds from Luminara. "These are seeds from my home," he explained softly. "They grow into the most beautiful flowers, glowing with colors like the dawn. I thought they might bring you some peace." Tarka looked at the offering, her hardened expression softening as she took the pouch. "Thank you," she replied, her voice gentle. "I didn't mean to be so harsh. It's just that stone was the last memory of my grandmother." Finn nodded, understanding the weight of cherished memories. "Perhaps we can find something equally special here on this moon," he suggested, "together." As they explored the moon's surface, they encountered many challenges. The terrain was rugged and unfamiliar, with verdant jungles and shimmering lakes. They had to rely on each other, combining Finn's knowledge of plants and Tarka's survival skills to navigate the landscape. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil lake under a sky filled with swirling nebulae, Tarka shared stories of her grandmother, a wise elder who had instilled in her a love for exploration. Finn, in turn, spoke of his family and the vibrant world of Luminara, where each being was connected through the light they emitted. Through these tales, they began to understand one another, their friendship blossoming like the luminous flowers of Finn's homeland. They learned that despite their differences, they shared a common bond, a yearning for connection and belonging. Together, they discovered a hidden valley filled with rare, glowing crystals that pulsed with gentle warmth. Tarka's eyes lit up as she carefully collected a piece, its glow reminiscent of the stone from Zurgon. "This," she said, turning to Finn with a smile, "this will be my new memory, one that we found together." As the cruiser was finally repaired and ready to depart, Finn and Tarka stood side by side, gazing at the moon that had brought them together. They knew that their paths would soon diverge, but their friendship would remain, a beacon of light across the vastness of space. With a gentle embrace, they promised to meet again, perhaps on Luminara, where Tarka could see the glowing gardens, or on Zurgon, where Finn might experience the majesty of the twin sunsets. As the starbound wanderer lifted off, leaving behind the moon that had become a symbol of their bond, Finn and Tarka sat together, side by side, watching the stars pass by. They had discovered that true friendship transcends worlds and species, a luminous thread connecting hearts across the cosmos. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, they embarked on a journey not just of exploration, but of companionship, knowing that together they could face any challenge and find beauty in the unknown. As Finn and Tarka continued their voyage, the crew of the starbound wanderer had noticed the unlikely friendship that had blossomed between them. Many were curious, and some even inspired by the way these two very different beings had come together, bridging the gap between their worlds with understanding and kindness. One evening, as the cruiser glided silently through the star-studded void, Finn and Tarka were invited to share their story with the rest of the passengers. Gathered around in the cozy observation lounge, where the windows framed a breathtaking view of the galaxy, they told of their journey and the lessons they had learned. Finn spoke of the importance of empathy and seeing beyond the surface to understand the heart beneath. "In every glowing blossom on Luminara," he said, "there is a story, a connection to the light that binds us all. In Tarka, I found a friend who shines with her own unique light, one that I might have missed had I not looked beyond the first impression." Tarka nodded, adding, "And I learned that strength isn't just about enduring the harsh storms of Zurgon. It's about opening oneself to new experiences and finding strength in companionship. Finn taught me that vulnerability can be a bridge to deeper understanding." Their story resonated with those present, sparking conversations and new connections among the diverse passengers of the starbound wanderer. Many realized that their own journeys were enriched by the friendships they formed along the way. As the cruiser continued its voyage across the cosmos, Finn and Tarka often found themselves gazing out at the stars, sharing dreams of future adventures. They discovered that the universe was vast and filled with endless possibilities, each star a potential destination where they might learn, grow, and forge new bonds. One day, a fellow traveler approached them with a suggestion. "Have you ever thought of becoming ambassadors of friendship and unity between worlds?" he asked. "Your story is one that could inspire many." The idea took root in their hearts, and with the encouragement of the crew, Finn and Tarka decided to embark on a new mission. They would travel to different planets, sharing their story and promoting understanding among the diverse species of the galaxy. With each new world they visited, they encountered beings who were initially wary or skeptical, but as Finn and Tarka shared their tale, hearts began to open. They witnessed firsthand the transformative power of friendship, as communities came together to celebrate their differences and find common ground. In one bustling spaceport, a group of younglings from various planets gathered around Finn, captivated by the glowing seeds he carried. He showed them how to plant and nurture the seeds, creating a radiant garden that symbolized unity and hope. Meanwhile, Tarka led workshops on Zergonian survival skills and shared stories of her grandmother's wisdom. She taught others how to weather life's storms with resilience and grace, emphasizing that strength could be found in unexpected places. As the years passed, Finn and Tarka's bond only deepened. They became known throughout the galaxy as the Luminarian and the Zergonian who had found friendship amidst the stars. Their journey inspired countless others to reach out, to listen, and to embrace the beauty of diversity. And so, with each new adventure, Finn and Tarka remained side by side, their friendship a beacon of light and warmth in the vast cosmic sea. They had learned that true companionship transcends boundaries, uniting hearts across the universe in a shared journey of discovery and love. Their story became a legend, a tale told in hushed, reverent tones beside crackling fires and under starlit skies, a reminder that, no matter where one comes from, the bonds of friendship can illuminate even the darkest corners of the galaxy. As the starbound wanderer continued its voyage, Finn and Tarka's story was passed down through generations, inspiring new adventurers to seek out companionship and understanding in the great expanse of space. Their legacy was a testament to the power of connection, proving that even the most unlikely companions could discover the true meaning of friendship amidst the stars. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Finn and Tarka remained a shining example of unity, their hearts forever entwined in the radiant tapestry of the cosmos. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its delightful cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered like cozy fireflies on a warm summer's night, and where the rooftops of the houses seemed to tiptoe into the endless sky. In this village there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leora. She had a curious spirit and a heart as open and warm as a sunlit meadow. Leora loved to explore the edges of the village, where the boundary between the known and the mysterious forest was marked by a gentle stream that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. Her best friend, an amiable squirrel named Thistle, often accompanied her on these adventures. Thistle had a bushy tail that shimmered in the sunlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief and delight. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the world in shades of amber and gold, Leora and Thistle discovered something peculiar. Nestled in the roots of an ancient oak tree, they found a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, magical energy. Leora's eyes widened with excitement. "Do you see this, Thistle?" she whispered, her voice tinged with awe. The squirrel chattered in agreement, his tail twitching with curiosity. Gently, Leora opened the box, revealing a radiant, shimmering crystal nestled inside. The crystal glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting a warm glow on Leora's face. As she held it in her hand, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the crystal held the essence of 1,000 sunrises. "This must be something special," Leora murmured, her heart thumping with the thrill of discovery. Thistle nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting the crystal's enchanting light. The crystal, as it turned out, was a magical object of great significance. It was known as the Heart of the Forest, a source of ancient magic that had been hidden away to protect it from those who might use it unwisely. The Heart of the Forest had the power to reveal hidden truths and uncover secret worlds. Curiosity piqued, Leora decided to embark on a journey to uncover the mysteries surrounding the crystal. She knew that the forest held secrets of its own, and perhaps the heart of the forest could lead her to them. With Thistle perched on her shoulder, his eyes bright with anticipation, Leora set off into the depths of the forest. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees whispered ancient songs, their leaves rustling like gentle sighs, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As the day wore on, Leora and Thistle came upon a glade bathed in golden light. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. The air seemed to shimmer with a magical aura, and Leora felt a sense of peace and wonder enveloping her. "This place feels special," Leora said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his eyes wide with awe. As they approached the willow tree, the heart of the forest began to glow more brightly, its light mingling with the golden rays of the sun. Suddenly, the ground beneath the tree shifted, revealing a hidden entrance leading down into the earth. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora and Thistle descended into the hidden world beneath the willow tree. As they ventured deeper, they found themselves in a cavernous space filled with luminescent flowers and glistening crystals. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. In the center of the cavern stood a majestic pool, its waters shimmering with iridescent hues. The surface of the pool was as smooth as glass, reflecting the beauty of the cavern like a mirror. Leora knelt by the edge of the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes filled with wonder. As she held the heart of the forest over the water, the crystal's light danced across the surface, creating ripples that seemed to whisper secrets from the depths. Suddenly, the water began to swirl and shimmer, revealing a vision of the forest and its hidden wonders. Leora watched in awe as scenes unfolded before her eyes. A hidden grove filled with rare and magical creatures, a secret path leading to a meadow of endless wildflowers, and a serene lake where the stars danced upon the water like 1,000 fireflies. Through these visions, Leora understood that the heart of the forest was not just a key to hidden worlds, but also a guide to understanding the beauty and magic that lay within the world around her. The forest, with all its secrets and wonders, was a part of her own journey of discovery and growth. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Leora gently placed the heart of the forest back into its wooden box. She knew that its magic was not to be taken lightly, and that it was a gift to be cherished and protected. As Leora and Thistle made their way back to the village, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The forest seemed to hum with a gentle, contented energy, as if it, too, was grateful for the return of its heart. In the days that followed, Leora shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the hidden world she had discovered and the magic that lay within the forest. Her stories inspired others to explore the beauty and wonder of the natural world and to cherish the magic that lay within their own hearts. And so the village of Willowbrook became a place where magic and wonder were celebrated, and where the bonds of friendship and community were strengthened by the shared love of the world around them. As for Leora and Thistle, their adventures continued, guided by the wisdom and magic of the heart of the forest. Together they explored new paths, uncovered hidden wonders, and discovered the beauty of the world in ways they had never imagined. And in their hearts, they knew that the true magic lay not just in the discoveries they made, but in the journey itself, and in the friendships that blossomed along the way. As the stars twinkled above and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, Leora and Thistle lay beneath the ancient oak tree where their adventure had begun. The night sky stretched above them like a vast, star-speckled canvas, and the world was at peace. With a contented sigh, Leora closed her eyes, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey that had brought her closer to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. And with Thistle curled up beside her, she drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures and discoveries, guided by the light of the heart of the forest. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a forest cloaked in mystery and wonder, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. This was a place where the natural world and magic danced together in a delicate, harmonious waltz, hidden away from the prying eyes of the outside world. In the heart of this forest, beneath the sprawling canopy that filtered sunlight into gentle, golden shafts, stood the great oak. Its roots burrowed deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from ancient times, while its branches stretched high into the sky, caressing the clouds. The great oak was the keeper of the forest, a wise and gentle giant whose presence ensured that harmony reigned. The creatures of this enchanted place lived in symbiotic peace, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as the downy clouds above. The rabbits were the forest's gardeners, tending to the underbrush, spreading seeds with their hop and skip. As they worked, the scent of fresh earth and wildflowers filled the air, a perfume concocted by nature itself. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was tinged with the scent of wood smoke and the leaves crunched delightfully underfoot, a gentle breeze carried a message through the forest. It whispered through the pine needles, rustled the fallen leaves, and eventually reached the ears of the rabbits. It was the voice of the great oak, calling for a gathering. The rabbits, their ears twitching with curiosity, bounded through the forest, guided by the sun-dappled paths that wound beneath the towering trees. Along the way, they were joined by a family of squirrels, their bushy tails flicking with excitement, and a pair of wise old owls who blinked sagely as they flapped silently through the cool morning air. As they reached the base of the great oak, they found a gathering of creatures already assembled. There were the deer, graceful and serene, the foxes, with their russet coats glowing in the morning light, and the humble hedgehogs who shuffled forward, their spines gently brushing against one another. The great oak began to speak, its voice a deep rumble that resonated through the earth and up into the sky. "Dear friends," it intoned, "our forest is a sanctuary of balance and magic, but there is a change in the air, a shift that requires our attention." The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder and concern. The great oak continued, "As the seasons turn, we must prepare for the coming of winter. The balance we cherish must be maintained, and it is up to us to ensure that all are cared for." The rabbits nodded, understanding their role in burrowing deeper into the earth, creating warm, snug homes for themselves and any creature who might need shelter from the cold. The squirrels busied their paws, gathering acorns and nuts to store away, while the owls shared their wisdom, reminding all of the lessons learned from winters past. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the forest came alive with preparations. The animals worked together, their efforts woven with kindness and cooperation. The air filled with the scent of pine and the crispness of impending frost, while the sky turned a brilliant tapestry of oranges, pinks, and purples as the sun set earlier each day. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to drift lazily from the sky, a small fox cub found itself lost, separated from its family in the flurry. The snow was soft beneath its paws, a cold and unfamiliar sensation. Its heart pounded with fear, but then it remembered the teachings of the great oak. The fox cub sniffed the air, catching the scent of the rabbit's burrow. Guided by the gentle notes of their presence, it padded softly towards them, the snow whispering secrets beneath its tiny paws. The rabbits welcomed the cub into their burrow, sharing their warmth and safety. As the forest settled beneath a blanket of snow, a serene silence enveloped the land. The snowflakes, each a tiny miracle of geometry, sparkled under the pale moonlight, casting a gentle glow over the woodland. The great oak, its branches now heavy with snow, smiled upon the scene. Its heart, if trees could have such things, swelled with pride at the unity and compassion that thrived among its charges. The forest was not merely a place of magic and beauty. It was a living testament to the power of harmony and friendship. As the winter months unfolded, the creatures of the forest continued to thrive, sharing stories and wisdom by the light of the silvery moon. The fox cub grew strong and wise, always remembering the kindness of the rabbits and the lessons of the great oak. When the first signs of spring appeared, with crocuses pushing through the melting snow and birds returning to sing their joyful songs, the forest awoke with renewed vigor. The scent of thawing earth and budding leaves filled the air, a reminder that life, in its infinite cycle, always finds a way. And so, the enchanted forest continued its timeless dance of seasons, a place where magic and reality coexisted in perfect harmony. The creatures, guided by the wisdom of the great oak, lived their lives in peace, teaching each new generation the importance of balance, kindness, and the gentle magic of nature. In this hidden world, tucked away from the eyes of the hurried world beyond, the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the beauty of a well-tended earth. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden light over the land, all was well under the watchful gaze of the great oak, where every creature was cherished, and every life, no matter how small, held a place in the grand story of the forest. Story 26. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels against the velvet blackness of space, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Aurelia. Its surface was a tapestry of lush, emerald forests and vast, crystalline lakes, all under a sky perpetually painted in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place known for its tranquil beauty and the gentle luminescence of its flora, which bathed the landscape in a soft, welcoming glow. On a particularly serene morning, when the twin moons still hung low on the horizon, a sleek, silvery craft descended from the heavens, settling gracefully onto the mossy ground. The hatch of the ship opened with a quiet hiss, revealing a tall, slender figure with skin that shimmered iridescently in the early light. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant planet of Quillara, known for its inhabitants' gift of empathy and their deep connection to the emotional energy of the universe. Lyra stepped onto the soft earth, her eyes scanning the horizon. The air was filled with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle rustle of the leaves played a soothing melody. She had come to Aurelia seeking solitude, a place to meditate and replenish her spirit, which had grown weary from her travels. As she began to explore the forest, Lyra was unaware that she was not alone. Watching her from the shadows was a small, furry creature with eyes as bright as twin suns. This was Zephyr, a native of Aurelia, whose kind were known for their playful nature and mischievous antics. Zephyr was curious about this newcomer, for he had never seen anyone quite like her. The first encounter between Lyra and Zephyr was not what one might call harmonious. As Lyra sat beneath a great, ancient tree with leaves that whispered secrets of the ages, Zephyr decided to introduce himself in his own peculiar way. With a swift flick of his tail, he sent a shower of dew-laden petals cascading down upon Lyra's head. Startled, Lyra looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing Zephyr perched on a branch above, she felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. "Oh, so this is how you welcome visitors?" she said with a hint of a smile, her voice as melodic as the wind through the trees. Zephyr chirped a series of musical notes, a sound that, while foreign to Lyra, carried a hint of mischief and apology. Realizing that this small creature meant no harm, Lyra laughed softly, her laughter blending with the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. Despite this playful beginning, the two found themselves thrown into an unexpected alliance when a sudden storm swept across Aurelia. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, and rain began to fall in torrents, turning the forest into a maze of slick, muddy paths. Huddled under the protective canopy of the great tree, Lyra and Zephyr exchanged glances. Lyra sensed Zephyr's unease, his usual lively demeanor dampened by the unexpected storm. She reached out, touching his mind with her gift, offering reassurance and calm. In that moment, something changed between them. Zephyr, feeling the warmth of Lyra's spirit, chirped softly, a sound that conveyed gratitude and trust. It was as if a bridge had been built between their two hearts, spanning the vast gulf of their differences. As the storm raged on, the two companions shared stories and laughter, their voices a balm against the howling wind. Lyra spoke of Quillara, with its shimmering oceans of light and its songs of the stars, while Zephyr described the hidden wonders of Aurelia, tales of glistening caverns and the symphony of the night creatures. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the forest sparkling and fresh, Lyra and Zephyr emerged into the sunlight, their bond now as strong as the roots of the ancient tree that had sheltered them. They spent their days exploring the wonders of Aurelia, facing challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One such challenge came when they encountered a vast chasm, a rift in the earth that seemed impossible to cross. Zephyr, eager to show his bravery, darted ahead, leaping from rock to rock. But halfway across, he slipped, his usual agility failing him. In that heart-stopping moment, Lyra acted without hesitation. Using her empathic abilities, she reached out to Zephyr, calming his fear and guiding him with her thoughts. With her help, he regained his footing and made it safely to the other side. Breathless but triumphant, Zephyr chirped excitedly, his eyes shining with gratitude. Lyra, her heart swelling with relief, knelt beside him, their hands and paws meeting in a silent vow of friendship. Throughout their adventures, Lyra and Zephyr learned much from each other. Lyra discovered the joy of spontaneity and the value of laughter, while Zephyr gained a deeper appreciation for the quiet strength that lay in empathy and understanding. Their bond, forged through trials and shared experiences, grew into something beautiful and enduring. They taught each other that true friendship transcends the boundaries of species and worlds, a lesson that resonated with the gentle wisdom of the universe itself. As the days turned into weeks, and the twin moons of Aurelia danced across the sky, Lyra knew that her time on this enchanting planet was drawing to an end. Yet she also knew that the friendship she had found would remain a part of her forever, a bright star in the constellation of her life. On the day of her departure, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber, Lyra stood by her ship, Zephyr beside her. They shared a silent farewell, their hearts speaking in a language beyond words. With a final fond chirp, Zephyr watched as Lyra ascended into the stars, her ship a streak of silver against the night sky. Though their paths would diverge, the bond they had forged would remain unbroken, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. And so, in the gentle embrace of that distant world, a tale of unlikely companions unfolded, leaving behind a legacy of warmth and hope for all who would listen to the whispering winds and the songs of the stars. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Aaron. Aaron was known for his kind heart and gentle ways, but he often felt out of place amongst the ever-changing patterns of life around him. The seasons danced through the village, spring's vibrant blooms, summer's golden warmth, autumn's crisp rustle of leaves, and winter's quiet blanket of snow. All seemed to shift so effortlessly, yet Aaron found himself rooted in place, hesitant to embrace change. The village was a place of wonder, where magic flowed as naturally as the brook that sang its way through the meadow. The villagers understood the magic within their lands, using it to cultivate lush gardens and to guide their boats through misty mornings. But Aaron, despite his deep affection for his home, felt untouched by this magic, as if a part of him remained dormant. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun set in a blaze of amber and gold, Aaron wandered into the ancient woods that bordered the village. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched softly underfoot. As he walked, he heard a gentle rustling, not unlike the sound of a whispered secret. Following the sound, Aaron arrived at a small glade bathed in moonlight, where a luminous butterfly with wings of shimmering sapphire and emerald fluttered before him. This was no ordinary butterfly, for it was a creature born from the very essence of the forest's magic. It danced in the air with a grace that seemed to speak directly to Aaron's heart. The butterfly alighted on a nearby branch, and as it did, the glade brightened with a soft, enchanting glow. Aaron felt a warm, comforting presence envelop him, as if the forest itself was embracing him. "Do not fear change, dear Aaron," a gentle voice echoed in the glade. It was the voice of the forest spirit, an ethereal being that watched over the woods and the village. Change is the heartbeat of life. It is through change that we grow and discover our true selves. Aaron listened intently, his heart stirring with a newfound courage. "But how can I change when I feel so uncertain?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness. "Growth comes from within, and sometimes it begins with the smallest of steps," replied the forest spirit, its voice a soothing melody. "I will guide you, but you must take the journey." With that, the butterfly flitted towards Aaron and landed gently on his shoulder. Its wings shimmered with a comforting warmth, and as it rested there, Aaron felt a soft fluttering within his own heart, as if a seed had been planted deep inside him, ready to bloom. Encouraged by the spirit's words and the butterfly's gentle presence, Aaron returned to the village with a quiet determination. Over the following days, he sought the counsel of his friends, who were as varied as the shades of the forest itself. There was Mira, the wise herbalist who brewed potions from the forest's bounty and whose laughter could brighten the gloomiest of days. There was Rowan, the gentle blacksmith, whose strength was matched only by his kindness. And there was Leora, the weaver of tales, whose stories wove magic as intricate as the stars in the night sky. Each friend, in their own way, taught Aaron the beauty of accepting change. Mira showed him how each season brought new herbs and flowers, each with its own unique gifts. Rowan demonstrated the art of shaping metal, transforming raw iron into objects of both beauty and utility, a process that mirrored the transformations in life. Leora spun stories of heroes and heroines who embraced their journeys, discovering strengths they never knew they possessed. As Aaron absorbed these lessons, he began to notice the subtle magic within himself. It was a quiet strength, a gentle courage that grew with each new experience. He found joy in the simple act of planting seeds in the village garden, watching them sprout and blossom into vibrant flowers and nourishing vegetables. He took pleasure in learning the songs of the forest, letting their melodies guide his steps through the woods. The butterfly remained a constant companion, its presence a reminder of the forest spirit's promise. With each flutter of its wings, Aaron felt his confidence grow. He realized that change was not something to fear, but a part of the natural rhythm of life, a dance that everyone was invited to join. As autumn gave way to winter, the village transformed under a blanket of snow, and Aaron felt a transformation within himself as well. He no longer felt out of place in the world, but rather a part of its ever-changing tapestry. The lessons he had learned from his friends and the quiet guidance of the forest spirit had helped him discover the magic within his own heart. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Aaron returned to the glade where he had first encountered the magical butterfly. The forest was hushed, wrapped in a serene silence that seemed to stretch to the stars above. In the glow of the moonlight, the butterfly appeared once more, its wings shimmering with an ethereal light. "Thank you," Aaron whispered, his heart full of gratitude and wonder. "I see now that change is a gift, a path to discovering who I am meant to be." The butterfly fluttered around Aaron, its dance as joyful as it was when they first met. With a final graceful swoop, it soared into the night sky, leaving behind a trail of stardust that sparkled like diamonds in the crisp winter air. Aaron stood in the glade, feeling a deep sense of peace. He knew that the journey of personal growth was ongoing, a path that would continue to unfold with each new season. But now, he embraced the journey with an open heart, ready to dance with the changing tides of life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Aaron began his walk back to the village, his spirit lighter and his heart aglow with the magic of transformation. The world around him seemed more vibrant, each snow-laden tree and each gentle breeze a reminder of the beauty that lay in both change and constancy. As he neared his cozy cottage, the warmth of the hearth beckoning him home, Aaron knew that he was not alone. He was surrounded by friends, by the magic of the forest, and by the quiet strength that had taken root in his soul. With a contented sigh, he stepped inside, closing the door gently behind him. And in the peaceful hush of the winter night, under the watchful eyes of the twinkling stars, Aaron drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of the wonders yet to come, cradled by the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 28. In a realm where the whispers of the forest carried secrets as old as time itself, there lay an ancient woodland known as the Verdant Glade. This forest was a lush tapestry of towering oaks and whispering willows, their leaves shimmering like emeralds under the gentle caress of the sun. A brook, clear as crystal and as merry as a giggling child, meandered through the glade, its banks fringed with wildflowers that nodded and swayed in the breeze. Here, in this enchanted haven, the creatures of the forest lived in a harmony as delicate as a spider's silk. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of the ages. Thistle was revered for her wisdom, which she shared with great humility and kindness. As the seasons turned, the forest danced to the rhythm of nature's symphony. Spring brought a tapestry of blossoms, painting the woodland in pastel hues that filled the air with a sweet perfume. Summer followed, draping the forest in a warm, golden glow, each leaf and blade of grass basking in the generous sunlight. Autumn arrived in a whirl of crimson and gold, the trees shedding their leaves in a gentle cascade, creating a rustling carpet underfoot. And finally winter, with its cloak of snow that blanketed the glade in serene silence, the world hushed under its soft white embrace. It was during one such winter that a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold in the verdant glade. The snowflakes, usually delicate and fleeting, started to glow with a soft blue luminescence as they fell. The creatures of the forest gathered in wonder, their breath visible in the crisp, cold air, creating a chorus of whispers and murmurs. Among the gathered was a young rabbit named Willow, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. Willow's fur was as white as the snow that covered the ground, making her appear almost as a ghostly wisp flitting through the woodland. She approached Thistle, who sat beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled branches like the arms of a benevolent guardian. "Thistle," Willow began, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against skin, "what makes the snow glow so beautifully?" Thistle smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, dear Willow, what you see is the magic of the winter solstice," she explained, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around the creatures like a comforting shawl. "It is a time when the forest's energy is at its most potent, and the cycle of life prepares for renewal." As Thistle spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the trees leaning in ever so slightly, their branches swaying in time with her words. "Long ago," Thistle continued, "the elders of the forest bestowed a gift upon this land, a promise of balance and harmony tied to the changing seasons. The glowing snow is a reminder of this promise, a sign that even in the depths of winter, life and light endure." Willow nodded, her heart swelling with a new understanding. "Is there something we should do, Thistle?" she asked, her voice filled with eagerness to help preserve this balance. "Indeed," Thistle replied, her tone gentle yet firm. "Every creature has a part to play. We must cherish the forest, protect its secrets, and share its wisdom with those who come after us. In doing so, we honor the bond between the land and its denizens." With newfound purpose, Willow scampered off to spread Thistle's teachings. She visited the burrows of the foxes, the nests of the birds, and even the den of the wise old bear, sharing the tale of the winter solstice and the glowing snow. Each creature, touched by Willow's sincerity and Thistle's wisdom, pledged to uphold the balance of their beloved forest. As the days grew longer and the snow began to melt, the forest awoke from its slumber. The brook sang a lively tune once more, and the first tender buds peeked shyly from the branches. Spring was on the horizon, and with it, the promise of renewal. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, life in the verdant glade continued in its gentle rhythm, each creature a note in the symphony of nature. The lessons of the winter solstice stayed with them, a reminder of their duty to protect and cherish the gift of their woodland home. And so, in the heart of the forest, where magic danced with reality, the creatures lived in peace, their lives intertwined with the seasons, each one a guardian of the harmony that bound them all together. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, always eager to explore the wonders around her. Little did she know that her world was about to be turned upside down by the most unexpected of discoveries. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods, as she often did, to gather wildflowers and listen to the melodies of the birds. As she wandered deeper into the forest, something caught her eye, a peculiar object nestled beneath a fallen log. Brushing away the leaves, she unveiled a tarnished old lantern, its glass panes dulled by time. Intrigued, Willow carefully picked it up, and as her fingers brushed against the cool metal, a warm glow suddenly emanated from within. Startled, she nearly dropped the lantern, but her curiosity quickly overcame her surprise. She peered inside, and to her amazement, a tiny flickering flame danced within, casting a gentle radiance that seemed to beckon her closer. As Willow gazed into the lantern's mesmerizing light, she felt a strange yet comforting presence envelop her. A soft, whispering voice echoed in her mind. "Dear child, you have awakened an ancient magic. This lantern holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the forest, but only those with a pure heart and an open mind can unravel its mysteries." Willow's heart raced with excitement, but she knew this was no ordinary task. The voice continued, "To truly understand the wonders of this enchanted realm, you must embark on a journey of self-discovery. Seek out the wise creatures who call these woods their home, and they will guide you on your path." Without hesitation, Willow clutched the lantern close to her heart and set forth on her extraordinary quest. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the lantern's warm glow illuminated her way, casting dancing shadows upon the ancient trees. It wasn't long before she encountered her first helper, a wizened old oak tree with a kindly face etched into its bark. "Greetings, young Willow," the tree rumbled. "I am Oakley, guardian of these woods. The lantern you carry is no ordinary light. It is a beacon that will reveal the magic hidden all around us, if you have the courage to open your eyes and your heart." Willow listened intently as Oakley shared tales of the forest's enchantments, encouraging her to embrace the wonders that lay ahead. With renewed determination, she pressed on, guided by the lantern's flickering flame. Along the way, she met a mischievous rabbit named Thumper, who became her loyal companion, leading her to hidden glades and whispering brooks. Together, they encountered a family of wise old owls who taught Willow the importance of patience and observation. "The secrets of the forest are not always easily seen," hooted the eldest owl, "but if you listen closely and open your senses, the magic will reveal itself." As Willow's journey continued, she faced challenges that tested her resolve. At times the path grew dim, and the lantern's light seemed to flicker and fade. But with each obstacle she overcame, her heart grew stronger, and the lantern's radiance burned brighter. One night, as Willow huddled by a warm campfire with her newfound friends, she gazed up at the twinkling stars above. In that moment of stillness, she realized that the true magic had been within her all along. The ability to appreciate the beauty of the world around her and the connections she had forged with the forest's inhabitants. The lantern, once a simple object, had become a symbol of her own inner light, guiding her on a transformative journey of self-discovery. As she drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle rhythms of the forest, Willow knew that she would forever carry the magic she had uncovered within her heart. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the enchanted woods, sharing her knowledge and wonder with all who crossed her path. And whenever the world seemed too loud or too harsh, she would retreat to her beloved forest, light her trusted lantern, and bask in the gentle glow of its everlasting magic. Story 30. In the heart of the ancient emeraldwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight danced through the leaves like gentle golden rain, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. This forest, cradled by misty hills and bordered by a shimmering river that sang its way to the sea, was a realm where nature and magic coexisted in perfect harmony. The forest hummed with life, from the rustle of the leaves in the gentle breeze to the soft chirping of crickets serenading the twilight. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was a tapestry of mosses and wildflowers, each petal a splash of vibrant color. Here, in this enchanted place, the creatures of the forest thrived in a delicate balance, each playing its part in a grand, unspoken symphony. Among these creatures was an elder owl named Orin, whose eyes were mirrors of the night sky, filled with stars and stories of old. Orin was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through countless generations. His feathers were soft and mottled, a cloak of the forest itself, and his presence exuded a calm that settled over the forest like a warm blanket. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Orin perched upon the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest and a living library of its history. There he would unfurl tales of times long past to the young ones gathered at his feet, their eyes wide with wonder, reflecting the flickering light of the fireflies that danced around them. One such evening, As the seasons began to change and the air grew crisp with the promise of autumn, Oren shared a tale of the mystical aurora bloom, a rare flower said to blossom only when the forest was in perfect harmony. Its petals were said to be imbued with the colors of the northern lights, and its fragrance was a melody that could soothe even the most restless heart. The aurora bloom, Oren began in his soft, melodic voice, is a gift from the stars, a sign that our forest is in balance. It appears only when every creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, lives in peace with one another and with nature. The young creatures listened intently, their imaginations stirred by the vision of such a wondrous flower. Among them was a curious squirrel named Pippin, his tail a fluffy plume and his eyes bright with curiosity. Pippin was known for his adventurous spirit, always eager to explore the forest's hidden nooks and crannies. "Has anyone ever seen the aurora bloom?" Pippin asked, his voice a mixture of awe and excitement. "Ah, it appears but rarely," Oren replied, a twinkle in his eye. "But when it does, it is a sight to behold. The forest glows as if kissed by the moon, and the air sings with its gentle magic." As the story unfolded, a gentle wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of ripe berries and the promise of change. Pippin felt a stirring in his heart, a longing to witness the aurora bloom for himself. He dreamed of the flower, its colors dancing like northern lights through the forest canopy, a beacon of beauty and balance. With the dawn of the next day, Pippin set out on a quest to find the aurora bloom. The forest was alive with the sounds of morning, a symphony of birdsong and the soft murmur of the brook winding its way through the trees. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the scent of dew-kissed leaves and wildflowers opening their petals to the sun. Pippin scampered along the well-worn paths, his tiny paws barely making a sound on the forest floor. Along the way, he met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who was slowly making her way to the sunlit glade where she liked to bask. "Good morning, Pippin," Thistle greeted, her voice as gentle and slow as her movements. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" "I'm searching for the aurora bloom," Pippin replied, his excitement bubbling forth. "Do you know where I might find it?" Thistle paused, her eyes thoughtful. "The aurora bloom is elusive, dear Pippin, but remember this. The forest's harmony lies not just in the grand, but in the small and unseen. Perhaps your journey will teach you more than the destination itself." With Thistle's words in mind, Pippin continued his journey, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. He ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the melodies of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, and the distant call of a lone wolf echoing through the trees. As he traveled, Pippin encountered many of the forest's inhabitants. He helped a family of hedgehogs find their way back to their burrow and shared nuts with a family of field mice preparing for the winter. Each encounter was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all creatures and the delicate balance that governed their lives. Days turned into weeks, and Pippin's journey took him to the farthest reaches of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the underbrush thicker. He felt the changing seasons in the chill of the air and the golden leaves that carpeted the ground, each step a soft crunch underfoot. One evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Pippin found himself at the edge of a serene meadow. The moon bathed the landscape in a gentle silver light, and the air was filled with a stillness that felt almost sacred. In the center of the meadow, surrounded by a halo of soft, shimmering light, was the aurora bloom. Its petals glowed with ethereal colors, emerald, violet, and cerulean, each hue shifting and blending like the dance of the northern lights. A gentle fragrance filled the air, a melody so sweet it seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Pippin approached the flower with reverence, his heart swelling with a sense of awe and gratitude. As he gazed at the aurora bloom, he realized that the true beauty of the flower lay not just in its appearance, but in the harmony it represented, a harmony that he had seen reflected in every creature and every moment of kindness throughout his journey. With this newfound understanding, Pippin returned to the heart of the forest, where his friends awaited his tales of adventure. Under the watchful gaze of Oren, Pippin shared his story, not just of the aurora bloom, but of the journey itself and the wisdom he had gained along the way. That night, As the forest settled into a peaceful slumber beneath the starlit sky, a gentle breeze carried the scent of the aurora bloom across the land, a reminder of the beauty and balance that could be found when creatures of all kinds lived in harmony with each other and the world around them. And so, the forest continued to thrive, its ancient trees and vibrant creatures living in a dance of life and magic, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle light of the aurora bloom. Story 31. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stardust danced like fireflies in the velvet night, there existed a small, verdant planet known as Eloria. Its skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and its air was perfumed with the sweet scent of luminescent blossoms that bloomed only under the gentle caress of twin moons. It was here, under the protective embrace of ancient towering trees, that the story of two unlikely companions began. One of these was a being named Leora, hailing from the aquatic world of Zephyros. She was a creature of grace and fluidity, her skin shimmering with the opalescent glow of seashells, her hair flowing like liquid silver. Leora thrived in water, and her voice was as soothing as the ebb and flow of the tide. Her people, the Zephyrites, were known for their wisdom and peace, living harmoniously with the oceans that cradled their existence. The other was a traveler from the rocky, wind-swept planet of Corin, a rugged world where survival meant resilience and strength. His name was Jarek, a stout and sturdy being with skin like burnished bronze, etched with lines that told stories of perseverance. The Corinites were a warrior people, yet they cherished honor and camaraderie above all, their hearts as vast and open as the canyons that carved their homeland. The cosmos had a mischievous way of bringing together those who seemed most different, and so it was that Leora and Jarek found themselves on Eloria. They had come for a grand summit, a gathering of many worlds to share knowledge and forge bonds of friendship. Yet amidst the bustling throngs of beings from every corner of the galaxy, they felt curiously alone. Their first meeting was less than harmonious. Leora, accustomed to the gentle whispers of her oceanic home, found Jarek's booming laughter and hearty manner overwhelming. Meanwhile, Jarek, who valued directness and strength, viewed Leora's serene demeanor as aloofness. A misunderstanding arose over a simple gesture, a shared meal that Jarek considered a token of alliance, but which Leora misinterpreted as intrusive. Awkwardness hung between them like a thick fog, and they parted with polite but strained smiles. Fate, however, had different plans. As the summit continued, an unexpected storm swept across Eloria, its winds howling through the trees and its rains battering the ground. Delegates sought shelter, and in the chaos, Leora and Jarek found themselves huddled together beneath the sprawling canopy of a great ancient tree. The tree, with its roots deep in the earth and branches reaching for the stars, seemed to embrace them in a cocoon of safety. As the storm raged outside, the two began to talk, their voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the tempest. Leora spoke of the tranquility of her ocean home, of the songs her people sang to calm the waves. Jarek shared tales of the fierce beauty of his planet, of the bonds forged in the heat of battle, and the joy of watching a sunset painted across the rocky horizon. In the quiet moments between their stories, they listened to the rain patter softly on the leaves above, and they began to see each other with new eyes. Leora saw the warmth in Jarek's laughter, a reflection of the sunlit sands she had never known. Jarek, in turn, recognized the strength in Leora's calmness, akin to the steadfast seas that embraced her world. Their differences, once barriers, became bridges. They exchanged knowledge of their worlds, Leora teaching Jarek to find peace and stillness, and Jarek showing Leora the joy of unrestrained laughter. Together they discovered hidden paths through the lush forest, finding beauty in the delicate balance of nature that neither could have appreciated alone. As the storm passed and the skies cleared, a new challenge arose. The summit had to be relocated to a distant valley, and the journey would be perilous. Leora and Jarek volunteered to guide a group of delegates through the treacherous terrain, leaning on each other's strengths. The path was fraught with obstacles, a river swollen with recent rains, a steep cliffside that tested their resolve. Leora, with her affinity for water, found a safe crossing for the river, her knowledge of currents guiding them through the rushing waters. Jarek, his experience with rugged landscapes, led them up the cliff with sure-footed determination, his strength a beacon of courage. During the journey, they encountered a small creature, injured and alone, its plaintive cries echoing through the forest. Without hesitation, they worked together, Leora soothing the creature with gentle coos, while Jarek fashioned a splint from nearby branches. Their compassion and teamwork saved the creature, and it followed them for the rest of their journey, a reminder of the kindness that bound them. As they reached the valley, the delegates thanked Leora and Jarek for their guidance. The two looked at each other, understanding blossoming between them like the flowers that carpeted the valley floor. They realized that friendship was not about finding those who were the same, but cherishing the differences that made each other whole. The summit concluded with a celebration beneath the stars, the night air filled with laughter and stories shared across worlds. As the twin moons rose, Leora and Jarek stood side by side, their hearts light with the promise of new adventures. They had come to Aloria as strangers, but were leaving as friends. In the end, it was not the challenges they faced or the misunderstandings that marked their journey, but the quiet moments of understanding and the shared laughter that truly defined their bond. As the stars twinkled above, they knew that the universe, vast and varied, held a place for friendships that transcended the boundaries of worlds. And so, under the gentle watch of the twin moons, Leora and Jarek set forth together into the galaxy, two souls intertwined by the simple, profound truth that friendship is the greatest journey of all. Story 32. In the serene village of Elderglen, where the whispering pines met the rolling meadows, there lay a legend about a magical locket. This locket, made of silver and enchanted with the wisdom of the forest itself, was said to have the power to reveal hidden truths and guide the pure of heart on a journey of transformation. The villagers spoke of its ability to illuminate paths unseen by the ordinary eye, paths that led to the very heart of the forest's mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and the air carried the scent of apples and earth, a young girl named Leora sat by the edge of the village. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky just before dawn, and a mind that buzzed with questions. Leora had always felt a peculiar connection to the forest. To her, it was not merely a collection of trees and shadows, but a living, breathing entity that whispered secrets and sang songs only she could hear. On this particular day, Leora's heart was restless. She had heard the tale of the magical locket from her grandmother, who spun it like a bedtime story full of wonder and possibility. The locket finds those who seek truth, her grandmother would say, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. It shows them the way to their true selves. As the sun peeked over the horizon, casting its warm glow on the world, Leora felt an irresistible urge to venture into the forest. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, she set off on a path that wound through the woods like a gentle stream. The forest greeted her with the sound of birdsong and the rustling of branches, as if welcoming an old friend. The path she followed was dappled with sunlight, the ground soft beneath her feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly with every step. The air was crisp and invigorating, filling her lungs with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Leora's thoughts wandered to the stories of the locket. Could it be true? Could such an object exist, hidden somewhere within this forest she loved so dearly? Her journey took her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light dimmer. Here, the air was thick with mystery, and the whispers of the forest grew louder. It was here, in this hidden world, that Leora felt most alive, her senses heightened, her spirit soaring. As the morning wore on, Leora came upon a clearing. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. It was a tree unlike any she had seen before, its presence commanding yet gentle. Drawn to it, Leora approached with reverence, her heart pounding in her chest. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, lay a small, intricately carved box. The box seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it held the heartbeat of the forest itself. Leora knelt before it, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch the smooth, cool surface. As her fingers brushed against the box, it opened with a soft click, revealing the locket inside. It was a thing of beauty, its silver surface catching the light, etched with symbols that seemed to dance and shift as she gazed upon them. Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose that she had never known before. With a deep breath, she picked up the locket and placed it around her neck. Instantly, the forest around her seemed to brighten, the colors more vivid, the sounds more melodious. It was as if the locket had awakened something within her, something that had been waiting patiently for this very moment. Leora stood, feeling the weight of the locket against her heart. She knew, instinctively, that this was the beginning of a journey, one that would take her to places she had only dreamed of. With renewed determination, she continued on her path, the locket guiding her steps. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path began to change. The trees seemed to part before her, revealing hidden trails that twisted and turned like the threads of a tapestry. The world around her shimmered with magic, the air alive with possibilities. Leora felt a sense of wonder and excitement, as if she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. The forest was full of life, its creatures watching her with curious eyes. A family of deer bounded gracefully through the underbrush, their movements fluid and elegant. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melody that echoed through the trees. Even the squirrels paused in their gathering to observe her passing, their bushy tails twitching in interest. Leora walked on, her heart light, her mind open to the wonders around her. She felt a connection to the forest, a bond that transcended words. It was as if the locket had bridged the gap between her world and the hidden realm of the forest, allowing her to see and feel its magic in a way she never had before. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Leora came upon a stream that sparkled like liquid silver. Its waters danced over smooth stones, creating a symphony of sound that soothed her soul. She paused by the stream, dipping her fingers into the cool, clear water. The sensation was refreshing, invigorating, and she felt a sense of renewal wash over her. It was here, by the stream, that Leora encountered her first challenge. From the depths of the forest emerged a figure, cloaked in shadows, its features obscured by the dappled light. It was a fox, its fur a deep russet, its eyes bright and intelligent. The fox regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce her very soul, and Leora felt a shiver of recognition. The fox approached her slowly, its movements deliberate, its presence commanding. Leora felt no fear, only a sense of anticipation. She knew somehow that this fox held the key to the next part of her journey. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said, its voice as smooth as silk, its tone both welcoming and wise. "You have found the locket, a rare treasure indeed, but to unlock its true power, you must first prove yourself worthy." Leora nodded, understanding that this was a test of her character, a challenge that would require more than courage and determination. It would require wisdom, compassion, and a willingness to learn. "The locket will guide you," the fox continued, its eyes never leaving hers. "But you must trust in yourself and the journey you have chosen to undertake. There will be obstacles, and there will be choices. It is in these moments that your true self will be revealed." With those words, the fox turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Leora alone by the stream. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to prove herself worthy of the locket and the journey it promised. As she continued on her path, the forest revealed more of its secrets. She encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with a story to tell, each with a lesson to impart. A wise old owl shared tales of the forest's history, its eyes gleaming with knowledge and experience. A playful otter taught her the importance of joy and laughter, its antics bringing a smile to her face. Through these encounters, Leora began to understand the true nature of the forest and the locket's power. It was not merely a tool to reveal hidden paths, but a guide to help her discover her own inner strength and potential. It was a journey of self-discovery, one that required her to look beyond the surface and delve into the depths of her own heart. As the days passed, Leora grew more attuned to the forest and its rhythms. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She discovered a strength within herself that she had never known, a resilience and courage that carried her through the challenges she faced. One day, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the locket began to glow with a soft, warm light. It pulsed with a gentle energy, and Leora felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. She knew, in that moment, that she had found what she had been searching for. The locket had led her on a journey of transformation, one that had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the hidden world within the forest, a world of magic and wonder, and in doing so, had uncovered the hidden depths within herself. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora returned to the village, the locket resting against her chest, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. She knew that the forest would always be a part of her, its magic and wisdom a guiding light in her life. As she walked through the village, the people greeted her with smiles and nods, their faces filled with warmth and admiration. They could see the change in her, the light in her eyes, the confidence in her step. Leora had become a part of the legend, a keeper of the forest's secrets, a guardian of its magic. And so, as the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the village, Leora sat by the fire, the locket warm against her heart. She knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to uncover, paths to explore, and lessons to learn. But she was no longer afraid. She was ready to embrace the adventure, to follow the locket's guidance, and to discover the wonders that awaited her in the hidden world of the forest. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit unbound, Leora closed her eyes. The crackling of the fire, a soothing lullaby, the forest's magic, a comforting presence. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the endless possibilities of a world where anything was possible. And so, the legend of the magical locket lived on, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and transformation, a story that inspired generations to come, a reminder of the power of the forest and the magic that lay within each and every heart. Story 33. In the heart of the whimsical woods, where trees whispered secrets and wildflowers danced in the breeze, there was a village unlike any other, called Tinkerbrook. The cobblestone paths were lined with cottages that seemed to twinkle with their own inner light, and the air was perpetually sweetened by the aroma of freshly baked pastries from the village bakery, owned by the jovial Baker Bumble. In this enchanted village lived a diverse group of friends, each with their own peculiarities that made them wonderfully unique. There was Twizzle the Tinkerer, a squirrel with a penchant for crafting extraordinary gadgets from the odds and ends he found in the forest. His bushy tail was perpetually dusted with bits of glitter and sawdust. Then there was Lila the Lark, a bird with feathers that shimmered in all the colors of the rainbow. Lila had a voice so melodious that even the grumpiest owls couldn't help but smile when she sang. Their circle of friends also included Pip the Pixie, a tiny being with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip was known for her mischievous giggle and the trail of fairy dust she left wherever she went. Finally, there was Monty the Mole, a gentle soul with an astounding ability to unearth the best truffles in the woods, his whiskers twitching with delight whenever he discovered something new. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves and the sun painted golden streaks across the sky, a most peculiar event occurred. The village's beloved fountain, which stood proudly in the center of the square and was known for its crystal-clear water and gentle tinkling melody, had begun to bubble with an unusual vigor. Instead of its usual tranquil flow, the water was now a vibrant shade of purple and fizzed like a great bubbling cauldron. The villagers gathered around in curiosity and mild concern. What could have caused the fountain to behave so strangely? Twizzle, with his gadgets clinking and clanking, examined the fountain closely, adjusting his spectacles with a thoughtful expression. Lila fluttered above, her keen eyes scanning for any clues hidden from view. Pip flitted from villager to villager, leaving little sparkles of laughter in her wake, while Monty sniffed the air, his nose twitching with intrigue. It was Pip who first noticed something unusual. "Look!" she exclaimed, pointing to the fountain's base. A small mischievous frog sat croaking merrily, its eyes gleaming with a hint of magic. The frog, it seemed, was not an ordinary creature. It wore a tiny, lopsided crown and exuded a faint aura of enchantment. The group gathered around, and the frog, sensing the attention, gave a deep, resonant croak. Good folk of Tinkerbrook, it began, its voice surprisingly rich and sonorous. I am Ferdinand, the frog prince of the fizzing fountain. I come seeking your aid. The friends exchanged curious glances, and Ferdinand continued. I have been tasked with guarding the magic of this fountain, but an unexpected sprinkle of chaos magic has caused this fizzy predicament. I need your help to restore the balance before the village becomes a land of eternal bubbles. Twizzle, with his inventive mind already whirring with possibilities, suggested, perhaps a contraption could help channel the fountain's energy back to its original state. Monty nodded thoughtfully. And we might need to find the source of the chaos magic to stop it from continuing. Together, the quirky quartet set off on their adventure, with Ferdinand the Frog Prince hopping along beside them, his crown bobbing up and down with each leap. Their first stop was the Enchanted Glade, a place known for its shimmering pools and the gentle hum of magic that hung in the air like a sweet melody. As they ventured deeper into the glade, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. A family of glowworms lit their path, casting a warm, ethereal glow that made the leaves glisten like emeralds. Twizzle marveled at the beauty around them, his tinkering tools momentarily forgotten as he absorbed the inspiration for future creations. It was Lila who noticed a curious trail of bubbling footprints leading towards a grove of willow trees. Look here, she trilled, her feathers catching the light in a dazzling display. The friends followed the trail to find a tiny chaos sprite, a being made entirely of swirling colors and giggles, playing merrily with a wand that sparkled with chaotic energy. Oh, hello, chirped the sprite, its voice like a tinkling bell. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I was just having some fun. Pip, understanding the sprite's playful nature, floated closer. We love fun, too, she said with a smile, her fairy dust twinkling in the sunlight. But perhaps we can find a way to play that won't turn the village into a fizzy mess? The sprite considered this, its kaleidoscope eyes twinkling with mischief and consideration. I suppose I could lend you my wand if you promise to return it, the sprite offered, holding out the wand, which shimmered with possibility. With the wand in hand, the group made their way back to the fountain. Twizzle quickly got to work, constructing a device that would harness the wand's magic and reverse the fizzy enchantment. Lila sang a soothing melody as they worked, her voice weaving a calming spell over the scene, while Monty burrowed underground to ensure the fountain's foundation was stable. As the final piece clicked into place, Pip sprinkled a dash of fairy dust over the contraption, and Ferdinand gave an approving croak. With a gentle hum and a soft, sparkling glow, the fountain's water began to clear, the vibrant purple fading to its original crystal clarity. The villagers erupted in cheers, their relief and joy palpable in the air. Ferdinand, the Frog Prince, beamed at his new friends. You have saved the village from an eternity of bubbles, he declared with a regal nod. For your kindness and creativity, I am forever grateful. In celebration, the villagers held a grand feast in the village square, with tables laden with delicious treats from Baker Bumble's ovens and music filling the air. The friends danced and laughed under the twinkling stars, their hearts light and full of joy. As the night drew to a close and the villagers began to retire to their cozy cottages, Twizzle, Lila, Pip, and Monty sat by the now serene fountain, basking in the glow of the moonlight reflecting off the water. The Chaos Sprite had joined them, promising to visit often and share its playful magic in more constructive ways. And so, in the heart of the whimsical woods, where every day was an adventure waiting to unfold, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that together they could overcome any challenge with laughter, creativity, and the magic of friendship. Story 34. Once upon a time, deep in an ancient forest where the whispering winds carried secrets and the sunlight played hide-and-seek through the dense canopy, there existed a realm where nature and magic intertwined as seamlessly as the threads in a spider's web. This forest, known as Verdant Hollow, was a sanctuary for creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, where the natural world thrived in perfect balance. In the heart of Verdant Hollow, where the air was tinged with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a wise old owl named Alwyn. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes, like polished amber, held the wisdom of 1,000 full moons. Alwyn was the custodian of the forest's secrets, a role passed down through generations of wise owls who had watched over Verdant Hollow since time immemorial. Under Alwyn's watchful gaze, the forest flourished. The trees, ancient sentinels with roots that intertwined like the fingers of an old friend, stood tall and proud. Their leaves rustled gently in the breeze, a soothing lullaby that harmonized with the babbling brook winding its way through the forest floor, its waters glistening like liquid crystals under the dappled sunlight. The creatures of Verdant Hollow lived in harmony, each playing their part in the intricate tapestry of life. Among them was a gentle fox named Finn, with fur as fiery as the setting sun and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Finn shared a deep friendship with a graceful deer named Aisling, whose coat was the softest shade of fawn and whose every movement was poetry in motion. Together, they roamed the forest, discovering its wonders and learning its timeless lessons. As the seasons turned, Verdant Hollow transformed, each change bringing its own magic. In spring, the forest awoke from its slumber, a symphony of vibrant colors as wildflowers bloomed in a riotous array of hues, and the air was thick with the hum of bees busy at work. Summer arrived with the warmth of golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, the forest alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. Autumn painted the forest in shades of amber and gold, the leaves crunching underfoot as a crisp breeze carried the scent of ripe apples. Finally, winter draped Verdant Hollow in a blanket of pristine snow, the world hushed and peaceful, a time for reflection and rest. It was during one such winter that a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The first snow had fallen, transforming the forest into a wonderland of white. Yet amid the tranquility, Alwyn sensed a disturbance, a ripple in the fabric of balance that held Verdant Hollow together. The air carried a chill that was not just of winter's making, and the stars seemed to flicker with an unusual urgency in the night sky. Gathering his friends, Finn and Aisling, Alwyn shared his concerns. "There is a change in the wind," he said, his voice as soft as the snowflakes drifting down from the heavens. "A disturbance that threatens the harmony of our home." Finn's ears twitched with curiosity. "What can we do, Alwyn?" he asked, his voice filled with the eagerness of youth. Aisling nodded, her eyes filled with quiet determination. "We must restore the balance, whatever it takes." Alwyn spread his wings, their span casting a shadow over the snow. "We need to seek the wisdom of the ancients," he said, a note of reverence in his voice. "They are the keepers of the forest's oldest secrets, and their knowledge may guide us." And so, with resolve in their hearts, the trio set off on their journey. As they traversed the snow-laden paths of Verdant Hollow, the forest seemed to hold its breath, its denizens watching with bated anticipation. The air was crisp, each breath forming clouds of mist that mingled with the whispers of the wind. Their path led them to the Grove of the Ancients, a secluded glade where the oldest trees stood in solemn majesty, their gnarled branches reaching out like wise old hands. Here the air was imbued with a timeless quality, as if the very essence of the forest's history was woven into the fabric of the place. In the center of the grove stood a tree unlike any other, its bark silvered with age and its roots embedded deep within the earth. This was the elder tree, the heart of Verdant Hollow, and within its ancient trunk resided the spirit of the forest itself. As the trio approached, the elder tree shivered, sending a cascade of shimmering frost from its branches. A voice as gentle and resonant as the forest's own heartbeat spoke from within the tree. "Welcome, Alwyn, Finn, and Aisling. We have awaited your arrival." Alwyn bowed his head in respect. "Honored elder," he began, "we seek your guidance. There is a disturbance in the balance of our forest, and we wish to set it right." The elder tree's voice was a soft rustle, like leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. "The balance is indeed threatened, for an ancient magic has been stirred. The source lies within the crystal glade, a place hidden deep within our borders. It is there that the seasons themselves converge, and it is there that the answer can be found." Aisling's eyes widened in awe. "The crystal glade," she breathed, "a place of legend." Finn's tail flicked with excitement. "What must we do once we reach it?" "The glade holds the essence of the seasons," the elder tree explained, "and within it, a single crystal that embodies their harmony. You must restore its glow, for it has dimmed with neglect. Only then will balance return. Alwyn nodded, his heart filled with purpose. We will do as you say, Elder. Thank you for your guidance. With the elder tree's blessing, the trio set forth once more, their path illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The journey to the crystal glade was not without its challenges, for the forest, though beautiful, was also a place of mystery, where shadows danced and paths twisted like the threads of fate. Yet, through their shared bond and unwavering determination, Alwyn, Finn, and Aisling pressed on. They navigated through thickets and brambles, their steps guided by the wisdom of the forest itself, which whispered encouragement in the rustling of leaves and the songs of the night birds. At last, they arrived at the crystal glade, a hidden sanctuary where the very air shimmered with an ethereal glow. The glade was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the seasons met in a dance of color and light. Snowflakes mingled with autumn leaves, spring blossoms bloomed alongside summer's lush greenery, and in the center of it all stood the crystal, a magnificent prism that refracted the light into a spectrum of colors, though its glow was faint and flickering. Alwyn alighted beside the crystal, his heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. "This is the heart of our forest's magic," he said softly, his voice barely more than a whisper on the wind. Finn and Aisling stood beside him, their presence a comforting reminder that they were in this together. "How do we restore its glow?" Finn asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "The crystal responds to harmony," Alwyn explained, his voice imbued with the wisdom of generations. "We must remind it of the balance of the seasons, the unity that binds them." With that, they each took a place around the crystal, their hearts and minds reaching out to the spirit of the forest. Alwyn closed his eyes, calling upon the ancient wisdom of his ancestors, while Finn and Aisling focused on the beauty and unity of the natural world around them. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scents of each season, the fresh bloom of spring, the warm embrace of summer, the crisp spice of autumn, and the cool purity of winter. The crystal responded to their collective presence, its glow growing stronger, the colors within it swirling in a harmonious dance. As the light intensified, a warmth spread through the glade, a sensation of unity and renewal. The crystal, now blazing with vibrant life, pulsed with the rhythm of the forest, a heartbeat that resonated with every living thing within Verdant Hollow. With the glow restored, the disturbance in the forest's balance faded, replaced by a sense of peace and contentment. The magic of the forest, once again in harmony, embraced its inhabitants, a silent promise of protection and prosperity. Alwyn opened his eyes, a smile gracing his wise old face. "We have done it," he said, his voice filled with quiet joy. Finn wagged his tail, his eyes alight with excitement. "The forest feels alive again," he exclaimed, his heart brimming with happiness. Aisling nodded, her gaze soft and serene. "It is as it should be, a reminder of the beauty of harmony and the strength of friendship." Together, they basked in the glow of the crystal, their hearts filled with gratitude for the journey they had undertaken and the lessons they had learned along the way. In the heart of Verdant Hollow, the natural world thrived once more, a testament to the wisdom of ages and the power of unity. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the forest, Alwyn, Finn, and Aisling made their way back to their home. The air was filled with the songs of birds greeting the new day, a celebration of life and the enduring spirit of Verdant Hollow. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest where reality and magic entwined, the creatures of Verdant Hollow continued their lives, forever mindful of the lessons passed down through the ages. They knew that as long as they cherished the harmony of their world and the bonds of friendship, the magic of their forest would endure, a beacon of hope and wonder for generations to come. As the stars faded and the sun rose, casting its warm embrace over the land, the forest awoke in a symphony of life, a testament to the beauty of balance and the wisdom shared by those who called it home. In this timeless sanctuary, under the watchful eyes of the wise old owl and the gentle companionship of the fox and the deer, Verdant Hollow flourished, a living testament to the enduring magic of nature and the power of unity. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the gentle hum of the river was a lullaby to the ears of its inhabitants, lived a young girl named Clara. She was known for her kind heart and her insatiable curiosity. Clara often spent her days wandering the meandering paths of the forest, her eyes wide with wonder at the lush canopy overhead and the stories the whispering leaves seemed to tell. One sun-dappled afternoon, as Clara explored a part of the forest she had never ventured into before, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the tangled roots of a towering oak tree was an intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Clara had ever seen, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting sunlight. Her fingers tingled with anticipation as she carefully lifted the lid. Inside, she found a small, shimmering stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The stone felt warm in her palm, and as she gazed into its depths, Clara felt a gentle pull, as though the stone was whispering secrets meant only for her ears. Entranced, she slipped the stone into her pocket and began her journey back home, the forest around her suddenly alive with a new, vibrant energy. That night, as Clara lay beneath the patchwork quilt her grandmother had sewn, she felt the stone pulse softly against her side. With a curious heart, she held it up, and as if responding to her touch, the stone cast a soft glow around the room. The light seemed to weave images in the air, glimpses of a world beyond her own, a world filled with creatures both wondrous and wise, a hidden realm nestled within the very heart of the forest. Each night, the stone would share more of this magical world, and with each passing day, Clara felt an unexplainable connection growing between her and the mysterious realm. She began to notice subtle changes around her. The way the flowers in her garden seemed to bloom with more vigor, the way the birds sang with a richer melody, and how the gentle rustling of leaves now carried a familiar tune. Determined to uncover the secrets of the stone, Clara returned to the forest. As she ventured deeper, the air around her seemed to shimmer with anticipation. The path she walked was lined with wildflowers in hues she had never seen, and the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with patterns that echoed the ones on the box. In the heart of the forest, she found herself at the edge of a serene, glistening lake. The water was so clear it mirrored the sky perfectly, and as Clara gazed into its depths, she saw not her reflection, but that of a world both wondrous and wild, a hidden world calling out to her. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped forward. As her foot touched the water, ripples spread across the surface, and she felt herself being drawn into the lake. The world around her blurred, and for a moment she was enveloped in a cocoon of light and warmth. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place that was at once familiar and utterly new. The forest around her was alive with vibrant colors and sounds. Trees towered high above, their leaves shimmering with hues of silver and gold. Creatures of all shapes and sizes darted among the foliage, their eyes twinkling with curiosity as they regarded Clara with a gentle, welcoming gaze. It was here that Clara met the creature who would become her guide, a small, wise fox with fur that glowed like embers in the sunlight. The fox's eyes were deep and knowing, and when it spoke, its voice was like a melody carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Clara," the fox said, its tone both warm and familiar. "You have been chosen to visit our world, a place hidden within the heart of your own. Here, magic flows as freely as the river in your village, and every creature shares in its wonders." Clara felt a sense of awe and gratitude wash over her. She had been given a gift beyond her wildest dreams, a chance to explore a world where the impossible became possible. As she followed the fox through the enchanted forest, she learned of the ancient magic that connected all living things, of the balance that must be maintained to keep the world in harmony. Days turned into weeks as Clara and the fox journeyed through this hidden realm. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and wisdom. In the shadowy depths of the forest, they encountered creatures who had lost their way, their hearts burdened by fear and doubt. With patience and kindness, Clara helped them find their path once more, her compassion lighting the way like a beacon in the darkness. As Clara grew, so too did her understanding of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the stories written in the stars, and to see the beauty in even the smallest of things. With each lesson came a deeper sense of peace, and Clara found herself transformed, her heart as light and free as the breeze that danced through the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, the fox led Clara to a clearing where the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine. In the center of the clearing stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. "This tree," the fox explained, "is the heart of our world, the source of all magic. It is here that you will find the answers you seek." Clara approached the tree with reverence, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and gratitude. As she touched its bark, a soft light enveloped her, and she felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging and purpose. In that moment, Clara understood the true nature of the stone she had found. The stone was a key, a bridge between worlds, and it had chosen her to be its guardian. With this knowledge came a promise, a vow to protect the magic of the forest and the harmony of the hidden world. Her journey had changed her, teaching her the value of wisdom, friendship, and the delicate balance of nature. With a heart full of light, Clara knew that she would carry these lessons with her for the rest of her days, sharing them with those she loved and guiding them with the gentle touch of the fox's wisdom. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara bid farewell to the fox and the magical realm, her heart both heavy with the weight of parting and light with the joy of new beginnings. With a final, lingering glance at the world that had become her second home, Clara stepped back through the waters of the lake, returning to the village that awaited her. Though the path ahead was unknown, Clara knew that she would face it with courage and compassion, her spirit forever touched by the magic of the hidden world. As she lay beneath her grandmother's quilt that night, the stone resting on her heart, Clara dreamed of the wonders she had seen and the friends she had made, knowing that they would forever be a part of her, just as she was a part of them. And so, with the gentle lullaby of the river and the soft glow of the stone guiding her dreams, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart as full as the moonlit sky above. Story 36. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a young girl named Ayla. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest summer sky. The village was a place where tales of magic and mystery were woven into the very fabric of daily life, and on the edge of this village, in a small, cozy cottage, Ayla lived with her grandmother. Ayla's grandmother, known to all as Nana Rose, was beloved in the village for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Every evening, she would gather the children around her crackling fireplace and tell them stories of far-off lands and hidden worlds. Ayla, sitting cross-legged on the woven rug, listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the adventures Nana spoke of. One chilly autumn evening, as orange and crimson leaves danced outside the window, Nana Rose beckoned Ayla to her side. "Tonight," she said softly, "I will tell you of the whispering woods and the secret it holds." Ayla leaned in closer, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. "The whispering woods?" she echoed, her voice a blend of curiosity and awe. Nana Rose nodded, her eyes twinkling with a story yet untold. Long ago, before the village was built, these woods were home to the woodland spirits. They are gentle beings, protectors of the forest and guardians of its secrets. And among these secrets is a magical object known as the Luminara stone. Lila's eyes widened, her heart fluttering with excitement. "What is the Luminara stone, Nana?" "The Luminara stone," Nana Rose continued, "is said to hold the power of light and life itself. It can bring hope in the darkest times, but it can also be lost if not cared for with a pure heart." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered through the trees, Lila imagined the Luminara stone glowing softly in the heart of the forest, hidden among ancient oaks and silver streams. "Where is it now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nana Rose smiled gently. "That, my dear, is a mystery. It is said that only those who truly need its light can find it." The tale lingered in Lila's mind long after she had climbed into bed, the moonlight streaming through her window like threads of silver. She lay awake, staring up at the ceiling, her heart filled with a longing she couldn't quite understand. The thought of the whispering woods and the hidden Luminara stone tugged at her soul, sparking a desire for adventure and discovery. The following day dawned clear and crisp, the air filled with the scent of pine and earth. Lila woke with a sense of purpose, a quiet determination that grew stronger with each passing moment. She dressed quickly, pulling on her favorite woolen sweater and tucked a small satchel under her arm. Inside, she placed a loaf of bread, an apple, and a small flask of water. With a last glance at the cottage, she set off toward the edge of the village and the whispering embrace of the forest beyond. The path into the woods was narrow and winding, lined with ancient trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. As Lila walked, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. Whispering woods, she murmured to herself, her breath visible in the cool morning air. Show me your secret. The deeper Lila ventured into the forest, the more she felt a sense of enchantment enveloping her, as if the woods were alive with unseen eyes watching her every step. She followed the path until it split into 3 directions, each one twisting deeper into the heart of the forest. Pausing to consider her options, Lila closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the wind. Left, a voice seemed to say, as soft as the sigh of a breeze. Trusting her instincts, Lila turned left and continued her journey. The path narrowed further, weaving between towering oaks and clusters of ferns. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. After what felt like hours, Lila stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward as if in eternal supplication. Beneath its roots, nestled in a bed of moss, lay a stone that shimmered with a light all its own. Lila's heart skipped a beat. She approached the Luminara stone with awe, the soft glow illuminating her face. It was smaller than she had imagined, no larger than her hand, but it pulsed with a gentle warmth that filled the clearing with a soothing presence. As she reached out to touch it, a soft voice broke the silence. "Are you the one who seeks the light?" Startled, Lila glanced around, her eyes wide. From behind the ancient oak stepped a figure cloaked in leaves, their eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. "I am," Lila replied, finding her voice, "but I didn't know I was seeking it until now." The figure nodded, a serene smile playing across their lips. "The Luminara stone reveals itself only to those whose hearts are open and true. Tell me, child, why do you seek its light?" Lila hesitated, searching her heart for the answer. "I don't know," she admitted softly. "I just felt drawn to it, as if it could help me understand something." The figure nodded again, their gaze kind. "The Luminara stone has the power to illuminate not just the world around you, but the world within you. It can help you see the path you are meant to walk." Lila looked at the stone, its glow reflecting in her eyes. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace and clarity that she hadn't felt before. "Will it show me who I am?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It will show you what you need to see," the figure replied. "But remember, the journey to understanding is one you must walk yourself. The Luminara stone is merely a guide." Nodding, Lila gently picked up the stone, its warmth seeping into her palms. As she held it, images flashed before her eyes, memories of her childhood, moments of joy and sorrow, dreams she had yet to realize. Each image was a piece of the puzzle that made up her life, and with each piece she felt a greater understanding of herself. The figure watched her with a knowing smile. "The light is within you, Lila. Trust in it, and it will guide you." With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila thanked the figure and turned to leave the clearing. The Luminara stone nestled safely in her satchel. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed clearer, the whispers of the woods more familiar. By the time she emerged from the trees, the sun was setting, casting the village in a warm, golden glow. Lila hurried home, eager to share her adventure with Nana Rose. As she entered the cottage, the familiar scent of baking bread and the soft glow of the fireplace welcomed her. Nana Rose looked up from her knitting, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Welcome home, my dear," she said warmly. Lila sat by the fire, her heart full of the day's discoveries. "Nana," she began, "I found the Luminara stone." Nana Rose listened quietly as Lila recounted her journey in her encounter with the guardian of the forest, and the revelations she had experienced. When Lila finished, Nana Rose reached out and squeezed her hand. "You have grown, my dear," she said softly. "The light within you shines brighter than ever." Lila smiled, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. The Luminara stone had shown her the strength and wisdom that had always been within her, waiting to be discovered. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With the light of the Luminara stone to guide her, she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that she carried the light within her heart. And so, in the warmth of her grandmother's cottage, surrounded by love and the gentle glow of the fire, Lila fell asleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting light of the Luminara stone. Story 37. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a meandering river, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. Her home, a snug cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, was filled with the warmth of her family's love and the fragrant aroma of her mother's baking. Lila had a curious mind and gentle hands that were always eager to explore the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon, Lila set out on her daily walk to the village market. The air was filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass and the distant sound of the river's gentle murmur. Her basket swung lightly by her side, empty and ready to be filled with fresh produce and warm bread. As Lila strolled along the cobblestone path, she noticed a peculiar glimmer in the underbrush by the roadside. Drawn by its sparkle, she ventured closer and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box, though simple at first glance, seemed to hum with a soft, comforting energy. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that danced like the wind through autumn leaves. Curiosity piqued, Lila carefully picked up the box and opened it. To her astonishment, inside lay a single, delicate feather that shimmered with an array of colors, as if it held all the hues of a sunset within its fibers. As she touched the feather, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a whisper of magic brush against her soul. With the box tucked safely in her basket, Lila continued to the market, her heart light with the thrill of discovery. The villagers greeted her with smiles and kind words, their faces familiar and comforting. Among them was Old Man Bertram, the wise and gentle storyteller who always had a tale to share. That evening, as the village gathered around a crackling bonfire under a sky sprinkled with stars, Lila approached Bertram. She showed him the wooden box and the enchanting feather, her eyes wide with wonder. Bertram, with his twinkling eyes and snow-white beard, examined the feather closely. "Ah, my dear Lila," he began, his voice as soothing as the river's lullaby, "this is no ordinary feather. It is said to come from the fabled rainbow finch, a bird that dwells in the heart of the enchanted forest. This feather holds the power to reveal hidden truths and illuminate the path for those who seek it." Lila listened intently, her heart dancing with excitement and curiosity. "What should I do with it?" she asked, eager to learn. "The feather will guide you," Bertram replied with a gentle smile. "Trust in its magic, and it will lead you on a journey of discovery." That night, as Lila lay in bed beneath a patchwork quilt, the feather resting on her bedside table, she felt a newfound sense of purpose. The glow of the feather filled her room with a soft, comforting light, and she drifted into a dream-filled sleep. The next day, Lila decided to follow the feather's guidance. She set out towards the enchanted forest, a place of mystery and magic, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in delicate streams, and the air was alive with the songs of unseen creatures. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, she met a host of delightful characters. First, there was Thistle, a mischievous squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves and a heart as big as his acorn collection. Thistle, always eager for adventure, offered to accompany Lila, his nimble feet darting through the undergrowth. Next, they encountered Bella, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as the night sky. Bella perched in a towering oak, her golden eyes glinting with ancient wisdom. She offered sage advice and stories of the forest, guiding Lila and Thistle through the labyrinth of trees with her gentle hoots. Together, the trio followed the feather's subtle glow, which illuminated their path through tangled vines and past bubbling brooks. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their wits and courage. A rickety bridge over a swift stream, a riddle posed by a mysterious fox, and a maze of twisting paths that seemed to lead them in circles. At each obstacle, it was not force or strength that saw them through, but wisdom and friendship. Thistle's quick thinking, Bella's knowledge, and Lila's unwavering belief in the feather's magic helped them navigate the trials with grace and kindness. Finally, after what felt like both a lifetime and a fleeting moment, they reached a hidden glade bathed in golden light. At its center stood the rainbow finch, a bird more beautiful than Lila had ever imagined, its plumage shimmering with all the colors of the feather she had found. The finch sang a melody so pure and sweet that it filled Lila's heart with an overwhelming sense of peace and joy. As the song ended, the finch gazed at Lila with knowing eyes, and in that moment, she understood the true gift of the feather. The journey had not only revealed the beauty of the world and the magic within it, but it had also shown Lila the strength of her own heart and the power of friendship and wisdom. With a grateful heart, Lila returned the feather to the finch, who nodded in silent acknowledgement. She knew that the magic of the feather would always be with her, a gentle reminder of the truths she had discovered. As Lila, Thistle, and Bella made their way back to the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the same vibrant hues as the finch's feathers. The journey had changed her, filling her with a deep sense of wonder and gratitude for the simple, beautiful mysteries of life. When they reached the village, Lila was greeted by the warm embrace of her family and the familiar, comforting sounds of home. That night, as she lay beneath her quilt, the memories of her adventure played softly in her mind, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. And so, in the cozy cottage by the river, with the scent of autumn in the air and the sound of laughter echoing from the hearth, Lila learned that the greatest treasures are often found not in the destination, but in the journey itself. A lesson whispered by a magical feather and carried on the wings of a song. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden butterflies, a secret world thrived. These woods were unlike any other, for here nature's creatures lived side by side with a gentle magic as old as the earth itself. Each breath of wind carried the soft murmur of wisdom, and the air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Among the tallest of the ancient oaks, there was a small clearing where the creatures of the forest gathered. It was here that the council met, a gathering of creatures led by a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were as white as the first snow, and his eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom of ages past. He was revered by all for his tales of the forest's history, passed down through generations of wise owls before him. As the seasons began to change and the first whispers of autumn colored the leaves in hues of amber and gold, a gentle tension filled the air. The animals sensed that something was amiss. The streams, usually babbling with joy, had grown quieter, and the rustling leaves seemed to share hushed secrets of an imbalance slowly creeping into their world. Orin called a meeting under the twilight sky as stars twinkled like distant fireflies. The creatures gathered around, a family of deer with coats like velvet, a fox with eyes sharp and clever, squirrels with bushy tails twitching with curiosity, and birds of every color perched in the branches above. They all turned their eyes to Orin, who began to speak in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "My friends," Orin hooted softly, "we have long lived in harmony with the forest, guided by the wisdom of seasons. Yet, there is a disturbance in the balance that we must understand. We must uncover the cause and restore peace to our beloved home." The fox named Finn, with his clever mind and quick wit, spoke up. "I have noticed fewer berries on the bushes and the song of the brook softer than before. Could it be the work of the north wind, who whispers too coldly upon our land?" The deer, their eyes wide and gentle, nodded in agreement. "Yes," replied one, whose name was Lyria, "and the grass where we graze has lost its vigor. It feels as though the earth itself is holding its breath." "We must travel to the heart of the forest," Orin decided, "to the glade of seasons, where the magic of our world is strongest. There, we might find the answers we seek." Together, the creatures set off on their journey. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the forest sang a quiet, soothing song as they moved. The scent of fallen leaves crunched beneath their feet, and a cool breeze whispered secrets of the night. As the travelers ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and the light softer, as if the very forest was cradling them in its embrace. Fireflies danced in the shadows, their glow like tiny stars guiding the way to the glade of seasons. Upon reaching the glade, the creatures paused in awe. The air was alive with magic, and the ground beneath them hummed with energy. In the center of the glade stood a majestic tree, its branches stretching high into the sky, bearing leaves of every season, some green and fresh, others a fiery autumn red, and still others bare, whispering of winter's approach. Orin fluttered to a low branch, his feathers rustling softly. "We must speak to the spirit of seasons," he declared, "for it is she who holds the knowledge of balance." With a gentle rustle, a figure emerged from the shadows of the tree, a delicate form woven from the very essence of the forest. Her hair was a cascade of leaves, her eyes deep pools of wisdom. She was the spirit of seasons, and her presence brought a sense of calm and understanding. Dear creatures of the whispering woods, her voice was like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. I have awaited your coming. The balance of our world is indeed disturbed, yet it is not the wind that causes this. It is the shifting of seasons, hastened by the hurried actions of the world beyond. The creatures listened intently, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of change. "What can we do to restore the harmony?" asked Lyria, her voice soft with concern. "The answer lies in unity," replied the spirit. "Each of you holds a piece of the forest's soul. By working together, you can weave a tapestry of balance that will endure." Inspired by her words, the animals huddled together, their hearts aligned with purpose. Finn the fox suggested gathering seeds from the hardiest trees to plant anew and restore life to the ailing parts of the forest. Lyria and her fellow deer offered to nurture the new growth with gentle care, while the birds vowed to spread the seeds far and wide, singing songs of renewal. As the creatures dispersed to fulfill their tasks, the spirit of seasons watched with a serene smile. "Remember," she whispered, "the forest thrives on the bonds you share. With your unity, the balance will be restored." Days turned into weeks, and the forest buzzed with activity. The creatures worked tirelessly, driven by hope and the wisdom of ages. The streams began to sing once more, and the trees whispered tales of renewal. The forest breathed a sigh of relief as balance was slowly restored. When the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, blanketing the forest in a soft, glistening white, the animals gathered once more in the clearing. Orin, perched high on a branch, looked down at his friends with pride. "Together," he said, his voice warm and full of gratitude, "we have learned that harmony is not merely a state, but a journey, a path we walk with kindness and wisdom. As long as we care for one another and the world we share, the magic of the forest will carry on." And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, the creatures settled into the gentle rhythm of the seasons, bound by the magic of friendship and the enduring harmony they had restored. As the snowflakes danced in the night, the forest slept peacefully, cradled in the knowledge that all was well. Story 39. I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill this request. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a realm of enchantment thrived, where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined like the roots of an ancient oak. Here, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a symphony of wonder. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest awakened to a chorus of birdsong. Dewdrops clung to the emerald leaves, sparkling like diamonds in the morning light. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, inviting all to bask in the beauty of a new day. In this realm, the natural creatures were not mere animals, but guardians of the forest's delicate balance. The wise old oak tree, its branches reaching skyward, served as a council chamber where the creatures gathered to discuss the harmony of the land. One such guardian was Willow, a brave and curious squirrel whose bushy tail swished with excitement. She scampered from branch to branch, gathering acorns and observing the intricate web of life that sustained the forest. Her whiskers twitched as she caught the scent of change on the breeze, a signal that the seasons were about to shift. As autumn's embrace approached, the forest prepared for a grand transformation. The leaves began to turn brilliant shades of crimson and gold, their vibrant hues painting the landscape in a kaleidoscope of warmth. It was during this time that the magical phenomenon known as the autumn equinox took place. On the night of the equinox, the forest came alive with an ethereal glow. Fireflies danced among the trees, their luminous bodies flickering like tiny lanterns, casting a gentle radiance upon the woodland floor. Willow watched in awe as the wise elders gathered beneath the oak tree, their fur shimmering with an otherworldly light. They began to chant ancient melodies, their voices harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the whispers of the wind. As the elders sang, the forest responded with a crescendo of magic. The trees seemed to sway in time with the melody, their branches intertwining in a graceful dance. The air crackled with energy, and the creatures felt a profound connection to the land they called home. It was during this sacred ritual that the wisdom of generations past was passed down. The elders spoke of the importance of balance, of respecting the cycles of nature, and of cherishing the delicate tapestry of life that wove the forest together. Willow listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder, as the elders shared tales of the forest's guardians who came before them. She learned of the great sacrifices made to protect this enchanted realm, and of the unwavering commitment to preserving its beauty for generations to come. As the night drew to a close and the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, the magic of the autumn equinox faded, but its lessons lingered in the hearts and minds of all who witnessed its splendor. From that day forward, Willow carried the wisdom of her elders with her, understanding that true harmony could only be achieved by living in harmony with nature itself. She vowed to protect the forest and all its inhabitants, ensuring that the delicate balance would never be disrupted. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its hidden lives intertwined with the magic of the seasons, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and the sacred bond between all living things. Story 41. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a modest little shop known as the Curious Curio. Its windows were adorned with delicate lace curtains, and its wooden door creaked softly every time it welcomed a visitor. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of lavender and old books, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly brewed tea that the owner, Miss Agnes, always had ready for her guests. The Curious Curio was no ordinary shop. It was a haven for those who believed in the magic of everyday things. Shelves lined with peculiar trinkets and oddities reached up to the ceiling, each one carrying a story of wonder waiting to be discovered. Miss Agnes, with her gentle eyes and silver hair neatly tied in a bun, was a storyteller at heart. She knew the secret of each object, yet she never revealed it directly. Instead, she gently guided visitors to find the magic themselves. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves danced playfully in the breeze outside, a young girl named Lily wandered into the shop. She had bright eyes filled with curiosity and a heart that yearned for adventure. Lily was known in Willowbrook for her kindness, always helping others with a smile. Yet she often felt as if something was missing, as if there was a part of the world she had yet to discover. As she perused the shelves, her fingers brushed against a plain-looking wooden box, small enough to fit in her palm. It was smooth and warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam, though the room was shaded. Miss Agnes, noticing Lily's interest, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you have found the whispering box," Miss Agnes said softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It's a special little thing. It holds the power to reveal hidden truths, but only to those who listen closely." Intrigued, Lily asked how it worked. Miss Agnes chuckled gently, a twinkle in her eye. "The whispering box requires patience and an open heart. It will guide you, but the journey is yours to make." Lily decided to take the box home, her heart fluttering with anticipation. That night, as she lay in bed, she held the box close and whispered her hopes and dreams, wondering if it would respond. To her surprise, she heard a soft, melodic hum, as if the box was singing a lullaby just for her. Encouraged, she listened more intently, and soon she felt a gentle warmth spreading from the box, filling her with a sense of calm. The next morning, Lily awoke with a newfound clarity. She realized that the box was guiding her to look beyond the surface of things, to find beauty and magic in the ordinary. She decided to explore the village with fresh eyes, allowing the box to be her silent companion. As she wandered through the cobblestone streets, she encountered various villagers who became her helpers along her journey. There was Mr. Timmons, the kindly old baker, whose cinnamon rolls were famous for their delightful aroma that could be smelled from blocks away. He shared stories of how he found joy in the simple act of baking, which inspired Lily to appreciate the small pleasures in life. Then there was young Sarah, the gardener, whose vibrant flower beds were a riot of colors. She taught Lily about the patience and care required to nurture plants, and Lily began to see parallels in how she could nurture her own dreams and relationships. Finally, there was Owen, the village clockmaker, who had an unmatched talent for fixing things. With his guidance, Lily learned that sometimes the most intricate problems required a gentle touch and careful observation rather than force. As the days turned into weeks, Lily felt herself changing. The whispering box had not given her direct answers, but had opened her heart and mind to the wisdom of those around her. She learned that true magic lay in understanding and connecting with others, in seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace with her family, Lily realized that she had found what she had been searching for. It wasn't a tangible treasure or a grand adventure, but a deeper understanding of herself and the world. The whispering box had taught her the importance of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. With a peaceful smile, Lily placed the box on the mantelpiece, knowing that its magic had already been woven into her life. She drifted off to sleep that night, comforted by the warmth of the fire and the gentle murmur of the box, which seemed to echo the lessons she had learned. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the air was always filled with stories and laughter, Lily found her place, embracing the magic that lived in every moment, knowing that she was never truly alone. Story 42? In the quaint village of Misty Hollow, where every cottage seemed to lean comfortably against its neighbor, there lived a young girl named Marnie. Marnie had a heart as warm as fresh-baked bread, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She loved nothing more than exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of her world, and her most cherished place was the little attic in her grandmother's cottage, a place filled with the whispers of the past and the smell of lavender sachets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves fluttered down like pieces of sunlight, Marnie climbed the creaky wooden stairs to the attic. Her grandmother's stories about the attic's treasures wove a tapestry of mystery and magic in her mind. Today, a particular old trunk caught her eye, its dark wood polished by the years, and its brass latch gleaming with a promise of secrets untold. With a gentle creak, Marnie lifted the lid and discovered a curious object wrapped in a soft silk scarf. It was an ornately carved wooden box, small enough to fit snugly in her hands, and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer ever so slightly in the afternoon light. As she traced a finger over the delicate carvings, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Marnie carefully opened the box. Inside, she found an exquisite, feather-light quill, its plumage a deep shade of indigo that shimmered with a luminescent glow. Beneath the quill lay a small, folded piece of parchment. Unfurling it, she read the words inscribed in a graceful script. "The quill of whispers, speak, and it shall be heard." Puzzled but intrigued, Marnie took the quill and parchment downstairs to her grandmother, who was knitting by the fireside, the flickering flames casting gentle shadows that danced along the walls. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam as Marnie eagerly showed her the quill and the note. "Ah, the quill of whispers," her grandmother said with a smile, her voice as soft as the yarn she worked through her fingers. "It is a magical gift, my dear. Whatever you write with it will be heard by those who need to hear it most, wherever they may be." Marnie's heart skipped with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The thought of such power was both thrilling and daunting. "But how do I use it?" she asked. Her grandmother paused, her hands stilling as she looked thoughtfully at Marnie. "You must speak from your heart. It's the wisdom within you that guides the quill." And so Marnie's journey began, not one of distance, but of discovery and understanding. she decided to test the quill's magic, starting with something simple. Sitting at her small, wooden desk by the window, she dipped the quill into a pot of ink. As she penned the words, "May your day be filled with joy," she felt a gentle hum resonate through the quill, as if it were alive with a quiet energy. To her amazement, the next day, her friend Oliver, who had been feeling downcast lately, arrived at her door with a wide smile. "Marnie," he exclaimed, "I don't know why, but today feels like one of the happiest days I've had in a long time." Marnie beamed, her heart swelling with the joy of knowing she had brought a little light into Oliver's day. Encouraged by this, she continued to use the quill in small, thoughtful ways, sending messages of kindness and encouragement to those she felt needed them most. As days turned to weeks, word of Marnie's mysterious ability began to spread quietly through Misty Hollow. People spoke of the gentle miracles that seemed to ripple through their lives, though few knew of the quill's true magic. One blustery winter evening, as snowflakes drifted lazily past her window, Marnie sat pondering the greatest challenge she had yet to face. A neighboring village had been struggling with a drought, and their crops were failing. The people were worried, and Marnie could feel their anxiety like a distant echo in her own heart. With determination, she picked up the quill and wrote a heartfelt message of hope and resilience, urging the villagers to come together, share resources, and support each other through the hard times. As she wrote, she imagined the warmth of community and the strength found in unity. The very next day, a traveler from the neighboring village arrived, bringing news of how the villagers had banded together, sharing what they had, and finding new ways to conserve water. Marnie's message had sparked a spirit of collaboration and hope. Through the Quill of Whispers, Marnie learned that true magic lay not in grand gestures or spectacular displays, but in the gentle, steady kindness that connects one heart to another. It was a powerful reminder that wisdom, when shared with love, has the power to transform even the toughest challenges. As the years passed, Marnie's quill continued to write stories of connection and compassion, each stroke of its indigo feather weaving a tapestry of warmth and understanding. And in Misty Hollow, where the air always carried the sweet scent of lavender and the sound of laughter, the people knew that true magic lived in the whispers of the heart. And so, under the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of the evening breeze, Marnie's story came to a close, leaving behind a world a little brighter, a little kinder, and filled with the comforting knowledge that every whisper of goodwill would find its way to those who needed it most. Story 43. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees rustled with secrets and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming nightshade, there lay a quaint little village named Lumina Hollow. The village was nestled in a gentle valley, surrounded by hills that glowed softly under the moonlight, as if sprinkled with stardust. It was here that a peculiar series of events began to unfold, leading to a gentle mystery that would captivate the hearts of the villagers and reveal the magic woven into the very fabric of their world. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned to a tapestry of purples and blues, the villagers would gather in the square to light the lanterns. The lanterns, crafted from glass and enchanted to twinkle like the stars, were the pride of Lumina Hollow, providing a warm and welcoming glow that could be seen from miles around. However, one evening, as the villagers prepared to light the lanterns, they noticed something quite odd. The enchanted lanterns, which had always flickered to life with the softest touch, remained dim and lifeless. A hush fell over the square as the villagers exchanged puzzled glances. Their whispers mingled with the night breeze, carrying an air of curiosity rather than alarm. The village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Old Barrow, stepped forward, his eyes twinkling behind spectacles that perched precariously on his nose. "Fear not, friends," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "There is a reason for everything under the stars. We shall find what has caused this peculiar stillness and restore the light to our beloved lanterns." Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was full of wonder and whose spirit was as bright as the lanterns themselves. Finn had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the Whispering Woods and had spent countless hours exploring its hidden nooks and crannies. With a sense of adventure igniting his soul, he volunteered to solve the mystery of the lanterns. The villagers nodded in agreement, trusting in Finn's curiosity and kindness. With Old Barrow's blessing, Finn set off to investigate, his footsteps light and echoing softly on the cobblestone streets. As Finn wandered through the village, he noticed something peculiar. The flowers that usually glowed in the moonlight seemed to have dimmed, their luminescence waning as if in sympathy with the lanterns. The air was still, yet thick with an unspoken promise of wonder. Determined to uncover the source of the dimness, Finn made his way to the Whispering Woods, where he hoped to find clues among the ancient trees and magical creatures that called the forest home. The woods welcomed him with open arms, their leaves whispering tales of old as he ventured deeper into the heart of their enchantment. It was not long before Finn came across a small, shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the silver glow of the moon. Beside the pond sat a creature of ethereal beauty, a glome, a gentle spirit of light and shadow that rarely revealed itself to humans. The glome's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and its presence filled the air with a comforting warmth. "Hello, young Finn," the glome spoke, its voice a melody that danced through the night. "I sense you seek the answer to the mystery that shrouds your village." Finn nodded, captivated by the creature's serene presence. "Yes, wise glome. Our lanterns have lost their light, and the flowers no longer glow as they once did. Do you know why?" The glome smiled softly, as if amused by the simplicity of the question. "The light of your lanterns and the glow of the flowers are connected to the harmony of the forest. A gentle imbalance has crept into this harmony, causing the dimness you have witnessed." "But what could have caused such an imbalance?" Finn asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. The glome gestured towards the pond, where the reflection of the moon danced like a silver wisp. "Sometimes the smallest of changes can ripple through the world, young one. A family of fireflies, who have long been the keepers of the forest's light, has wandered too far from their home. Without their gentle presence, the balance has shifted." Understanding dawned on Finn like the first rays of dawn. If the fireflies return, will the balance be restored? The glome nodded, its form shimmering with ethereal grace. "Indeed, but you must guide them back, for they are lost and cannot find their way alone." With a heart full of determination, Finn thanked the glome and turned to the path that led deeper into the forest. Guided by the moon's silver light, he soon found himself in a glade where the fireflies danced in a confused cluster, their usual joyful patterns now erratic and uncoordinated. "Hello, little friends," Finn called, his voice gentle and reassuring. "I am here to help you find your way back home." The fireflies paused in their chaotic dance, their attention captured by Finn's soothing presence. Slowly, they began to gather around him, their tiny lights flickering hopefully. Finn remembered the stories Old Barrow had told about the songs of the forest, melodies that could guide and comfort. With a deep breath, he began to hum a tune, a lullaby his mother used to sing. The melody flowed through the glade like a gentle stream, wrapping around the fireflies like a warm embrace. As Finn's song filled the air, the fireflies began to follow him, their lights forming a shimmering trail that wove through the forest. With each step, Finn's heart swelled with the joy of guiding these creatures back to their rightful place. The journey back to the heart of the Whispering Woods was magical. The fireflies glowed brighter with each passing moment, and as they neared their home, the flowers along the path began to regain their luminescence, their petals shimmering in vibrant hues. Finally, they reached the clearing where the fireflies' glowing tree stood, a majestic oak whose branches were adorned with blossoms that radiated warmth and light. The fireflies joyfully returned to their haven, their lights intertwining with the blossoms to create a breathtaking tapestry of illumination. As the balance of the forest was restored, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a sense of peace and harmony. Finn watched in awe as the village lanterns, visible even from the heart of the woods, flickered back to life, their soft glow once again lighting up Lumina Hollow. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn made his way back to the village. The villagers greeted him with warm smiles and grateful hearts, their faces illuminated by the radiant glow of the lanterns. Old Barrow patted Finn on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, young Finn," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "Through kindness and understanding, you have restored the light to our village and reminded us all of the magic that surrounds us." And so, as the night wrapped the village in its velvety embrace, Finn settled under the warm glow of the lanterns, his heart filled with the quiet joy of having helped his community. The gentle rustle of the trees and the distant song of the night creatures lulled him into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the whispering woods would always hold its secrets, ready to share with those who listened with their hearts. In Lumina Hollow, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the mystery of the dim lanterns had been solved, leaving behind a trail of light and a gentle lesson that even the smallest of creatures can hold the key to restoring harmony, and that true magic lies in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the world around us. Story 44. In a quaint little village surrounded by sprawling emerald forests and gentle mist-kissed hills, there was a tale whispered among the elders of a magical object hidden deep within the woods. This object, they said, had the power to reveal the hidden world that lay just beyond the perception of ordinary eyes, a world where ancient trees whispered secrets and streams sang stories of old. In this village lived a young boy named Oliver. He was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart that beat to the rhythm of adventure. Oliver had heard the tales from his grandfather, whose voice was like the soothing rustle of leaves in the wind. As the stories filled the cozy corners of their cottage, Oliver's imagination soared on wings of wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Oliver sat by the fireplace, its warm glow casting a comforting light across the room. His grandfather spoke of the enchanted compass, a legendary artifact said to point the way to the hidden world. "Only those pure of heart and intention can truly find it," his grandfather murmured, his eyes twinkling with mystery. Oliver felt a stirring within him, a call to seek the compass and uncover the hidden world. The thought of such an adventure filled him with excitement, yet he knew it would not be easy. The forest was vast, and its paths were known to shift like the sands of time. But Oliver's heart was set. He would embark on this journey, guided by friendship and wisdom. The next morning, the village awoke to the gentle songs of birds welcoming the day. Oliver packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, some cheese, a flask of water, and his grandfather's well-worn map of the forest. As he stepped outside, the crisp air greeted him with a refreshing embrace, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Oliver's first stop was the home of his dearest friend, a girl named Iris. She was as spirited as a summer breeze, with laughter that could lift the clouds. Iris had a knack for understanding the forest, as if she could speak its language. When Oliver shared his plan, her eyes widened with delight. "I've always wanted to see the hidden world," she exclaimed, her voice as bright as the morning sun. Together they set off, their footsteps light and full of promise. The forest welcomed them with open arms, its canopy a tapestry of green and gold. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the distant call of a cuckoo. As they walked, Oliver and Iris talked and laughed, their voices mingling with the songs of the forest. The journey was not without its challenges. The forest paths twisted and turned, leading them through dense thickets and across babbling brooks. But Oliver and Iris faced each obstacle with courage and camaraderie, their friendship a beacon in the wilderness. They shared stories and dreams, and with each step, their bond grew stronger. As the sun began its descent once more, casting long shadows across the forest, they reached a clearing where a majestic oak stood. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, and its trunk was wide enough to shelter them for the night. Oliver felt a sense of awe and reverence in the presence of such an ancient being. They decided to rest here, beneath the great oak's protective boughs. That night, as they lay beneath a blanket of stars, Oliver and Iris spoke of their hopes and fears. The forest cradled them in its gentle embrace, and a soft breeze whispered through the leaves, as if sharing its secrets. Oliver closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship beside him, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. In the quiet hours before dawn, Oliver awoke to a curious sight, a gentle glow emanating from the base of the oak. He nudged Iris awake, and together they approached the source of the light. There, nestled among the roots, they found a small, intricately carved box. It seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if aware of their presence. With trembling hands, Oliver opened the box to reveal the enchanted compass, its needle spinning gently before settling in a direction that seemed to tug at his very soul. The compass was beautiful, crafted from shimmering silver with delicate engravings that caught the light like dancing fireflies. Iris gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's real," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. Oliver nodded, feeling the weight of their discovery. The compass was not just a guide, it was a promise of the hidden world waiting to be unveiled. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of gold and azure, Oliver and Iris followed the compass's direction. Their hearts were light, and their steps were sure, for they knew they were on the brink of something extraordinary. The forest seemed to shift around them, the air shimmering with anticipation. Birds flew alongside them, their songs a joyful chorus, and the very earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. With each step, the world around them grew more vibrant, more alive. Finally, they reached a place where the forest parted to reveal a hidden glade, its beauty beyond anything they had imagined. Flowers of every color carpeted the ground, their petals glistening with dew. A crystal-clear stream wound its way through the glade, its waters singing a melody both ancient and new. In the center of the glade stood a circle of standing stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed softly in the morning light. The air was filled with a sense of magic, a feeling of being on the cusp of a secret long kept. As Oliver and Iris stepped into the circle, they felt a gentle warmth envelop them, as if the very world was welcoming them into its embrace. The compass in Oliver's hand pulsed with a gentle light, and he understood that they had found the hidden world, a place where magic and nature danced in harmony. In that moment, Oliver realized the true gift of their journey. It was not just the discovery of the hidden world, but the deepened bond between him and Iris, the strength and wisdom they had found in each other. The compass had led them to a place of wonder, but it was their friendship that had made the journey possible. As they stood in the glade, surrounded by the beauty of the hidden world, Oliver felt a sense of peace and gratitude wash over him. He knew that this was just the beginning of their adventures, and that together they could face whatever lay ahead. With the hidden world unveiled, Oliver and Iris returned to their village, their hearts full of stories and their spirits alight with the magic of the forest. The villagers greeted them with warmth and curiosity, eager to hear of their journey and the wonders they had seen. In the days that followed, Oliver and Iris shared their tales with the village, inspiring others to seek out their own adventures, to discover the magic hidden within the world and within themselves. The village became a place of stories and dreams, where the spirit of adventure thrived. As the years passed, Oliver and Iris remained the closest of friends, their bond unbreakable. They explored many more hidden worlds, each journey bringing new discoveries and deeper understanding. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars shone brightly above, Oliver would sit by the fireplace, the enchanted compass resting in his hand, and remember the journey that had changed everything. He knew that the true magic lay not in the compass or the hidden world, but in the friendship that had guided him there. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Oliver drifted into sleep, his dreams a tapestry of adventure and friendship, woven with the threads of a life well lived. And in those dreams the hidden world awaited, its secrets whispered on the wind, inviting him to explore once more. Story 45. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curves of the silver stream, the air was always filled with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and the sound of rustling leaves. Under the soft glow of the moon, the village seemed to hum a lullaby that rocked its inhabitants into peaceful slumber. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, a curious event stirred the usual tranquility. The villagers awoke to find that the colors of the world had shifted. The emerald green of the meadows had turned to the shade of ripe lemons, the azure sky to a deep plum, and the scarlet roses in the gardens now shimmered in a dazzling silver. It was as if a mischievous artist had tiptoed through the village, painting everything anew under the cover of night. The villagers, though puzzled, were not alarmed. Willowbrook was a place where magic often peeked through the ordinary, manifesting in gentle ways like fireflies that danced in daylight or streams that played soft melodies. But this change was unprecedented, and the village elders decided it was time to seek counsel from the wisest creature in Willowbrook, the great owl of the Whispering Woods. The great owl, with feathers like parchment and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, resided in an ancient oak at the heart of the forest. It was said that he had the answers to all questions, provided one knew how to ask. So a delegation of 3 set out: Lila, the gentle-hearted weaver, Thomas, the thoughtful baker, and little Finn, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. As they ventured into the forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a warm golden glow on the path. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Lila hummed a soft tune, her voice mingling with the birds' songs, while Thomas carried a basket of freshly baked bread, a gift for the great owl. Upon reaching the ancient oak, they found the great owl perched on a low branch, his eyes reflecting the deep wisdom of the forest. With a gentle bow, they presented the bread, and Finn, with his bright voice, asked, "Great Owl, can you tell us why the colors of our world have changed?" The great owl, with a soft hoot that sounded like a chuckle, replied, "The world is full of mysteries, and not all are meant to be understood. But this one, I believe, is a puzzle you can solve. Seek the source of the laughter that rides the breeze and the glow that dances at dusk." With these cryptic words, the great owl spread his wings and soared into the sky, leaving the trio to ponder his riddle. Determined to unravel the mystery, they set off deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. As they walked, they listened intently, and soon they heard a faint, tinkling laughter, like the sound of bells carried on the breeze. Following it, they arrived at a glen where the grass was soft as velvet, and in the center a small, shimmering figure flitted about, a sprite with wings like stained glass and a smile that could melt the hardest of hearts. The sprite, noticing their presence, paused in her dance and greeted them with a twinkling voice. "Hello, travelers! Have you come to join my game?" Lila, with a gentle smile, replied, "We are trying to understand the change in our village's colors. Do you know what might have caused it?" The sprite giggled, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Oh, that was my doing. I thought the world needed a bit of play, a touch of whimsy to remind everyone of the magic around them." Thomas, ever practical, asked, "Is there a way to return the colors to their original state? The villagers are quite fond of the hues they know." The sprite considered this, her wings fluttering softly. "Ah, I see. I only wish to share a little joy. To reverse it, you must find the hidden smile within the shadow and bring it to the light." Thanking the sprite, the trio continued their quest, pondering her words. As they walked through the quiet forest, a sense of calm wrapped around them like a warm blanket. The path led them to a small, hidden grove where the light was dim, and yet there was a peculiar warmth to the shadows. It was Finn, with his keen eyes and open heart, who first noticed something unusual. Among the shadows, a small stone face lay half buried in the earth, its expression a serene smile. Carefully, they unearthed the stone and held it up to the light. As soon as the sunlight caressed the stone's surface, a brilliant flash enveloped the grove, and they felt a gentle breeze, carrying with it the scent of summer rain and the promise of dreams fulfilled. When the light faded, they knew the world had returned to its natural colors. The emerald greens, azure blues, and scarlet reds had reclaimed their rightful place, and the village was once again as it was meant to be. Returning to Willowbrook, the trio was welcomed with cheers and grateful smiles. The villagers, though charmed by the temporary change, were relieved to see their beloved landscape restored. They celebrated with a feast, where stories of the adventure were shared, and the sprite's playful spirit was toasted with mulberry wine. As night fell, and the stars appeared like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Lila, Thomas, and Finn sat by the fire, their hearts light with the joy of a mystery solved and a day well spent. The flames crackled softly, and the gentle hum of the village's lullaby once again filled the air. And so, as the night cradled Willowbrook in its gentle embrace, the village drifted into peaceful dreams, reminded that even the smallest touch of magic can bring color to the world, and that sometimes the simplest smiles can light the way home. Story 46. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and a shimmering lake, the air always carried a hint of magic. The villagers often spoke of strange occurrences and whispered stories passed down through generations. Among these tales was the legend of the Whispering Wood, a hidden forest that lay just beyond the village, concealed by a veil of mist and mystery. It was said that within its depths dwelt creatures of wonder, and that the trees themselves could speak to those who truly listened. Living in Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. She spent her days exploring the rolling meadows and watching the clouds drift lazily across the horizon. But her heart longed for adventure beyond the familiar paths, to uncover the secrets that whispered through the village like a forgotten song. One crisp autumn morning, as the village awoke to the scent of wood smoke and the sound of rustling leaves, Lila made her way to the edge of the Whispering Wood. The mist hung low, weaving through the trees like a silken scarf. She hesitated for a moment, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The stories of the forest were both enchanting and daunting, but her curiosity was a flame that could not be easily extinguished. With a deep breath, Lila stepped forward, and the mist parted before her, as if welcoming an old friend. The air was cooler within the forest, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of unseen birds. Lila walked for hours, entranced by the beauty and serenity of the forest. She paused to admire the delicate ferns that unfurled like emerald lace and the mushrooms that clustered at the base of ancient oaks. Each step brought her closer to the heart of the forest, where the air seemed to hum with a quiet magic that was both familiar and strange. As she wandered, Lila became aware of a presence beside her. Turning, she found a small fox with fur as fiery as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox regarded her with a curious tilt of its head, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest. She had always felt a kinship with animals, sensing their unspoken language in a way that was as natural to her as breathing. "Hello," Lila said softly, crouching to meet the fox's gaze. "Are you from this forest?" The fox blinked slowly, as if contemplating her question. Then it turned and began to walk away, pausing to glance back at her, beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Lila rose and trailed after her newfound companion, weaving between the towering trees and over gentle streams that sang a melody all their own. The fox led her to a glade where the trees formed a protective circle, their branches entwined overhead like a leafy cathedral. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, weathered and worn by time. Upon the pedestal rested a small, intricately carved box made of wood that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Lila approached the pedestal with a sense of reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. She reached out to touch the box, feeling a tingling warmth spread through her fingertips. The fox watched her intently, its tail flicking gently in the autumn breeze. As Lila opened the box, a soft golden light spilled forth, illuminating the glade with a gentle radiance. Inside lay a pendant, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change like the flow of a river. Lila felt an inexplicable connection to the pendant, as though it had been waiting for her all along. She lifted the pendant from the box and held it up to the light. As she did so, a voice, gentle and melodious, filled the glade. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the voice intoned. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Wood, a gift bestowed upon those who listen with an open heart." Lila glanced around, seeking the source of the voice, but found only the trees and the fox, who sat quietly at her side. It seemed the voice was coming from the pendant itself, resonating with a magic that was ancient and wise. "What does it mean?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The voice continued, The heart of the whispering wood grants its bearer the ability to understand the language of nature. With it, you may hear the wisdom of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the secrets of the wind. But remember, with such a gift comes great responsibility. Use it to nurture and protect the world around you. Lila felt a sense of awe and gratitude wash over her. She slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling its warmth settle against her skin. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the rustle of leaves and the murmur of streams weaving together in a symphony of sound and meaning. "Thank you," she murmured, her heart full of wonder. The fox stood and nudged her hand with its nose, urging her to return to the village. Lila understood, sensing that her journey was only just beginning. She followed the fox back through the forest, the pendant's gentle glow lighting their path. As they neared the edge of the forest, Lila paused, turning to gaze back at the whispering wood. She could feel its magic pulsing through her, a reminder of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. With a final nod to the fox, who watched her with eyes full of quiet wisdom, Lila stepped out of the forest and into the fading light of day. The village was just as she had left it, but to her, everything seemed different. The air was richer, the colors more vibrant, and the sounds more harmonious. Over the following days, Lila learned to listen with her heart, discovering the hidden world within her own. The trees whispered tales of long ago, the rivers sang of distant lands, and the wind carried messages of hope and renewal. She shared her insights with the villagers, who marveled at her newfound wisdom and kindness. Through her journey into the Whispering Wood, Lila had discovered not only the magic of the forest, but also the magic within herself. She had learned that true understanding came not from speaking, but from listening, and that the greatest gifts were those shared with others. And so, beneath the gentle glow of a setting sun, Lila sat by the lake, the pendant warm against her heart, and listened to the world as it sang its eternal song. She was no longer just a curious girl from Willowbrook. She was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of secrets, and a friend to all who walked the paths of life with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Lila closed her eyes and felt the comforting embrace of the Whispering Wood, knowing that she would always carry its magic within her. And with that thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of a world both familiar and new. In the days that followed, Lila's connection with nature only deepened. She roamed the meadows and hills, her heart attuned to the melodies of the earth. Wherever she went, the animals seemed to sense her presence, approaching her with a trust and curiosity that mirrored her own. One afternoon, while walking along the banks of the shimmering lake, Lila encountered an elderly woman with hair as white as snow and eyes as deep as the forest shadows. The woman sat by the water's edge, her fingers deftly weaving a crown of wildflowers. "Hello, child," the woman greeted with a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I see you have found the heart of the Whispering Wood." Lila nodded, the pendant gleaming softly in the afternoon light. "Yes, I did. It's changed everything for me." The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with a knowing warmth. "The gift was meant for you, dear one. The forest chose wisely." Lila felt a surge of gratitude and curiosity. "Who are you?" she asked, sitting beside the woman. "I am known as Anara," the woman replied, her fingers never ceasing their work. "I have watched over these lands for many years, guiding those who seek the forest's wisdom." Lila was intrigued. "Do you live in the forest?" Anara chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "In a way, yes. The forest is my home, my heart, and my soul. It is a place of refuge and renewal, as it is for all who listen." They sat together in companionable silence, the lake's surface shimmering like liquid silver under the sun's warm embrace. Lila watched as Anara finished the flower crown, her hands moving with a grace that spoke of a lifetime spent in harmony with nature. With a gentle smile, Anara placed the crown upon Lila's head. "Wear this as a reminder of your bond with the forest and of the beauty that lies within you." Touched by the gesture, Lila reached up to adjust the crown, feeling the soft petals brush against her skin. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. "I will treasure it always." Anara stood, her movements as fluid as the water lapping at the shore. "Remember, dear one, the forest is always with you. Trust in its guidance, and you will never walk alone." With a final knowing glance, Anara turned and began to walk away, her figure blending seamlessly into the landscape. Lila watched her go, feeling a sense of peace and purpose settle over her. As the days turned to weeks, Lila continued to explore her connection with the natural world. She spent time with the villagers, sharing stories and insights she had learned from the forest. Her gentle wisdom and kindness touched the hearts of those around her, fostering a sense of community and understanding that transcended the boundaries of the village. One day, as Lila sat beneath a towering oak, she heard a faint cry for help carried on the wind. Her heart quickened, and she rose to her feet, following the sound through the forest. The pendant at her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her steps. She soon came upon a young deer, its leg caught in a tangle of brambles. The creature struggled, its eyes wide with fear. Lila approached slowly, speaking in soothing tones as she knelt beside the trapped animal. "Shh, it's all right," she murmured, reaching out to free the deer's leg with careful hands. "I'm here to help." The deer stilled, its gaze trusting as Lila worked to untangle the thorny vines. With a final, gentle tug, the deer's leg was freed, and it bounded away with a grateful flick of its tail. Lila watched it disappear into the forest, a sense of fulfillment warming her heart. She knew that her gift was not just a connection to the natural world, but a call to protect and nurture it. With each act of kindness, she strengthened the bond between humanity and nature, healing the rift that had grown over time. As the seasons changed and the leaves turned from green to gold, Lila's influence spread throughout the village. The people of Willowbrook began to see the world through her eyes, recognizing the beauty and magic that lay just beyond their doorsteps. Gardens blossomed with vibrant flowers, and the fields yielded bountiful harvests. The villagers learned to listen to the land, to work in harmony with its rhythms, and to cherish the gifts it offered. Lila's friendship with the fox deepened. The two often seen wandering the forest together, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and trust. The fox became a symbol of the connection between the village and the whispering wood, a reminder that all creatures were part of the same great tapestry of life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Lila sat with her family around the hearth. The fire crackled warmly, casting a golden glow that danced along the walls of their cozy home. Her father, a kind man with laugh lines etched around his eyes, looked at her with pride. "You've brought something truly special to our village, Lila," he said, his voice filled with affection. "You've shown us the magic of the world and the magic within ourselves." Lila smiled, feeling the warmth of her family's love surrounding her. "The forest taught me that we're all connected," she replied softly. "When we listen and care for one another, we create a world where everyone can thrive." Her mother, with eyes as gentle as a doe's, nodded in agreement. "You've reminded us of the importance of living in harmony, dear. It's a lesson we should never forget." As they sat together, sharing stories and laughter, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. She knew that her journey had only just begun, but she also knew that she was not alone. The forest would always be a part of her, guiding her steps and lighting her path. With a heart full of gratitude and hope, Lila retired for the night, the pendant still warm against her chest. As she drifted into sleep, she dreamed of a world where all beings lived in harmony, their voices united in a song of peace and understanding. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal promise, a gentle lullaby that cradled her in its embrace, reminding her that she was forever a part of the magical tapestry of life. Story 47. In the distant reaches of the universe, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels on velvet, there existed a quaint little space station known as Glimmer Point. It was nestled on the edge of a swirling nebula, a place where travelers from all corners of the galaxy stopped to rest and refuel. The station itself was a hodgepodge of alien architecture with spiraling towers and domed habitats, each structure glowing softly under the nebula's gentle luminescence. Among the many visitors at Glimmer Point were two unlikely companions, a small, fur-covered creature named Bori from the forested planet of Nimbra, and a tall, crystalline being known as Prism from the icy world of Shivera. Bori had soft, golden fur and bright, with curious eyes that twinkled with a perpetual sense of wonder. Prism, on the other hand, was a being of translucent beauty, their body refracting light into a myriad of colors with every movement. Their paths first crossed in the most mundane of places, the station's bustling marketplace. Bori, with an insatiable appetite for the exotic, had been eagerly sampling various delicacies from around the galaxy. Prism, who required neither food nor rest, was browsing the marketplace for a different reason entirely, to experience the warmth and camaraderie of other beings, something sorely lacking on their solitary home planet. Their initial meeting was less than harmonious. Bori, in his eagerness, accidentally knocked a basket of shimmering fruits from a vendor's stall, sending them rolling directly into Prism's path. The sudden cascade of fruit caused Prism to lose balance, their crystalline form emitting a sharp, discordant chime as they struggled to steady themselves. "I'm so sorry," Bori exclaimed, his fluffy paws scrambling to gather the runaway fruits. His voice was gentle, yet tinged with genuine concern. Prism, though momentarily startled, waved a graceful hand, the light dancing across their crystalline skin. "No harm done," they replied, their voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate from within. Despite the awkward beginning, this serendipitous encounter sparked an unexpected friendship. They began to explore the station together, Bori's boundless energy complementing Prism's calm, reflective nature. Through their wanderings, they discovered that they had much to learn from each other. One day, while exploring the observation deck that overlooked the sprawling nebula, a misunderstanding arose. Bori, fascinated by Prism's ability to refract light, playfully asked if they could make a rainbow appear. Prism, misunderstanding Bori's intent, felt a pang of insecurity, thinking their new friend saw them merely as a source of entertainment rather than as a being with thoughts and feelings. "I am not a toy," Prism said quietly, their voice soft yet firm. Bori's ears drooped, realizing his mistake. "Oh, Prism, I didn't mean to offend you. I just think you're amazing, that's all. The way you shine is like nothing I've ever seen before." Prism's crystalline surface softened, the colors within them shifting to warmer hues. "I appreciate your honesty, Bori. Sometimes I forget that others see me differently than I see myself." The misunderstanding, though initially painful, became a bridge to deeper understanding. They spent long hours on the observation deck, sharing stories about their homes. Bori spoke of rolling green forests and the gentle hum of life on Nimbra, while Prism described the silent beauty of Shivera, where the air was crisp and the ground sparkled like an endless field of diamonds. Their bond deepened further when an unexpected challenge arose. A rare cosmic storm, known for its erratic bursts of electromagnetic energy, threatened Glimmer Point. The station's systems flickered and faltered, casting a pall of anxiety over its inhabitants. Amidst the chaos, Bori and Prism sprang into action. Bori, with his small but nimble form, navigated the narrow passages of the station to relay messages and offer comfort to those in distress. Prism, with their unique ability to manipulate light and energy, helped stabilize the failing systems, their body glowing with an ethereal radiance as they worked. Together they formed a harmonious partnership, their strengths complementing each other perfectly. Where Bori's warmth and compassion soothed frayed nerves, Prism's calm and logical approach restored order. The storm, fierce as it was, passed with minimal damage, thanks in no small part to their teamwork. After the storm, as the station settled back into its usual rhythm, Bori and Prism found themselves once more on the observation deck. The nebula, undisturbed by the recent turmoil, glowed with an even more vibrant luminescence. "I'm glad we met," Bori said, his voice soft as he gazed at the stars. "I never imagined I'd find a friend like you out here." Prism, their form shimmering in the starlight, nodded. "And I, a friend like you. You've taught me much about warmth and connection, Bori." As they sat together, basking in the tranquil beauty of the cosmos, they realized that despite their differences, they had found a profound friendship, a bond forged in the crucible of shared challenges and mutual respect. Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends the boundaries of species and worlds, and that understanding and kindness can bridge any divide. And so, under the soft glow of distant stars, Bori and Prism knew that they would remain companions, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast expanse of the universe. With hearts full of gratitude and a newfound understanding, they watched as the nebula slowly danced across the sky, a reminder of the beauty that arises when different worlds come together. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow's family tended to a magical garden where the rarest and most enchanting of flowers bloomed. Among them was a rose bush that bore blossoms of the deepest crimson, each petal shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. As Willow grew older, she discovered that the roses held a remarkable power. When plucked at the stroke of midnight on the night of the summer solstice, their petals could bestow upon the bearer the ability to communicate with the hidden world of the forest spirits. One balmy midsummer's eve, as the full moon cast its ethereal glow across the garden, curiosity stirred within Willow's heart. Careful not to rouse her slumbering parents, she tiptoed into the garden and gently plucked a single, luminous rose. As the grandfather clock chimed 12, the petals began to softly shimmer, and an enchanting melody drifted through the air. Suddenly, a tiny glowing figure emerged from the depths of the rose bush, its gossamer wings fluttering like a hummingbird's. "Welcome, dear child," it spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Zephyr, a forest sprite. The rose has granted you the gift of understanding our kind." Willow's eyes widened in wonder as more sprites appeared, each one radiant and unique. They beckoned her to follow them, and without a moment's hesitation, she embarked upon an extraordinary adventure. Guided by her newfound friends, Willow ventured deep into the heart of the ancient woods, where a hidden realm unfolded before her very eyes. Towering trees with twisted, gnarled trunks formed natural archways, and streams of crystalline water flowed over mossy beds. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the melodious songs of unseen creatures. As they journeyed, the sprites regaled Willow with tales of their world, explaining the intricate balance that existed between the flora, fauna, and the elemental spirits who governed them. They spoke of the great oak, an ancient, towering tree that stood as the guardian of the forest, its branches sheltering all who dwelled within its boughs. However, a shadow loomed over this enchanted realm. Zephyr solemnly revealed that a dark presence had taken root, poisoning the land and causing unrest among the spirits. A malevolent force, born of greed and disrespect for nature, threatened to unravel the delicate tapestry that bound the hidden world together. Willow listened intently, her heart aching for the plight of her newfound friends. As they continued their journey, she witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by this unseen evil. Once vibrant glades had withered, and the melodious songs of the woodland creatures had been silenced. Determined to aid the sprites and restore balance to their realm, Willow embarked on a quest to seek out the great oak and implore its ancient wisdom. The path was fraught with peril, as shadowy creatures born of the dark presence lurked in the twisted undergrowth, their malicious intent palpable. Yet, with unwavering courage and the steadfast friendship of the sprites, Willow persevered. At last, they came upon a vast clearing, and there, in all its majestic glory, stood the great oak. Its massive trunk was gnarled and furrowed with the wisdom of ages, and its branches stretched towards the heavens like beckoning arms. As Willow approached, the ancient tree seemed to hum with life, and a deep, resonant voice echoed through the forest. "Welcome, child of the rose. Your pure heart and unwavering spirit have guided you to this sacred place. The dark presence that plagues our realm is born of humanity's greed and disregard for the natural world." The great oak then revealed a profound truth. The hidden world was a reflection of the human realm, a mirror that showed the consequences of disharmony with nature. Only by embracing a path of respect, understanding, and stewardship could the balance be restored. Filled with newfound purpose, Willow embarked on a journey of personal transformation. She shared the great oak's wisdom with her family and villagers, inspiring them to forge a deeper connection with the natural world around them. Slowly but surely, the poisoned glades began to heal, and the songs of the forest creatures returned. As the years passed, Willow's unwavering dedication and the collective efforts of her community ushered in a renaissance for the hidden realm. The dark presence retreated, and the forest spirits once again danced among the boughs, their laughter echoing through the ancient woods. On the night of the summer solstice, as the full moon cast its familiar glow, Willow would venture into the magical garden and pluck a single radiant rose. Its petals would shimmer, and the sprites would emerge, their gossamer wings fluttering in joyous celebration of the harmony that had been restored. In that moment, Willow understood the true power of the rose. Not merely the gift of communication, but the ability to forge an unbreakable bond between the seen and unseen worlds, a testament to the profound impact one heart filled with courage, compassion, and reverence for nature could have upon the world. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets and the air seemed to shimmer with the faintest hint of magic, there lay a quaint village named Willowsend. This village was known for its serene atmosphere and the gentle glow that illuminated its cobblestone paths each evening, as if the stars themselves had descended to keep watch over the slumbering homes. In Willowsend, nestled between the bakery of sweet dreams and the library of forgotten tales, stood a little cottage with a moss-covered roof and windows that twinkled like eyes filled with mischief. This was the home of an inquisitive young girl named Anwen. Anwen had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, the way a certain flower leaned towards the sun, or how the brook's babbling changed with the seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled like whispers beneath the trees, Anwen awoke to an unusual sight. Overnight, the village square had been covered in a fine, sparkling powder. It wasn't snow, for it was far too early in the season, nor was it the morning dew, which usually vanished with the first touch of sunlight. The villagers gathered around, puzzled, their breath misting in the chilly air as they exchanged curious glances. Anwen, her eyes alight with curiosity, knelt by the fountain at the center of the square and scooped up a handful of the glittering substance. It was silky and soft, like the petals of a moonflower, yet it seemed to hum with a gentle, otherworldly energy. "What do you think it is?" asked Mr. Brindle, the baker, his cheeks flushed from the early morning chill. "I don't know," Anwen replied, squinting at the powder as if it might reveal its secrets to her. "But I intend to find out." And so, with a determined nod, Anwen set off on her quest to unravel the mystery of the sparkling powder. Her first stop was the Library of Forgotten Tales, where the wise old librarian, Ms. Wren, had spent countless years among the scrolls and tomes of ages past. The library was a sanctuary of warmth and knowledge, with golden light streaming through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns on the floor. The air was rich with the scent of old parchment and lavender, and the crackling fire in the hearth added a comforting, rhythmic undertone to the quiet room. Miss Wren, with her spectacles perched on the tip of her nose and a scarf of deep emerald wrapped around her shoulders, greeted Anwen with a gentle smile. "What brings you here so early, my dear?" she inquired. Anwen explained the morning's discovery, her words tumbling out like pebbles in a stream. Miss Wren listened intently, her eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah, the forest is full of mysteries," she mused, leading Anwen to a section of the library filled with books on local lore and magical phenomena. Together, they pored over the pages, the soft rustle of paper mingling with the crackling fire. Each book spoke of enchantments and mythical creatures, but none mentioned a powder that sparkled like this. However, just as the sun reached its zenith, they stumbled upon a slender volume that caught Anwen's eye. Its cover was embossed with stars, and the title read, "The Chronicles of the Glimmering Grove." Inside, they found an account of a magical creature known as the Star Weaver. Legend had it that the Star Weaver spun the very fabric of night, its threads casting the constellations across the sky. Occasionally, when the balance of nature was disturbed, the Star Weaver would descend from its celestial loom to mend the rifts with its shimmering dust. But why would the Star Weaver visit Willowsend? Anwen wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps, Ms. Wren suggested, the village is somehow out of harmony with the forest. With this new insight, Anwen thanked Miss Wren and hurried to her next destination, the Whispering Woods. The forest was a tapestry of colors, its leaves singing with every breath of wind. Anwen felt the familiar thrill of adventure tingling in her fingertips as she ventured deeper into the grove. As she walked, she listened carefully, her senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest's melody. It wasn't long before she noticed something peculiar, a soft, plaintive sound, almost like a sigh, emanating from a grove of ancient oaks. Drawn by the sound, Anwen found herself standing before a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with an ethereal glow. "Hello?" Anwen called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. To her surprise, the tree responded, its branches swaying gently as if acknowledging her presence. "Greetings, young seeker," a voice echoed from within the tree's depths. "I am Eldergrove, the guardian of this wood." Anwen felt a wave of warmth wash over her, as if she were wrapped in a comforting embrace. "Eldergrove, do you know why the Starweaver's dust has fallen upon our village?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. "The balance has been disturbed," Eldergrove replied, his voice resonant and wise. "A young fox has wandered too close to the village, drawn by the scent of the baker's treats. Without him, the forest's harmony falters." Anwen nodded, understanding the delicate dance of nature. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly. "You must guide the fox back to its den," Eldergrove instructed. "Only then will the Starweaver's presence no longer be needed." With renewed determination, Anwen set off to find the wayward fox. As she journeyed through the forest, she paid close attention to the signs around her, the rustle of leaves, the scurry of tiny feet, and the soft, curious yips that punctuated the air. Finally, near a cluster of berry bushes, she spotted the little fox, its fur a brilliant russet, its eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of mischief. It was nibbling on a stray bun, likely pilfered from Mr. Brindle's bakery. "Hello there," Anwen greeted softly, extending her hand to the fox. "Would you like to come with me?" The fox tilted its head, considering her offer, before trotting over with a playful glint in its eyes. It sniffed her hand, and finding nothing amiss, nuzzled against her leg. Together, they made their way back through the whispering woods, the fox bounding beside Anwen with an eagerness that spoke of adventure. The path seemed to brighten with their every step, the forest responding to the restoration of its balance. When they reached the edge of the fox's den, nestled beneath the protective roots of a grand willow, the little creature hesitated, looking back at Anwen with a grateful gaze. Anwen smiled and waved, watching as the fox disappeared into its home, the harmony of the forest restored. With her task complete, Anwen returned to Willowsend, her heart light with the joy of accomplishment. As she entered the village square, she noticed that the sparkling powder was beginning to fade, the Starweaver's work nearly done. The villagers gathered once more, their faces alight with wonder as they watched the last traces of the magical dust vanish into the morning breeze. Anwen joined them, feeling a sense of peace settle over the village like a warm, comforting blanket. That evening, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Anwen sat by her window, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom of the forest and the kindness of its creatures. She closed her eyes, the soft murmur of the whispering woods lulling her to sleep, knowing that in the heart of Willowsend all was well. And so the mystery of the Starweaver's dust was resolved, leaving behind a tale of harmony restored and the enduring magic of friendship and understanding. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Willowsend nestled into its dreams, safe in the knowledge that all was as it should be. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering silver lake, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Leora. The village, known for its vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that danced in the breezes, held a deep secret that had been whispered through generations. It was said that the roots of the villagers reached far into an ancient heritage, rich with wisdom and magic. Leora, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart that beat with the rhythm of the earth, often found herself meandering through the verdant fields that bordered her home. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, would often tell tales of their ancestors, painting pictures of a world where magic intertwined with the everyday. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip low and cast a warm honey-colored glow over the village, Leora sat with her grandmother beside the crackling fire. The flames flickered eagerly, casting dancing shadows on the walls, as her grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer and shift like the leaves in the autumn breeze. "This," her grandmother spoke softly, her voice a gentle melody that mingled with the crackle of the fire, is a part of our legacy, dear Leora. Inside lies an artifact that has been passed down through our family for generations. It holds the secrets of our past and the promise of our future. With a heart full of wonder and anticipation, Leora carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled amidst soft, woven fabric, lay a delicate pendant. It was crafted from a stone that seemed to capture the essence of the sky at twilight, swirling with hues of deep blue and soft lavender. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her fingers, like the comforting embrace of a familiar friend. Her grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with the light of distant stars. This pendant is a symbol of our connection to the earth and sky, of the magic that flows through our veins. It has been said that those who wear it can hear the whispers of our ancestors, guiding them through life's journey. In the days that followed, Leora wore the pendant close to her heart. She found herself drawn to the forest that bordered her village, its towering trees standing like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting golden patterns on the forest floor, Leora set out on a path that seemed to call her name. The forest embraced her with its earthy scent, a blend of rich soil and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. As she walked, the pendant around her neck began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that danced with the shadows. It was as if the forest itself was alive with memories, each tree a storyteller of the ages. Deep within the forest, she discovered a clearing bathed in sunlight, where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, the roots formed a natural seat, inviting Leora to rest. As she sat, the world seemed to hold its breath, and she felt a presence beside her, a comforting, invisible hand on her shoulder. Closing her eyes, Leora let the sounds of the forest wash over her. The whisper of the leaves, the chirping of birds, and the gentle rustle of small creatures in the underbrush wove a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. In that serene silence, she began to hear a soft, melodic hum, a song without words that resonated in her very soul. It was then that she understood. The pendant was not merely a relic of the past. It was a bridge to her ancestors, a conduit through which their love and wisdom flowed. She could feel their presence, a chorus of voices that spoke not with words, but with feelings and glimpses of the lives they had lived. Visions filled her mind, of a village much like hers, where her forebears tended to the earth with care, crafting with hands that were both gentle and strong. She saw celebrations under the moonlit sky, where laughter and music danced in the air, binding the community together in a tapestry of joy and harmony. From these visions, Leora learned of the strength that came from understanding one's roots, of the resilience and kindness that had been passed down through generations. Her ancestors had faced challenges, just as she did, but they had met them with a wisdom that stemmed from their deep connection to the world around them and to each other. As the visions faded, leaving behind a profound sense of peace, Leora opened her eyes to find the forest unchanged, yet somehow more alive than before. She rose, feeling lighter, as if her steps now carried the strength and grace of those who had walked before her. Returning to her village as the sun set in a blaze of scarlet and gold, Leora felt a renewed sense of belonging. The pendant, a constant warmth against her skin, was a reminder of the ancient legacy she carried within her. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the wisdom of her ancestors, teaching her that the greatest magic was not in the artifacts they left behind, but in the enduring love and resilience that lived on in her. From that day forward, Leora shared her newfound understanding with those around her, fostering a spirit of community and connection. She became a storyteller like her grandmother, weaving tales of the past that inspired and comforted, reminding her village of the strength found in unity and the magic of listening to the whispers of the earth. And so, under starlit skies and the gentle embrace of the forest, Leora and her village thrived, their hearts forever intertwined with the legacy of their ancestors, living each day with kindness, courage, and the quiet assurance that they were never truly alone. The end. Story 51. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, emerald-green forest, there was a village unlike any other. This was the village of Whimsywood, where every inhabitant had a touch of magic and a sprinkle of peculiar charm. The houses were made of gingerbread walls and candy cane columns, with rooftops that shimmered like sugar in the sun. Colorful flowers lined the cobblestone streets, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of honey and laughter. In this delightful village lived a group of friends who were as quirky as they were endearing. First, there was Pippin, a cheerful little rabbit with ears so long they trailed behind him like a flowing cape. Pippin had the remarkable ability to make anything grow with just a touch of his fluffy paw. Then there was Lila, a gentle squirrel with a tail as bushy as a cloud, who could weave the most intricate and beautiful tapestries from the moonlight itself. Next, there was Barnaby, a plump hedgehog with a penchant for collecting the tiniest of raindrops in his prickly quills, turning them into sparkling jewels. Lastly, there was Fern, a wise old turtle whose shell was painted with swirling patterns that glowed softly in the dark, filled with stories of the stars. Life in Whimsywood was usually peaceful and filled with joy, but one morning a peculiar problem arose. As dawn broke, the villagers awoke to find that the vibrant colors of their world had begun to fade. The brilliant hues of the flowers, the radiant glaze of the candy houses, and even the vibrant plumage of the birds had turned into muted shades of gray. The village seemed to be losing its magic, and a gentle murmur of worry rippled through Whimsywood. Determined to restore their home to its former glory, Pippin, Lila, Barnaby, and Fern gathered under the shade of the great oak tree to discuss the mysterious problem. Fern, with her wise and gentle voice, proposed an idea. "Perhaps," she said, "the colors have been stolen by the mischievous color snatchers, tiny creatures known to hide in the shadows and feed on the brightness of the world." The friends nodded in agreement, though none of them had ever seen a color snatcher. Lila, with a twinkle in her eye, suggested, "If we are to find the color snatchers, we must think like them. Let us journey to the enchanted glade, where the Rainbow River flows. There we might discover how to lure them out." And so the friends set off on their adventure, the path winding through the whispering woods and over the bubbly brook that giggled as they crossed. As they walked, Pippin used his magic to coax flowers to bloom along the way, their faint colors a reminder of the beauty they sought to restore. Upon reaching the enchanted glade, they found the Rainbow River as vibrant as ever, its waters shimmering with every color imaginable. Lila, inspired by the sight, began to weave a tapestry from the moonbeams that danced on the river's surface. As she worked, the tapestry seemed to come alive, capturing the essence of the colors and drawing them in like a beacon. Just as the friends hoped, the shimmering creation caught the attention of the color snatchers. Tiny, shimmering creatures began to emerge from the shadows, their eyes wide with wonder at Lila's tapestry. They were no bigger than acorns, with wings like dragonflies and faces as curious as children. Barnaby, always the diplomat, approached the color snatchers with a kind smile. "Little ones," he said, "we mean you no harm. We wish to understand why you have taken our colors." The color snatchers, chittering among themselves, explained in their tinkling voices that they had never meant to harm the village. They were simply drawn to the beauty and had gathered the colors without realizing they were taking them away. Fern, ever wise, suggested a solution. "Perhaps," she said, "we can share our colors with you. We could create a space where you can enjoy them without taking them away from the village." The color snatchers, delighted by the idea, agreed readily. And so, with Pippin's magic, they created a garden within the enchanted glade, a place where the colors could flourish freely. Lila wove her moonlight tapestries as a gift, Barnaby sprinkled his raindrop jewels to add sparkle, and Fern told stories that filled the air with warmth. With the colors returned, Whimsywood bloomed once more vibrant than ever, with the addition of the newly created glade of colors. The villagers celebrated with a grand feast, dancing under the twinkling stars and singing songs of joy and friendship. From that day on, the color snatchers became welcome visitors in Whimsywood, guardians of the glade, who delighted in sharing the beauty of the world. And Pippin, Lila, Barnaby, and Fern, the heroes of the village, found their hearts full of happiness, knowing they had not only solved the problem, but also gained new friends in the process. As the night drew to a close, the friends sat together under the great oak tree, the the stars winking down at them like old friends. The gentle breeze carried the scent of sweet flowers, and all was well once more in the whimsical world of Whimsywood, where magic, friendship, and a touch of kindness could solve even the most colorful of problems. Story 52. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Ayla. Ayla was known for her radiant smile that could outshine the sun and her laughter that danced through the air like the tinkling of wind chimes. Yet beneath her cheerful facade, Ayla was struggling with the quiet stirrings of change within her soul, a change she could not quite understand or embrace. Every day, Ayla tended to the lush gardens that surrounded her quaint, ivy-clad cottage. The vibrant blossoms nodded in the breeze, while the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender mingled with the earthiness of the soil, creating a symphony of fragrances that filled the air. Ayla loved her garden. It was her sanctuary, her constant in a world that seemed ever-shifting. But lately, she noticed that the flowers she so tenderly cared for were beginning to change. The roses blushed with new, unexpected shades, and the daisies danced with a more pronounced sway, as if whispering secrets of transformation. The garden, it seemed, was mirroring the turmoil within her, each petal and leaf echoing her innermost fears and desires. One tranquil evening, as the sky blushed with the fading hues of sunset, Ayla sat by the edge of the babbling brook that bordered her garden. Her heart was heavy with uncertainty, and she dipped her fingers into the cool, flowing water, hoping it would wash away her worries. As she did so, a soft, melodious voice broke the silence. "Why do you fret, dear one?" asked the voice, gentle and kind like the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. Startled, Ayla looked up to see a shimmering figure perched upon a moss-covered rock. It was Willow, the spirit of the woods, whose presence was as ancient as the trees themselves. Her eyes were like pools of emerald, deep and knowing, and her flowing gown seemed to be woven from the very essence of the forest. "I fear the change within me," Ayla confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I do not know who I am becoming, and the uncertainty frightens me." Willow smiled, her expression as warm as the sun's embrace. "Change is the essence of life, my dear. It is the brush with which the world paints its endless masterpiece. Embrace it, and you shall discover wonders beyond your imagination." Ayla listened, her heart soothing like a calm sea after a storm. Yet doubt lingered at the edges of her mind. "But how do I embrace something I do not understand?" "Look to the garden," Willow suggested, gesturing gracefully with her hand. "There lies your answer." Intrigued, Ayla returned to her cottage and spent the next few days observing her garden with renewed curiosity. She noticed how the sunflowers turned their faces towards the light, how the vines reached ever upwards, and how the roots below intertwined in a dance of coexistence. The garden, much like life, was a tapestry of change, growth, and unity. One evening, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the garden, Ayla sat beneath an ancient oak, her mind alight with revelation. Just as the flowers embrace the changing seasons, so too must she embrace the shifts within her heart. Understanding dawned like the first light of morning, gentle yet powerful. The next day, Ayla awoke with a sense of serenity she hadn't felt in a long time. She began to tend her garden anew, not as a refuge from change, but as a testament to it. She sang to the plants as she worked, her voice a soft melody that wove through the air like a gentle breeze. As days turned to weeks, Ayla found herself changing in harmony with her garden. Her laughter was more genuine, her smile more radiant, and her heart lighter. The once feared transformation had become a journey of discovery, each step a note in the beautiful symphony of her life. One afternoon, as Ayla rested beneath the oak, her old friend Willow appeared once more. "You have learned well, dear Ayla," Willow said, her voice a gentle caress. "Change is a dance, and you have found your rhythm." Ayla smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Willow. I have learned that change is not something to fear, but a path to understanding myself, to growing into who I am meant to be." Willow nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Ayla, life is a garden, and you are both the gardener and the blossom. Tend to it with love and patience, and it will forever flourish." With those words, Willow vanished into the ethereal whispers of the forest, leaving Ayla with a newfound sense of peace. She watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The garden, once a mirror of her inner turmoil, now reflected her journey of self-discovery and acceptance. Arya knew that change would come again, as inevitable as the seasons. But now she welcomed it with open arms, ready to grow, to transform, and to bloom anew. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Arya's heart found comfort in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where life, in all its changing beauty, was a never-ending story told by the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. Story 53. In the shimmering expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there was a small, vibrant planet named Luminara. Known for its lush, luminescent forests and cascading waterfalls that sang as they danced over ancient stones, Luminara was a place where peace and serenity reigned. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of life was a soothing balm to those who wandered its verdant paths. Among Luminara's inhabitants was a kind-hearted being named Zephyr, a creature of the Sylvan race, known for their deep connection to nature and their gentle, flowing forms that resembled the delicate branches of willow trees. Zephyr spent his days tending to the forest, whispering to the winds, and nurturing the glowing flora that thrived under his care. His heart was as expansive as the universe itself, filled with an abiding love for all living things. One particularly serene evening, as the twin moons of Luminara hung low on the horizon, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Zephyr noticed a peculiar sight. A small silken ship, like a silver teardrop, descended quietly from the heavens, landing softly within the heart of the forest. Intrigued and cautious, Zephyr approached the vessel, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrival. Emerging from the ship was a being unlike any Zephyr had ever encountered. She was a graceful yet sturdy creature from the distant planet of Glacia, named Thalia. Her skin sparkled like ice under a winter sun, and her eyes held the deep, mysterious blue of the frozen oceans of her homeland. Thalia was an explorer, driven by an insatiable desire to learn and understand the universe beyond her icy world. As Thalia stepped out onto the soft, mossy ground, her breath formed tiny clouds in the warm air. She gazed around with wide-eyed wonder, marveling at the vibrant life surrounding her. Yet despite her fascination, she felt a pang of unease. This place was so different from the endless snowfields and crystalline structures of Glacia. Zephyr, sensing her apprehension, softly approached and offered a warm greeting. "Welcome to Luminara," he said, his voice as gentle as the forest breeze. "I am Zephyr, and this is my home." Thalia nodded, her voice a melodious chime amidst the rustling leaves. "I am Thalia, from Glacia. I come in peace, seeking to learn and share in the wonders of this world." Their introductions, though polite, were tinged with a hint of misunderstanding. Thalia's cool demeanor and Zephyr's warm composure seemed at odds, like fire and ice meeting for the first time. Yet beneath their differences, a seed of curiosity took root, promising the growth of something meaningful. The days that followed were filled with exploration and discovery. Thalia marveled at the vibrant colors and sounds of the forest, while Zephyr was captivated by her tales of Glacia's ethereal beauty. They shared stories of their worlds, illuminating the unique wonders each held, and slowly their initial misunderstandings began to melt away, revealing a landscape of shared curiosity and respect. One afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of violet and gold, they encountered their first true challenge. A rare and powerful storm, known as a tempest whirl, began to gather in the distance. The skies darkened, and the wind sang a fierce and wild melody. Zephyr, attuned to the rhythms of Luminara, sensed the danger and knew they must seek shelter. "Thalia, we must find safety," Zephyr urged, his voice steady but urgent. "The tempest whirl will soon be upon us." Thalia nodded, her instincts alert. "Lead the way, my friend." Together, they raced through the forest, the storm nipping at their heels. The wind howled through the trees, and rain began to fall in shimmering sheets. They found refuge in a hidden cave, its entrance veiled by a curtain of cascading water. Inside, the air was cool and calm, a sanctuary from the chaos outside. As they sat together, listening to the storm's symphony, Thalia shivered slightly, unused to the warmth and humidity of the shelter. Noticing her discomfort, Zephyr gently wrapped a tendril-like arm around her, offering his warmth. In that moment, a profound understanding blossomed between them. Though they were from different worlds, their hearts beat with the same rhythm of compassion and friendship. Through the night, they shared stories and laughter, each learning from the other's perspective. Thalia spoke of the quiet strength and resilience of her icy home, while Zephyr shared the harmonious balance of life on Luminara. Their words were like threads, weaving a tapestry of trust and camaraderie. When dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving the forest glistening and refreshed. As they stepped out into the morning light, they realized that the challenges they had faced together had forged an unbreakable bond. Their differences were no longer barriers but bridges, connecting the unique strengths of their worlds. Thalia, preparing to continue her journey across the stars, felt a warmth in her heart that had not been there before. "Zephyr," she said softly, "thank you for showing me the beauty of your world and the kindness within it. I have learned much from you." Zephyr smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "And I from you, Thalia. Our friendship is a gift I will cherish always." With a gentle embrace, they bid each other farewell, knowing that their paths would cross again. As Thalia's ship ascended into the sky, Zephyr watched until it became a glimmering speck among the stars, a reminder of the friendship that had blossomed amidst the verdant beauty of Luminara. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, where countless stars held the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a lesson as timeless as the stars themselves, a gentle reminder that the bonds of the heart could transcend the boundaries of space, bringing warmth and light to even the coldest corners of the cosmos. Story 54. In a timeless forest where the ancient trees seemed to hum with secrets, there lived a collection of creatures who thrived together in harmony. This forest, a verdant tapestry of emerald greens and dappled sunlight, was a world unto itself, where the whispers of the wind carried stories as old as the earth. The heart of the forest was marked by an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide like the arms of an elder drawing in the world. Beneath its generous canopy, a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, its voice a soft lullaby that spoke of rain-kissed leaves and the gentle patter of spring showers. Here, the creatures of the forest gathered, each playing their part in the symphony of life. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Oaken, whose shell bore the colors of the earth itself, rich browns and mossy greens. Oaken moved with the deliberate grace of one who has seen many seasons and knows the value of patience. His eyes, soft and wise, held the glimmer of countless stories, passed down from one generation to the next. Living in the branches above was a vibrant squirrel named Tansy, her fur a warm russet that shone like the autumn leaves. Tansy was quick and lively, her heart as bright as the morning sun. She had a knack for finding hidden treasures within the forest, whether they were nuts hidden beneath the leaf litter or secrets whispered by the wind. The forest was also home to a gentle deer named Fennel, whose coat was as soft and pale as the mist that gathered in the early morning. With eyes like liquid amber, Fennel moved soundlessly through the underbrush, an embodiment of the forest's quiet grace. Her presence was a calming one, and wherever she roamed, peace followed. These three, though different in form and manner, shared a deep bond forged through seasons spent together. They understood the delicate balance required to maintain their home, a balance that was as fragile as the first frost upon the fields. As the forest turned its face toward autumn, a time of transformation and preparation, the creatures sensed a change in the air. The leaves, once a vibrant green, began their slow dance into hues of amber and gold, casting a warm glow upon the forest floor. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of wood smoke, a reminder of the chill that would soon follow. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in strokes of pink and purple, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. A gentle rain began to fall, but instead of droplets, tiny silver bells tinkled from the sky, their sound like a chorus of distant stars. Each bell was a note in a celestial melody, a song that filled the forest with an ethereal beauty. Oaken, with his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, gathered Tansy and Fennel beneath the ancient oak. "This is a magical rain," he said, his voice a soothing rumble. It is a gift from the sky spirits, marking the turn of the seasons and the renewal of life. Tansy, her eyes wide with wonder, watched the bells descend, each one a shimmering bead of light, while Fennel listened intently, feeling the vibration of the song through her hooves. This rain, Oaken continued, is a reminder that we must prepare for the winter to come, but also that we must celebrate the bounty that the forest provides. It is in our unity and respect for each other that we find balance. As the rain of silver bells continued, each creature took a moment to reflect on Oaken's words. They understood that their strength lay not just in their individual abilities, but in the wisdom they shared and the care they showed for one another. Together they set to work. Tansy, with her nimble paws, gathered nuts and seeds, storing them in hidden caches for the cold months ahead. Fennel led her fellow deer to find the last sweet grasses of the season, ensuring they would have enough to sustain them through the frost. Meanwhile, Oaken shared stories with the younger creatures, tales of winters past and the resilience of those who came before. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the forest transformed into a silvery wonderland. The ground was covered in a soft blanket of frost, and the trees wore delicate crowns of ice. But beneath this chilly facade, the warmth of community thrived. One evening, as the moon cast her gentle glow upon the forest, Oaken called a gathering beneath the oak. The air was still, save for the occasional rustle of leaves, and the creatures listened as he spoke. "Just as the seasons change, so too must we adapt," he said, his voice resonating like the deep notes of a distant drum. "The magic of this forest lies not only in its beauty, but in the harmony we create together. It is this harmony that sustains us through warmth and cold, through plenty and want." The creatures nodded, understanding that their home was a living tapestry, woven with the threads of their lives. They were stewards of this forest, each caring for the other and for the land that embraced them. As the moon climbed higher, the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to the heartbeat of the earth. It was a moment of pure peace, a reminder that in unity there is strength, and in balance there is life. And so, through the long winter, the creatures of the forest thrived. They shared their resources, protected one another, and found joy in the simple things: a warm sunbeam, the crisp crunch of snow beneath their feet, the laughter shared around a crackling fire. When spring finally unfurled her green fingers, the forest welcomed her with open arms. The silver bells of autumn had long since melted into the soil, their magic seeping into the roots and branches, renewing the cycle of life. Oaken, Tansy, and Fennel stood once more beneath the ancient oak, watching as the forest awoke in a riot of color and song. They knew that the lessons of the past seasons would guide them through the future, and that the bonds of friendship they had forged would carry them through whatever lay ahead. In the heart of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, harmony reigned. It was a place where every creature, great and small, mattered, and where the wisdom of the ancients was whispered through the leaves, carrying the promise of new beginnings and everlasting peace. Story 55. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees hummed softly with the breeze, there nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets lined with charming, thatched-roof cottages, each with windows spilling golden light onto the paths. Lanterns swayed gently from the eaves, casting a warm glow over the village, while the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. Willowbrook was a place where magic and nature danced hand in hand, and the villagers cherished their peaceful lives. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a rosy glow over the forest, whispers began to spread of strange happenings within the village. It all began one evening with the soft chime of the village's clock tower. As the final note faded, a peculiar shimmering mist rolled into the square, curling around the fountain like a curious cat. The mist carried with it an unfamiliar yet soothing melody, causing the villagers to pause and listen, their hearts gently swayed by its tune. The next morning, the villagers awoke to find their beloved fountain, a stone sculpture of a playful dolphin, had somehow turned to face the opposite direction. Puzzled yet intrigued, the villagers gathered to discuss this unusual occurrence. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on the branch of the ancient elm overlooking the square. With feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages, Orin was the village's sage. As the villagers debated the mysterious event, Orin cleared his throat, a sound like the rustling of pages in a well-loved book. "Fear not, dear friends," he hooted gently. "This is but a mystery waiting to be unraveled." The villagers nodded, comforted by Orin's calm demeanor. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Finn had a knack for noticing details others missed, and his heart thrummed with the excitement of a new adventure. "Perhaps the mist was a clue," Finn suggested, his eyes wide with wonder. "Maybe it's trying to tell us something." Orin nodded approvingly. "A keen observation, young Finn. Let us keep our senses sharp and our hearts open." As the days passed, the mist returned each evening, bringing with it small changes that left the villagers scratching their heads in bemusement. The weather vane atop the baker's shop now spun counterclockwise, and the cobblestones seemed to ripple like water under the moonlight. Finn, accompanied by his loyal feline companion, Luna, decided to investigate. Luna, with her silver-tipped fur and eyes like liquid gold, was a magical creature herself, known for her ability to see what others could not. Together, they ventured out each night, following the mist's trail through the village. One evening, while exploring the edge of the forest, Finn and Luna stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that glowed softly in the dark. As Finn stepped closer, Luna mewed softly, her tail flicking with curiosity. "We found something, Luna," Finn whispered, tracing his fingers over the cool, smooth stones. "But what does it mean?" Just then, a gentle voice floated through the clearing, as soft as the mist itself. "The answer lies within the harmony of the woods." Startled, Finn turned to see a small creature perched atop one of the stones. It was a breezelight, a tiny ethereal being with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves. The breezelight's eyes twinkled kindly as it spoke. "The mist is a song, young Finn," it explained, "a melody that seeks to restore balance." Finn listened intently, his heart alight with understanding. "Of course, the changes in the village are part of the song. But why has it come now?" The breezelight fluttered its wings, creating a soft, tinkling sound. Long ago, a promise was made to protect Willowbrook. The mist is a reminder that the village and the forest must remain in harmony. With newfound clarity, Finn realized that the village had grown complacent in its routines, forgetting the delicate balance that sustained their magical world. He hurried back to share his discovery with the villagers, his heart full of hope. Gathered beneath the old elm, the villagers listened as Finn recounted his encounter with the breezelight. Orin nodded, his feathers ruffling thoughtfully. "Indeed, we must remember to honor the balance between our village and the forest." Together, the villagers devised a plan to restore harmony. They planted new trees at the forest's edge, their roots weaving a new bond with the village. They sang songs of gratitude to the forest, their voices rising in joyful harmony with the mist's melody. As the first light of dawn kissed the village, the mist lifted, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewed connection. The fountain, the weather vane, and the cobblestones returned to their rightful states. But the villagers' hearts had been forever changed. Finn and Luna, with Orin and the breezelight by their side, watched as the village embraced its newfound harmony. The mystery had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and friendship. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the whispering wood sang its gentle lullaby, Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of the night, its heart beating in time with the magical world around it. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled in the whispering woods where the leaves danced with every breeze, there was a small village named Luminara. In this village lived a young weaver named Maya. Maya was known for her beautiful tapestries that told stories of the stars and the wind, woven with threads that shimmered like moonlit reflections upon a still lake. Yet despite her creation's beauty, Maya was restless. She felt a longing for change, but fear of the unknown held her in its tender grip, like vines wrapped around a young sapling. Every evening, Maya would sit by her loom in her cozy cottage, its wooden beams scented with pine and lavender. The fireplace crackled softly, sending shadows dancing across the walls, creating a world of gentle, flickering light. But as she wove, her thoughts would wander to the forest beyond her window, where the trees whispered secrets she could not quite hear. One crisp autumn day, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of falling leaves, Maya decided to seek answers in the forest. She wrapped herself in a cloak the color of twilight and stepped into the woods, the path beneath her feet a carpet of gold and amber. The trees swayed gently, as if to welcome her, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. As she ventured deeper, she came upon an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, adorned with a crown of vibrant leaves. At its base, nestled within the roots, was a small door, intricately carved with symbols of the earth and sky. Curiosity, like a gentle nudge from an old friend, urged her forward. With a deep breath, Maya opened the door and stepped inside. She found herself in a cozy chamber, warmly lit by floating orbs of light. Sitting by a hearth, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that glimmered like starlight greeted her with a nod. "Welcome, dear Maya," the owl hooted gently. "I am Orin, the guardian of this forest's heart. What brings you here to this place of transformation?" Maya, feeling a sense of calm wash over her, spoke of her longing for change and the fear that held her back. Orin listened with patience and understanding, his eyes reflecting the flickering hearth. "You are not alone on this path," Orin said kindly. "Transformation, like the cycles of the moon, is a natural part of life, but it is the courage to step into the unknown that begins the journey. Let me share with you a gift from the forest, a way to see your own growth." With a wave of his wing, Orin conjured a small, delicate seed, glowing softly with an inner light. "This is the seed of reflection," he explained. "Plant it in the garden of your heart, and it will grow with your courage and wisdom." Maya took the seed, feeling its warmth in her palm, and thanked Orin for his guidance. As she left the chamber, she felt lighter, her heart aglow with a newfound sense of purpose. Returning to her village, Maya began to weave a new tapestry. This time, the threads were vibrant and alive, telling a story not of the stars, but of her own journey. As she wove, she could feel the seed within her, sprouting with each decision she made to embrace change, no matter how small. Her friends and neighbors noticed the shift in her work, drawn to its warmth and vitality. Among them was Finn, a gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as the mountains and a heart as tender as spring rain. He admired Maya's courage and offered his own strength and friendship, forging tools that helped her bring her visions to life. With each passing day, Maya learned to listen to the whispers of the forest and her own heart. She discovered that change, while daunting, brought unexpected beauty and strength. Her tapestries became not just stories of the cosmos, but of personal growth and transformation, inspiring others in the village to seek their own paths. As the seasons turned, Maya found that the fear which once held her was like mist, dissipating in the warmth of the sun. She realized that true transformation was not just in the weaving of her tapestries, but in the weaving of her life, each thread a step towards becoming who she was meant to be. And so, in the village of Luminara, where the stars seemed to sing with the wind, Maya continued to weave, her heart a garden where the seed of reflection blossomed into vibrant blooms. With each tapestry, she shared the beauty of personal discovery, reminding all who saw her art that within every heart lies the potential for magical transformation. In this way, Maya's story became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, that change, like a quiet moonlit night, holds its own kind of magic, waiting to be embraced with open arms and a hopeful heart. And as the villagers gathered around the warmth of their fires each night, they would remember Maya's journey, finding comfort in the peaceful rhythm of life's ever-turning wheel. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a forest where the trees stood tall and ancient, a world of wonder unfolded beneath the canopy of whispering leaves. This was the realm of the hidden folk, a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven with the rhythms of nature. Deep within the hollows of gnarled oaks and beneath the tangled roots of towering pines, the hidden folk made their homes. They were the caretakers of this verdant realm, ensuring that the delicate balance between all living things remained undisturbed. Among them was Willow, a sprite with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on emerald leaves. Her gossamer wings carried her from branch to branch, tending to the needs of the forest with a gentle touch. She was a friend to the birds, the squirrels, and even the shyest of woodland creatures, for her heart was as pure as the crystal streams that trickled through the undergrowth. As the seasons changed, the hidden folk danced to the melodies of nature. In spring, they welcomed the return of vibrant blooms, their laughter mingling with the song of the first robins. Summer brought warm breezes that carried the scent of wildflowers, and the hidden folk frolicked beneath the golden rays of the sun. Autumn painted the forest in a tapestry of crimson and amber hues, and the hidden folk gathered to celebrate the bounty of the harvest. They wove garlands of fallen leaves and danced around the ancient oak, their footsteps rustling through the carpet of foliage. When winter's chill embraced the forest, the hidden folk retreated to the warmth of their cozy dwellings. They huddled together, sharing stories and wisdom passed down through generations, while the snow blanketed the world outside in a hushed stillness. It was during these quiet moments that Willow learned the ancient tales of the hidden folk. She listened, enraptured, as the elders spoke of the magic that flowed through the veins of the forest, a force as ancient as the towering redwoods and as mysterious as the mist that swirled among their branches. They whispered of the guardians who watched over the forest, elemental beings whose power ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. In spring, the guardians of growth and renewal guided the first tender shoots to break through the earth. Summer brought the guardians of warmth and abundance, their presence felt in the golden sunbeams that dappled the forest floor. As autumn's chill crept in, the guardians of transition ushered in the vibrant hues that painted the canopy, and the hidden folk reveled in the rich tapestry of colors. Finally, the guardians of rest and renewal arrived with the first snowflakes, lulling the forest into a deep slumber until the cycle began anew. Willow listened, captivated by the tales of these ancient guardians, and she vowed to honor their presence in all she did. She tended to the needs of the forest with reverence, ensuring that the delicate balance between all living things remained undisturbed. For the hidden folk understood that their world was a tapestry woven from the threads of magic, nature, and wisdom. Each creature, plant, and season played its part in maintaining the harmony that sustained their realm. And as long as they remained true to the teachings of their ancestors, the magic of the forest would endure, a sanctuary of peace and wonder for generations to come. Story 58. Title: The Whispering Lantern. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, ancient forest, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Arya. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, was a place where stories of old whispered through the winds. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, the villagers would gather around the central hearth to share tales passed down through generations. Arya, with her curious mind and eyes that sparkled like the evening stars, was particularly fond of these gatherings. Her favorite tales were those that spoke of the enchanted forest, a mystical part of the woods where it was said that time flowed differently and magic lingered in every leaf and stream. One crisp autumn evening, as the chill of the approaching winter nipped at the air, Arya's grandmother, Maud, leaned closer to the fire and began her tale. Her voice was a gentle melody amidst the crackling of the flames. Long ago, she began, there was a lantern, hidden deep within the enchanted forest. This was no ordinary lantern, for it held the light of the stars, a beacon of hope and wisdom. It was said to guide those who were pure of heart and help them find their true path. Arya listened, enraptured, as her grandmother continued. Many have sought the lantern, but it reveals itself only to those who truly need it. Its glow is said to bring clarity and courage to face one's deepest fears. The story lingered in Arya's mind long after the fire had died down and the village had settled into slumber. She lay awake, gazing at the ceiling of her cozy room, where moonlight danced through the small window. The idea of the lantern, its promise of guidance and enlightenment, filled her with a sense of wonder and a quiet yearning. Days turned into weeks, and the story of the lantern remained with Arya like a gentle whisper in her heart. She felt a calling, a pull towards the enchanted forest, as if the lantern was summoning her. She shared her thoughts with her closest friend, a thoughtful boy named Finn, whose laughter was as warm as a summer breeze. Finn, with his adventurous spirit, was immediately intrigued. "Let's find the lantern," Finn suggested one day as they sat beneath the shade of a willow by the river that wound through their village. "If it can truly guide us, then perhaps it's time we discovered what we're meant to do." Arya nodded, her decision feeling as natural as the changing of the seasons. Together they planned their journey, packing essentials and promising to return before the first snow blanketed the village. The morning of their departure arrived with a sky brushed with soft clouds and a gentle sun that promised a fair day. As Arya and Finn stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like whispers of encouragement. The forest was alive with a symphony of sound, birds chirping in harmonious melodies, the rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush, and the gentle babbling of a brook that wove through the trees like a silver thread. Each step Arya and Finn took seemed to echo with the promise of adventure. Their journey led them deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest, where the trees grew thicker and the light danced in mystical patterns on the forest floor. It was here that they encountered the first of many wonders, a grove of ancient oak trees, each with faces carved into their bark, wise and serene. As they passed, the faces seemed to smile, their eyes twinkling with secrets untold. Arya and Finn paused, feeling a sense of kinship with the ancient sentinels. "Do you think they can see us?" Finn whispered, his voice tinged with awe. Arya nodded, sensing the gentle presence of the oaks. "I think they can," she replied softly, "and I believe they wish us well." With renewed resolve, they continued their journey, the path leading them to a clearing where the sun poured down like liquid gold. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it, a soft carpet of moss invited them to rest. As they settled beneath the tree, a soft melodic hum filled the air, weaving around them like an invisible thread. Startled, they looked around, their eyes falling upon a small glowing figure perched on a branch above. It was a wisp, a creature of light and laughter, its wings shimmering like the surface of a sunlit pond. "Welcome, travelers," the wisp chimed, its voice a gentle breeze. "I am Lyra, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to this enchanted realm?" Arya, feeling a spark of courage, spoke. "We seek the lantern of the stars. We believe it can guide us." Lyra's glow brightened, a soft, comforting light. "The lantern reveals itself to those who are true of heart," she said, her tone both playful and wise. "Your journey is as important as its destination. Remember, the forest is alive and will guide you if you listen." With her words lingering like a gentle song, Lyra fluttered away, her light melding with the sunbeams that danced through the leaves. Arya and Finn exchanged a glance, their resolve strengthened by the encounter. They rose, ready to continue, the forest now feeling like an ally rather than an unknown. As they ventured further, the path became more intricate, leading them through meadows painted with wildflowers and streams that sang with crystalline voices. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, each breath filling them with a sense of peace and purpose. It was in the late afternoon, as the shadows began to stretch and the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, that they reached the heart of the enchanted forest. Here, the trees stood like guardians around a small, tranquil pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. In the center of the pond, resting upon a pedestal of stone, was the lantern. Its light was gentle, a soft glow that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the earth. Arya and Finn stood at the water's edge, the sight filling them with awe. As they approached, the lantern's light grew brighter, casting a path of shimmering light across the water. Arya felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of clarity and calm. She knew, in that moment, that the lantern was more than a guide. It was a reflection of the light within her, the courage and kindness she carried. Finn, too, felt the lantern's touch, a gentle nudge that spoke of the strength and wisdom he held. Together, they stepped onto the path of light, their hearts open and ready. As they reached the lantern, its glow enveloped them, a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In its light, Arya saw visions of her village, her family and friends, and the love that bound them all. She realized that the journey had brought her closer to her true self, a path illuminated by the lantern's gentle wisdom. Finn, standing beside her, saw his own path unfolding, a future filled with adventure and discovery, guided by the friendships he cherished. Together they understood that the lantern's light was not a destination, but a journey of the heart. With a soft sigh, the lantern's light dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. Arya and Finn stepped back, the warmth of its glow still lingering within them. They turned to leave, their journey home filled with a new sense of purpose and understanding. As they retraced their steps through the forest, the world seemed to welcome them with open arms. The trees whispered their blessings, the flowers nodded in the breeze, and the stream sang a song of homecoming. By the time they emerged from the forest, the first stars had begun to twinkle in the night sky, a celestial lantern guiding them back to their village. Arya and Finn walked side by side, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. The village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of the hearth and the joy of their return a testament to the bonds they cherished. As they shared their tale, the villagers listened, their eyes wide with wonder and belief. Arya and Finn had found the lantern, but more importantly, they had discovered the light within themselves, a light that would guide them through the paths of life, a beacon of hope and friendship. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, the stars above shone bright, their light a reminder of the journey and the lessons learned. Arya and Finn lay beneath the open sky, their hearts aglow with the warmth of the lantern's wisdom, their dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow. In the gentle embrace of the night, the village slumbered, cradled by the stories that wove their way through time, each one a lantern lighting the way for those who dared to dream. And thus, in the warmth of friendship and the glow of newfound understanding, Arya and Finn knew that their journey had only just begun, the path ahead illuminated by the light within their hearts. Story 59. In the gentle embrace of a quiet valley, nestled between emerald hills and beneath the watchful gaze of a sapphire sky, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and blooming gardens, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of honeybees. In this serene haven lived a young woman named Marin, whose heart was as restless as the brook that wound its way through the village. Marin was known for her radiant smile and kind heart, but within her chest thrummed a yearning for something more, a change she could not yet name. Her days were filled with the familiar rhythm of village life, yet her dreams whispered of adventures that the boundaries of Willowbrook could not contain. She often wandered to the edge of the enchanted forest that bordered the village, a place where magic was said to linger like the mist in the morning air. The villagers spoke of the forest with a mixture of reverence and caution, spinning tales of ancient trees that whispered secrets and streams that sang melodies only the heart could hear. Marin felt drawn to this place, sensing that within its depths lay the answers to the questions she could not yet form. Her heart, like a bud on the cusp of blooming, yearned for transformation. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in a symphony of gold and crimson, Marin set out towards the forest. The air was cool, brushing against her skin like a gentle promise. As she stepped beneath the canopy of trees, she felt a tingling in the air, a magic both old and familiar, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. The path wound deeper into the forest, and soon Marin found herself before an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a wise elder. Nestled among its roots was a small, glistening pool of water, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. As Marin gazed into the pool, she saw her reflection, though it seemed to glow with a light not her own. "Do not fear change, dear one," a voice whispered, soft as the rustle of leaves. Startled, Marin looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to float in the air, gentle and warm. "Growth is a journey, not a destination." With a deep breath, Marin dipped her hand into the pool. The water was cool, yet it sent a warmth through her fingertips, spreading up her arm and into her heart. As she withdrew her hand, a small, delicate butterfly emerged from the water, its wings a brilliant tapestry of colors. It fluttered into the air, hovering before her as if inviting her to follow. Guided by the butterfly, Marin ventured deeper into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and each step seemed to echo with the quiet promise of discovery. Along the way, she met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of the ages. "Ah, young Marin," Thistle greeted with a slow, knowing smile. "Change is like the turning of seasons, inevitable and beautiful. Embrace it, and you will find the strength you seek." Marin nodded, feeling the truth of Thistle's words resonate within her. As the butterfly led her on, she encountered a sparkling brook that sang a gentle melody. Sitting by the water was a fox with eyes as bright as stars, named Lyra. Lyra looked up, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Transformation is not always easy, Marin," she said softly, "but it is in the challenges that we discover who we truly are. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With each encounter, Marin felt her fears begin to melt away, replaced by a quiet confidence. The forest, with its enchanting magic, mirrored the changes within her, subtle yet profound. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the butterfly led Marin to a clearing where moonflowers bloomed, their petals unfurling to greet the night. In the center of the clearing stood a shimmering portal, a doorway of light that pulsed with the rhythm of her heart. Marin paused, taking a deep breath as the lessons of the day settled within her. She had learned that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was a journey of self-discovery, where each step, though uncertain, was a part of something beautiful. With newfound courage, Marin stepped through the portal. She felt a gentle warmth envelop her, like a cocoon of light. When she emerged, she found herself back at the edge of the forest. The village of Willowbrook stretched out before her, familiar yet new. As she walked the cobblestone paths towards home, the village seemed to glow with a warmth she had not noticed before. The houses, with their thatched roofs and flower-filled windowsills, seemed to welcome her with open arms. The village, like Marin herself, had not changed, yet she saw it with new eyes. Her heart, once restless, now beat with a quiet contentment. She had discovered that the magic she sought was not in the forest or the shimmering portal, but within herself. It was the courage to embrace the unknown and the wisdom to see the beauty in change. As Marin returned to her cozy cottage, the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky. She settled by the fireplace, its warmth wrapping around her like a gentle embrace. The lessons of the day lingered in her heart, a promise of adventures yet to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath a canopy of stars, Marin found her peace, a peace that came from knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be, ever growing, ever transforming, and ever discovering the magic within her own soul. Story 60. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a realm existed where the boundaries between the natural and the magical intertwined. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, and the rustling of leaves spoke in tongues long forgotten. In a cozy burrow, nestled beneath the gnarled roots of a mighty oak, lived a family of badgers. Their den was a warm sanctuary, adorned with tapestries of woven leaves and fragrant with the earthy scent of moss and damp soil. Here the badger elders would gather the young ones around the crackling fire, their eyes sparkling with wisdom to share tales of the forest's hidden wonders. Long ago, one elder would begin, her voice a gentle rumble. When the world was new, the spirits of nature bestowed upon us the gift of harmony. Each creature, from the majestic stag to the humble earthworm, played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of our forest home. The young badgers would lean in, entranced, as the elder wove tales of the secret lives of their woodland neighbors. She spoke of the industrious beavers, whose dams created tranquil ponds where frogs serenaded under the moonlight. She described the intricate web of life, where fungi decomposed fallen leaves, enriching the soil for the towering trees that filtered the air with their verdant canopies. And what of the magical creatures? A curious young badger would ask, his eyes wide with wonder. The elder would smile, her whiskers twitching with delight. Ah, my dear, the magic is all around us, if only we open our eyes to see it. She would then weave tales of the will-o'-the-wisps, ethereal lights that danced among the ferns, leading lost travelers to safety. Of the shy woodland sprites who tended to the forest's every need, whispering life into new saplings and coaxing wildflowers into bloom. As the seasons changed, so too did the stories, reflecting the ever-shifting tapestry of nature. In the spring, they spoke of the joyous awakening, when the first buds unfurled and the air was alive with the song of returning birds. The summer brought tales of lazy afternoons by the river, where fish leaped and dragonflies darted among the reeds. Autumn was a time of plenty, when the forest's bounty was celebrated in a blaze of fiery hues. The badgers would gather acorns and mushrooms, their cheeks stuffed with the season's offerings, as the elders recounted the wisdom of preparing for the long winter slumber. And when the first snowflakes drifted down, hushing the forest in a blanket of crystalline stillness, the stories would turn to the magic of winter. The elders spoke of the frost sprites, who painted delicate ferns on icy window panes, and the snow sprites, whose gentle laughter echoed in the whisper of falling flakes. Through it all, the elders imparted the most precious lesson of all, to live in harmony with nature, respecting the intricate web of life that sustained them. For in this ancient forest, every creature, every leaf, every drop of dew was part of a greater tapestry, woven together by the threads of magic and balance. As the young badgers drifted off to sleep, lulled by the crackle of the fire and the soothing voices of the elders, they dreamed of the wonders that awaited them in the enchanted forest. And when they awoke, they carried within them the wisdom of generations, ready to become the guardians of this magical realm, where the boundaries between reality and enchantment forever intertwined. Story 61. In the gentle, rolling hills of Luminara, where the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs and the sky blushed a soft lavender at dusk, there nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. This was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the laughter of children playing often mingled with the melodious songs of the birds. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a wise old woman named Marigold. Her cottage, with its ivy-clad walls and a garden that brimmed with herbs and flowers, was a sanctuary for anyone seeking solace or a bit of wisdom. Marigold was known for her kind heart and her ability to listen deeply, not just to people, but also to the whispers of the wind and the gentle hum of the earth. One twilight evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, a peculiar thing began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that small, shimmering lights, much like tiny stars, appeared to float around the village paths. These lights flickered and danced, leaving trails of soft luminescence in their wake, and seemed to gather near Marigold's garden gate. Curious, the villagers gathered in small groups, murmuring softly to one another, their voices barely above a whisper so as not to disturb the tranquil night. Some thought the lights were fireflies, although fireflies had never been seen in such numbers before. Others wondered if it was a sign of magic, for Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary often met the extraordinary in the most delightful ways. Marigold, with her gentle wisdom, invited the villagers to her garden. She lit a lantern, its warm glow casting a circle of light that mingled with the mysterious luminescence. "Let us see what these little lights wish to tell us," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. As they sat together, a soft breeze rustled the leaves, and the sound was like a gentle sigh through the trees. The little lights seemed to pulse in response, as if they were breathing with the rhythm of the night. Marigold closed her eyes, listening deeply, and then she began to speak. "There is a tale," she said, "of the Luminara flickerlings, tiny spirits of the forest who come to dance and play when they have a message to share. They are known to appear only when a heart is in need of guidance or when a mystery must be unraveled." The villagers listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. "How can we understand their message?" asked young Thomas, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. "Through patience and observation," Marigold replied with a knowing smile. "For the flickerlings speak not with words, but through the world around them." And so, over the following days, the villagers watched and listened. They noticed how the flickerlings gathered near certain plants in Marigold's garden, especially around the moonflowers that only bloomed at night. Marigold, with her keen eye and gentle touch, observed that the plants seemed to thrive more vibrantly wherever the flickerlings danced. One evening, as the villagers sat together beneath the starlit sky, sipping warm herbal tea and sharing stories, a young girl named Clara had a thought. Perhaps the flickerlings are tending to the plants, she suggested. Maybe they are helping the garden bloom. Marigold nodded thoughtfully. You may be right, Clara. The flickerlings are known to cherish the beauty of nature, and in return, nature flourishes under their care. Clara, inspired by this idea, decided to leave small offerings of honey and milk by the garden gate as a token of gratitude. To her delight, the offerings were always gone by morning, and the flickerlings seemed to dance more joyously than ever. As time passed, the garden grew even more lush and abundant, spilling over with blossoms and herbs that perfumed the air with their sweet and earthy scents. The villagers found that the mysterious lights brought more than just beauty. They brought a sense of peace and harmony to Willowbrook. The mystery of the flickerlings, while never fully explained, had woven a new thread of wonder through the fabric of village life. The villagers learned to cherish the unseen, to trust in the gentle magic that surrounded them, and to appreciate the simple joys of nature and community. And so, in the cozy world of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars and the tender care of the flickerlings, the village thrived. The strange occurrences had been a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every leaf, every petal, and every kind heart. As the last of the twilight faded into the deep indigo of night, Marigold whispered a blessing to the flickerlings, her voice a soft melody in the stillness. Thank you, little ones, for your light and your love. May we always dance in harmony with you. And with that, the village of Willowbrook, cradled by the gentle embrace of the hills, drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the mysteries yet to unfold and the magic that lay within each new dawn. Story 62. In a distant corner of the universe, nestled among swirling nebulae and glittering stars, lay a planet unlike any other. Its surface shimmered in hues of amethyst and emerald, casting a gentle glow across the cosmos. This was the planet of Lyra, home to the enigmatic and ethereal Lyrans, creatures of light and melody. On Lyra there lived a Lyran named Solon, whose heart sang with the music of the stars. Solon was known for their kindness and gentle spirit, always seen gliding through the iridescent forests, weaving songs that echoed with the harmony of the universe. Yet, despite the beauty of their world, Solon often felt a yearning for something more, something beyond the confines of their luminescent home. Far away, across the cosmic seas, there was another world known as Tharn. It was a rugged planet with landscapes carved by fierce winds and vast deserts of crimson sand. The Tharnians were a hardy folk, with skin as tough as the stones of their land and eyes that gleamed with the fire of determination. Among them was a Tharnian named Rax, a skilled craftsman with a heart as vast as the deserts he roamed. Rax was known for creating the most intricate of gadgets, his hands capable of transforming raw materials into wonders of engineering. Yet, despite his talents, Rax often felt isolated, longing for a connection that transcended the boundaries of his own world. The tale of these unlikely companions began on a day like no other. An ancient festival was taking place, celebrated across the galaxy, a grand convergence of worlds known as the Celestial Gathering. It was a time when beings from different planets would come together to share stories, music, and the wonders of their cultures. Solon decided to venture to this gathering, their heart filled with anticipation and hope. It was there, amidst the vibrant stalls and kaleidoscope of species, that Solon first encountered Rax. The Tharnian was demonstrating a curious contraption, a delicate music box that played a hauntingly beautiful tune. Solon was entranced, drawn to the melody like a moth to a flame. However, when Solon approached, a misunderstanding occurred. Their luminescent presence startled Rax, who inadvertently dropped the music box, causing it to shatter into pieces. Rax's initial reaction was one of irritation, but Solon's immediate apology, their voice like a soft breeze through chimes, calmed the Tharnian's frustration. "I'm sorry," Solon murmured, their glow dimming with regret. "I meant no harm." Rax, seeing the genuine sorrow in Solon's shimmering eyes, softened. "It's all right," he said, his voice as warm as the sands of Tharn. "It can be fixed." This was the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Solon, fascinated by Rax's craftsmanship, offered to help repair the music box. Together they worked under the starlit sky, Solon lending their melodic touch to guide the reconstruction, while Rax's skilled hands brought the pieces back to life. As they collaborated, Solon and Rax began to share stories of their worlds. Solon spoke of the harmonic forests and ethereal skies of Lyra, while Rax described the resilient beauty and fiery sunsets of Tharn. Through their exchanges, they discovered a shared longing for connection and understanding. One evening, as they sat by a tranquil pond reflecting the myriad colors of the galaxy, Solon asked softly, "Do you ever feel like there's something missing, Rax?" Rax nodded, gazing at the stars. "Often, but meeting you has filled a part of that void." Solon's glow brightened, a gentle smile gracing their features. "I feel the same." Their friendship blossomed, each learning from the other, their differences weaving a tapestry of mutual respect and affection. Yet their bond would soon be tested by an unforeseen challenge. A sudden storm, rare and fierce, descended upon the celestial gathering, threatening to tear apart the festival grounds. Beings from all over the galaxy were thrown into chaos, struggling to find safety. Solon and Rax were determined to help, their hearts united in purpose. Rax quickly devised a plan, crafting a series of portable shelters from available materials, while Solon used their melodic voice to calm the panicked crowds, guiding them to safety. Together they worked tirelessly, their actions harmonizing like a perfectly composed symphony. In the aftermath of the storm, as the skies cleared and the festival grounds were restored, Solon and Rax found themselves hailed as heroes. But for them, the true reward was the deepened bond they shared, a friendship forged in the crucible of adversity. As the gathering came to an end, Solon and Rax stood side by side watching the stars twinkle above. "I never imagined I would find such a friend among the stars," Solon said, their voice filled with gratitude. "Nor I," Rax replied, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the galaxy. "But sometimes the universe has a way of bringing together those who need each other most." And so, as they prepared to return to their respective worlds, Solon and Rax knew that distance could never diminish the friendship they had found. Their hearts were forever connected, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companions. With a final embrace and promises to meet again, Solon and Rax parted ways, knowing that they had discovered something truly profound, a friendship that transcended worlds and illuminated the vastness of space with its gentle light. And as the stars sang their eternal melody, Solon and Rax carried the warmth of their bond, a beacon of hope and harmony, in the ever-expanding tapestry of the universe. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and babbling brooks, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her warmth and kindness, always ready with a comforting word or a helping hand. Her days were spent tending to her lush garden, where flowers bloomed in a cacophony of colors and scents that danced through the air like a fragrant melody. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled softly underfoot, Clara discovered something unusual. While digging a new bed for her marigolds, her shovel struck something hard yet strangely vibrant beneath the soil. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and unearthed a small, intricately carved box. It was made of wood, so smooth and polished that it seemed to shimmer in the soft morning light. With gentle fingers, Clara opened the little box, revealing a delicate, iridescent feather nestled within. It shimmered with all the colors of the sunset, and as she held it, Clara felt an unexpected warmth spread through her fingers, as if the feather itself was alive with a gentle energy. Unsure of its origin or purpose, she tucked it safely into her apron pocket, resolving to discover its secrets. As she pondered the feather's mystery, Clara decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, wise old Rowan. Rowan's cottage stood at the edge of the village, half hidden by a sprawling oak tree, its branches whispering secrets in the wind. Inside, the air was warm and sweet with the scent of dried herbs and honey. Rowan, with twinkling eyes and a voice that wrapped around you like a soft blanket, listened intently as Clara described her find. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Ah, my dear, what you have is no ordinary feather. It is said to belong to the firebird, a creature of legend that brings light and hope to those who are worthy." Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "What should I do with it?" she asked softly. Rowan leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. The firebird's feather holds the power to illuminate the path of truth and understanding. It may guide you on a journey if you are willing to follow where it leads. Determined to uncover the feather's purpose, Clara set out on a journey beyond the familiar hills of Willowbrook. She walked through fields where the wind played a gentle symphony among the grasses, and through forests where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels of time. Along the way, she met a cheerful squirrel named Pip, who bounded around her feet, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Where are you going, Clara?" he chattered, his eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Clara smiled warmly at her new companion. "I'm following this feather, Pip. It's supposed to guide me to something important, though I don't yet know what it is." "Well then, I shall accompany you," Pip declared with a squeaky determination. And so they continued together, Clara and her lively friend. As they journeyed further, they encountered a wise old turtle named Lorna, who moved slowly yet purposefully, each step deliberate and full of thought. Lorna listened to Clara's tale with great interest. "Sometimes," she said in her slow, serene voice, "the journey itself holds the answers we seek." Together, the three travelers made their way to the edge of a vast and shimmering lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky's endless expanse. Clara felt the feather pulse warmly in her hand, as if urging her forward. She paused, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of wonder and questions. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The feather's power was not just to illuminate a path, but to help her see clearly the wisdom she already carried within. She realized that her kindness, her ability to listen, and her willingness to help others were the true gifts she possessed. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara turned to Pip and Lorna. "Thank you, my dear friends, for your company and wisdom. I now know that the journey was about discovering the strength and light within myself." Pip chattered happily. "And what a journey it's been, filled with laughter and new friends." Lorna nodded slowly, her eyes warm with understanding. "The greatest journeys are those that bring us closer to ourselves." With her newfound insight, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She placed the firebird's feather on her mantle, a reminder of the journey and the lessons she had learned. And from that day forward, she continued to share her warmth and kindness with everyone she met, illuminating their lives just as the feather had illuminated her path. And so, as the sun set over the gentle hills of Willowbrook, casting a golden glow over the village, Clara's story became a cherished tale of discovery and friendship, whispered softly by the fireside to those ready to embark on their own journeys of the heart. Story 64. In a quaint, sun-dappled village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a gentle, murmuring river, there lived a young girl named Ayla. Her days were filled with the sweet scents of blooming lilacs and the comforting sounds of birdsong that whispered through the trees. Yet despite the beauty of her surroundings, Ayla often felt a yearning in her heart, a soft, persistent call from the past she could not yet understand. One serene morning, as the sun cast its golden light over the dewdrops clinging to the grass, Ayla's grandmother beckoned her to sit by the fireside. The old stone hearth, worn smooth by generations, crackled with warmth, casting flickering shadows on the walls of their cozy cottage. Her grandmother's eyes, twinkling like stars in the dusky sky, held secrets of times long past. She reached under her knitted shawl, pulling out a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the river's flow, "is a gift from our ancestors. It holds the key to understanding who we are and where we come from." Lila's fingers traced the box's delicate carvings, swirls and symbols that seemed to dance under her touch. Her heart fluttered with curiosity and a touch of awe. She carefully opened the lid to reveal a bundle of faded letters tied with a silken ribbon and a small, tarnished locket. The letters, written in a flowing script, spoke of a time when Lila's ancestors had first settled in the village, bringing with them traditions and wisdom from lands far across the sea. The words painted vivid images in her mind of lush forests, grand celebrations under starlit skies, and a community bound tightly by love and understanding. Her grandmother explained that the locket contained a tiny, enchanted stone, a fragment from the heart of the ancient land where their family had originated. It was said to hold the memories and dreams of their forebears, a link to the past that could illuminate the path to the future. "Keep it close," her grandmother advised, gently placing the locket around Lila's neck. "It will guide you as you find your place in the world." With each day that passed, Lila felt the locket's gentle warmth against her heart, a comforting presence that seemed to pulse with life. She began to notice the subtle magic woven into the fabric of her everyday world, the way the river's song echoed the lullabies of old, how the wind carried whispers of stories untold, and how the earth itself seemed to hum with the rhythms of her ancestors. Lila's connection to her heritage deepened, and she found herself drawn to the village elder, a wise and gentle man who knew the secrets of their history. Together, they explored the ancient woods that fringed the village, where ancient trees stood like sentinels, their bark etched with the passage of time. Under their boughs, he taught her the songs and stories that had been passed down through generations, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of her lineage. Through these tales, Lila learned of the courage and kindness that had always been the foundation of her family. She discovered that their greatest treasures were not gold or jewels, but the bonds of friendship and the wisdom to live in harmony with the world around them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself by the river's edge. The locket, warmed by the setting sun, glowed softly against her skin. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face, and listened to the river's song, a melody that now resonated deep within her soul. In that moment, Lila understood the legacy she had inherited. It was a legacy of love, unity, and respect for the world and its myriad wonders. She realized that her ancestors were not just figures from the past, but living parts of her own story, guiding her with their wisdom and dreams. With newfound purpose, Lila returned to the village, her heart alight with the knowledge of her heritage. She shared the stories and songs she had learned, weaving them into the tapestry of daily life. The village thrived, its roots deepening as each generation embraced the traditions that had been passed down, adapting them with care and reverence. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and gentle leader, beloved by all. The locket remained a cherished talisman, a reminder of the enduring connection between past, present, and future. It whispered to her in dreams and guided her through life's challenges, always illuminating the path with the light of understanding and love. And so, nestled between the emerald hills and the murmuring river, the village flourished, a vibrant testament to the enduring power of heritage and the boundless strength found in the wisdom of those who came before. Under the same starlit skies that had watched over her ancestors, Lila sat by the fireside, now old and wise, with children gathered around her feet. The crackling flames painted warm, flickering patterns on the walls as she shared stories of courage and kindness, of love and unity. Her voice, soft and soothing, carried the legacy forward, ensuring that the heart of their heritage would continue to beat with life for generations to come. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient evergreen forest, where the trees whispered secrets that only the wind could carry, there existed a realm where the natural and magical danced together in gentle harmony. This forest, nestled between mist-covered mountains and a river that sang its way through pebbles and reeds, was a sanctuary for creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. As dawn kissed the treetops, turning them into a canopy of shimmering gold, a gentle rustling stirred the forest floor. Here, beneath a patchwork quilt of fallen leaves, lived Tilly, a wise old tortoise with a shell that mirrored the hues of the forest. Tilly had seen many seasons come and go, and her heart was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Her presence was a comforting constant in the ever-changing dance of life around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun's first light filtered through the branches, Tilly awoke to a peculiar sound, a soft chiming like a distant bell. It was a sound only heard when the forest was in perfect balance, a rare symphony that indicated the presence of the zephyr beings. These magical seeds, scattered by the wind, brought with them the promise of a harmonious season. Their arrival was a cause for quiet celebration among the forest's inhabitants. Curious and eager to share the news, Tilly began her slow journey to the heart of the forest, where the council of creatures would gather. Along her path, she was accompanied by the gentle murmur of the stream and the occasional flutter of wings as sparrows darted through sunbeams, casting fleeting shadows on the ground. As she moved steadily through the forest, Tilly passed by the burrows of the rabbits, where Clover, a young and spirited bunny with fur the color of newly fallen snow, was busy arranging a collection of acorns and twigs. Clover, with her boundless energy and curious nature, often played the role of the forest's messenger. Seeing Tilly, Clover paused her work and hopped over with a bright twinkle in her eyes. "Good morning, Tilly. What news do you carry today?" Clover inquired, her ears perked up with interest. "Ah, my dear Clover," Tilly replied, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It seems the zephyr beans have graced us with their presence. We must gather at the great hollow to welcome the balance they bring." Clover's eyes widened with excitement. "The zephyr beans. I've heard tales of their arrival. I'll spread the word, and we shall all meet you there." With a joyful bounce, Clover dashed off, her small form weaving through the underbrush like a silver stream. Tilly smiled, watching her disappear into the forest, and continued her steady path toward the great hollow. Meanwhile, Clover's swift feet carried her through the forest, her voice ringing out like a bell as she informed the other creatures. She spoke to the owls, who blinked sleepily from their perch, to the deer grazing in the morning mist, and to the foxes hidden in their dens. Each creature acknowledged her message with a nod or a gentle call, their hearts warmed by the promise of harmony. As the sun climbed higher, spreading warmth and light through the forest, the creatures began to gather at the great hollow, a mighty clearing surrounded by towering trees whose branches formed a natural cathedral overhead. Here, the forest's council convened, a place where decisions were made and wisdom shared. Tilly arrived to find an assembly of animals, each settled in their own spot, their eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. The air was filled with a soft murmur of anticipation, a gentle buzz that resonated with the energy of the forest itself. As Tilly took her place at the center, the forest grew still, the creature's attention focused on her. She spoke with a voice that carried the weight of many winters, yet was as gentle as the spring breeze. "Dear friends," she began, "the zephyr beans have blessed us once again. They bring with them the wisdom of balance and the promise of a season where nature's song plays in perfect harmony. But remember, this balance is a gift we must nurture." A wise old owl, perched on a low branch, nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Tilly speaks true. Balance is not a state we achieve once, but a melody we must continually play." A young squirrel, with fur as bright as autumn leaves, chirped up. "How do we ensure this balance, Tilly? What can we do?" Tilly smiled, her eyes crinkling with kindness. "We must each play our part, little one. Protect the seeds, tend to the soil, and share the fruits of our labor. And most importantly, listen to each other and to the forest." The creatures nodded, understanding that this balance was a shared responsibility. It was a lesson passed down through the ages, a truth as old as the forest itself. As the meeting concluded, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the soft, musical chime of the zephyr beans. The creatures felt a sense of peace settle over them, a comfort that wrapped around their hearts like a warm blanket. Later that day, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Tilly made her way back home. The forest, now alive with the sound of creatures going about their daily lives, felt more vibrant, more connected. As she settled into her cozy nook beneath the trees, Tilly closed her eyes and listened to the forest's song, a melody of rustling leaves, flowing water, and the gentle whispers of the wind. It was a song of harmony, a testament to the balance that had been achieved through friendship and wisdom. And so, in the heart of the ancient evergreen forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their lives, bound together by the lessons of the zephyr beans and the gentle guidance of those who had come before. Under the starlit sky, they found comfort in knowing that they were all part of a greater whole, a living tapestry woven with care and kindness. As the night deepened and the moon cast its silver glow over the sleeping forest, a sense of peace lingered in the air, a promise that in this enchanted place, balance would always find its way home.